Empezamos.
We are going to start.
Bon dia,
Good
buenos
morning,
días, bonjour, good morning.
bonjour, good morning, buenos dias.
Bienvenidos
Welcome.
a la SPY Asamblea de Comisiones
Welcome
Obreras de
to
Cataluña.
the SPY Asamblea
Como
of
director de la Fundación
Comisiones Obreras.
Cipriano García,
As director of the
es un
Foundation
honor
Cipriano Garcia, it is an
saludaros
honor
y abrir
to greet you
esta
all and
jornada.
to open this
Entre
seminar
otras cosas
today,
porque lo que se va a
amongst many
tratar
other
hoy
things,
aquí
because what we are going to deal
es una
with
cosa que
today
tenemos que profundizar
is something that will allow us
porque
to
la
go
democracia y la
deeper
democracia económica
in
es evidentemente
democracy.
una materia
Economic
que
democracy,
Comisiones Obreras
which is
como sindicato
something
y además
that
la Fundación
we,
Cipriano García
Comisiones Obreras, as a
como
trade union and
instrumento
the Foundation
de
Cipriano
crecimiento
Garcia, we see
del
things as a
sindicato
tool,
que
for our mindset
nos preocupa,
perspectives.
nos
This is
compete
something that really
este mismo
worries
espacio.
us, and it belongs
Evidentemente no es la
to
primera vez,
us to.
no es la primera vez
This is not the first
que hablamos
time
de democracia
that we
económica.
talk
Estamos
about
con varios de los ponentes que vamos a
economic
tener
democracy.
a lo largo
Several
de la
of the
jornada.
presenters that
Aquí
we'll
en su
have
sitio,
today
empezando
in
por Bruno, que lo
this
tenemos hoy aquí
room,
en la sala,
together
pues
with Bruno
las
and
paredes y los
you
cristales
know
no
the
se van a quebrar
walls
porque la democracia
and
económica
the glasses
se habla y
will
hay que hablar
shake
precisamente en
because when we talk
esta sala, con lo cual
about economic
es un
democracy, we
placer
do it
poder
strongly
acoger esta
and
jornada
firmly in this
en
room. It
colaboración
is a
con ETUI,
pleasure to
evidentemente.
work together
Como
with
comisiones obreras aquí tenemos
E2UI as the
formamos parte
Comisiones
de una red
Obreras. We
también
belong to all the
europea, pero también
European
somos
networks,
beneficiarios
but
con la
also
plataforma por la
it is a
democracia
pleasure to
económica,
work
con la
with
que
the platform
colaboramos
for economic
asiduamente,
democracy.
y
We
con
constantly
el
collaborate
Centro de
with
Estudios Históricos
them,
Internacional
as
para
well as
Cipriano
the
en la Universidad de
International
Barcelona,
Center for Historical
con la que también
Studies
tenemos
at the University of
precisamente
Barcelona. We
trabajamos y
together
colaboramos,
we
con lo
work
cual
hand in hand
estamos
and
en
we do
casa, estamos en casa,
organize seminars. So please
y
feel
sin
at
más
home.
no me voy a extender
With
más,
any further ado,
bienvenidos
welcome
y
to you
seamos
all,
todos
and we
juntos y
hope that
juntas
all
en una
together
jornada de
we will
trabajo
have an
y de
amazing day
conocimiento
forward.
fructífera y productiva.
And I hope
Muchas
that
gracias.
the day is going to be very fruitful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark. Well, we do have comisiones and we have the foundation. Thank you very much for letting us to be gathered here today in such a great building. From ITWI, we are more than happy to organize this seminar together with the platform for economic democracy, together with Javier Teba at the University of Barcelona, that worked a lot with industrial democracy. It is a collaboration that lasts for quite a few years. And I'd like to greet you all and to welcome you all. Thank you very much to all of you for being today in this very important discussion that is going to be held today. In such a discussion that it's so important in Spain and in Europe, I'd like also to greet people at home. We do have English and Spanish interpretation. You can speak both languages. For those that are online, you have the option to pick your language. Depending on the language that you need, you can choose one channel or the other. And this seminar is going to be recorded and it's going to be published online from the TWI website for those that did not participate in the panels. What else? For all of you here at the room, please remember to sign the sheet that we have at the entrance. The European Commission is helping us to fund these activities. So it is very important also to give back the interpretation devices. And, well, we have quite a loaded and intense program, and also very enticing and very stimulating as well. We're finishing very late. We will have lunch at 1:30. Two breaks, one at 11:15 and another one at 4 p.m. These are the two coffee breaks. So let's stick to times because, of course, we will have loads of discussions. We at E2, we've been working for industrial democracy as well as for codetermination. My previous colleagues worked with this issue when the European directive was passed in 2001. The perspective that we had in relationship with this topic was very European, how this directive was translated in all the countries, in all the member states. It is very important to share this debate at local level, and in the Spanish case, it's mainly more interesting to us. Thank you very much for coming. I'd like to give the floor to Bruno.
Bueno, pues igualmente
Well, likewise, I'd like to thank all of you for being on time, and thanks for being with us today. And of course, I'd like to thank Comisiones Obreras of Catalonia as a trade union, but also as a member that I am, to be the host of this seminar. Also to the Trade Union Institute at the University of Barcelona that are eager to work with this small organization, the Platform for Economic Democracy. That's a high-quality institution, and very positively we are committed. As Mar said, we are boosting forward this kind of debate in the country, and we are gaining more power, more than ever. And slowly, we realize about it. Once we organize this seminar, it is the first time that we have in Spain a government program that is thinking about deep codetermination law. In Spain, it was a decision by the Socialist Party together with Sumar, the progressive government in Spain. There were some step forwards. Both political parties at the government, they are aiming at this purpose together with the Socialist Party and Sumar. It is the first time that in the last Congress in Seville, they introduced this proposal in all the theses. It is very important, very interesting, and this is related with the two main aspects, maybe a Spanish thing and another a global idea as well. First of all, I think that you are all aware that we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the way towards democracy and freedom in the country after dictatorship. It's very important in all the discussions that we have today as workers. These are discussions that we had 50 years ago. It is in the Article 2nd of the Constitution, because all along the processes during the democratic transitions we discussed about it. This debate is reappearing with strength, and we are modernizing our country. The transition for political democracy, it was the first modernization and the creation of the welfare state, and also everything that we said in the past that was not able to implement it, that had to do with the economic modernization. For 4 or 5 years, we're living and experiencing quite interesting economic policies. We are a full job country. There is no speculation in the urban and the construction sector. We are creating new jobs and minimum salary, and also strengthening the jobs. And the icing of the cake is the law for the codetermination. And this is something that we will see in the seminar, and we are at the same level as many other European countries. This was something that was lacking in Spain. The second idea had to do with a very important and specific element that we can witness. You are all aware what is happening in the US after Donald Trump's victory in the last American elections, the creation of this monster, this double-head monster, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. This double-head monster is privatizing politics. Facing this effort and this tentative of the oligarchs to privatize politics, the only element, the strong element to face this is to democratize companies and enterprises. That's where we will be witnessing a conflict element, a positive one. There are many other speakers. I don't want to speak a lot. The program is very loaded with great information. So, well, it's kind of an absurdity. I thought that I said you only to have a morning session, but it's necessary to have also the afternoon session. Let's conclude with a sentence. A century ago, the former president of the U.S., Franklin Delano Roosevelt, said, "Freedom in a democracy is not warranted if the people tolerate the role of the government up to an extent where democracy is lower and weaker." So this is a constant battle. The participation of workers in the companies, it is the element that will make us face the privatization of politics. Thank you.
Bon dia a tothom.
Good morning, everyone. I'll try to be very, very brief, but I must confess three things. First of all, thanks very much to ETUI to offering us this space for participation. This seminar is going to be very interesting. Secondly, I'd like to thank the warm welcome of Comisiones Obreras for this kind of activities. As Andreas said before, you are used, these seminars are frequent in this room. You've got loads of assemblies. And thirdly, we do have together with us Paulo Lucas, a member of the International Center for Historical Studies at the University of Barcelona. We do belong to a broader project. We do have some colleagues that are here with us today that belong to the project as well, aiming at facing this historical study when dealing with democracy in our job place, in our workplace. It is very relevant as a topic, and this is important to us to underscore. It's important to deal with this theme. Let's see what are the authoritarianism strategies of some of the companies and the long-lasting history of authoritarianism in the private companies, and also the neo-authoritarianism models that we are witnessing. Coming from an autocracy of companies to the politics world, as Bruno said, can be very, very dangerous and terrible as well. Once we are capturing these ideas and these feelings, different FT talked about the 4 probable scenarios, any of them positive. I think that there is always a kind of a continuity element, as you underscored before, in such a way that there were some reluctances. There was Order and Chaos, which is the title of a very recent book that was published by Juanjo Romero, a colleague of mine. He summed up at the last 2 centuries. He talked about the order and the chaos. It's always a fight and a battle between the progressist movements and the reactionary movements. We are facing right now this kind of movement right now, this moment in time. And in our group, the CEHI is facing 2 lines of work: cities and democracy and work. It really makes sense to improve the investigation, the research, always from this angle. And I don't want to be so pessimistic. I don't want you to depress. But let me conclude with 2 poems, 2 verses by Martí Pol, a Catalan, the poet of the workers. He said, "Today is tomorrow," right? That's a great verse. And also Antonio Machado's verse and poetry that has been quoted many, many times. What we must vindicate the role of Machado, a Spanish poet that said, "Today is always still and today." This is always. For many decades, we are still in the past. We must be stubborn, obstinate. We need to fight for it, and also to fight for the past, for the future, and here to project in this city the idea of the city of the work, vary from the 30s of the last century, the daily utopia of trade unionists. Thank you very much. I hope that you will get a fruitful session. I came here just to learn. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you. All right, let's start with the first panel. Sophie and the other members of the panel, you can come to the table.
Okay, bon dia. A warm welcome to everyone. Welcome to our first panel featuring the forthcoming book by the E2Y titled Revisiting Worker Representation on Boards, the Forgotten EU Countries in Codetermination Studies. And from my point of view, the book neatly picks up a existing blind spot in research and really helps us to understand more about worker representation on company boards by focusing on those countries where worker representation on boards is less developed or absent. So I think it's really, really good to have this book, and it helps us to, I think, move forward with the discussion about worker representation on company boards in Europe. And I'm very happy to chair this session this morning. And we have some fabulous panelists here, and I will quickly introduce them to you. And they will present us some novel insights they have contributed to the book. And we will have first some presentations here on the panel, and afterwards we will have a joint discussion. So you can ask questions, get involved into the discussion, and that's the plan for this panel this morning. Okay, so First, we have Sara Lafuente. She is a senior researcher at the ETY in Brussels. Sarah's expertise spans a wide range of topics. Among others, she is an expert on democracy at work and worker representation on company boards, but also on Spanish labor relation and Spanish labor law. And she's also the editor of the book, and she will tell us a little bit about the idea behind the book, I think. And she will also tells us a bit more about the current policy debate in Spain about worker representation on company boards. Very much looking forward to that. Also, a warm welcome to Stan de Spiegeler. Stan is Director of Policy and Research at Uni Europa, and he's also a guest professor at Ghent University in Belgium. Stan is a distinguished expert in industrial relations, both in Belgium and across Europe. And he will guide us through the situation in Belgium. And I won't spoiler too much, but I think he will explain to us why board-level employee representation is largely missing in Belgium. And last but not least, also a warm welcome to Maria Jaurainen from the Finnish Union of Professional Engineers. Maria is also a distinguished expert for Finnish labor and employment law and worker participation. And Maria has given advice to the former government how to strengthen worker representation on company boards in Finland. And so I'm very much looking forward what you are going to tell us about this and the recent policy debate in Finland. So with no further ado, I would like to hand over to Sarah. She will start by giving us an overview about the book and also will tell us a little bit about the Spanish situation. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Hola de nuevo.
Hello again. I'd like to get closer to my presentation. Thank you very much, Sophie, for the presentation. It was a very kind presentation. Yes, the main excuse in order to organize this seminar was also to present a book that it's almost ready. And we've been working with the book for many years. And today it was the occasion to boost the discussion in Spain as well as in many other countries. The book is titled Revisiting Worker Representation on Boards, the Forgotten EU Countries in Codetermination Studies. So, I'd like to give a whole view about what we are dealing with in the book, and as Sophie said, I'm going to introduce the chapter focusing in Spain. Because, well, I'm the author of the chapter, right? So, in order to start, I'd like to give you a background of the book. Why are we interested? Let me tell you that from the European perspective, this topic is one of the rights that has not been harmonized, but we do have directives of or different works councils. There are common rules, and this theme of codetermination is not co-organized. Despite the European Union has the competences, the Commission and the European Parliament will be able to regulate, and they did it so in some specific directives where the purpose was to protect the codetermination rights in some countries facing probable risks when there are some trade transactions such as mergers beyond borders or the European societies. But we don't have a specific directive to promote new rights about co-management and co-determination of companies in Europe. But the co-determination is used, and it's well known. There are loads of legislations in the majority of European countries. We do have a kind of regulation when dealing with these rights of co-determination. However, in practice, in reality, this representation is gathered in countries such as Germany, Austria, and Nordic countries. This is just a comment. I want to share with you this map and to compare these data. These data are not updated. This is a very old survey that was made by the institution. It's not a recent one, but in reality, after qualitative surveys, interviews, and national surveys, we can know, and we know, in fact, that this situation did not improve. We do not have more trade union representatives of workers. On the contrary, the presence of the representation of workers is reduced, where we can see that there is a higher level of codetermination. Why is this happening? Why there is this lack of coherence? Well, we do have the main purposes of this book. We do have a political purpose as well as a scientific purpose. I wanted to combine both dimensions. We realized, and this work began during the pandemics, if I'm not mistaken, the first meeting that we had was online, right? With the authors that are the writers of the book. And it was in that moment that we witnessed a new appearance of democracy in the workplace. We suffered the pandemic. There were some progresses when dealing with the academia discussions and debates in Europe and beyond. And there were some progresses that we witnessed in the last European directive with a European report about democracy in the workplace. Also, other articles and resolutions of the Economic and Social Committee. So there was a new window open to talk about this issue and to put it in the middle of the political agenda. With this survey, we wanted to give a new life to this discussion and debate and to introduce different political actions to better understand what happened in those countries where codetermination was not implemented, how to give a new meaning of the codetermination in countries where we do not know too much, to understand what are the probabilities, possibilities, and what are the hindrances that this political option has. I think that there are three main political contributions. First of all, the field that we are cover. We are not talking about the Swedish or the German model or the most common debates that we have, such as the paradigms of cooperation and many others. We are aiming at speaking about the countries that are not very well known. Here you have the list of the specific chapters that we dealt with. Spain is amongst these countries. And the second novel approach, I think that is very important to us. In this novel approach, we had to change the perspective. In countries such as Germany, where there is a codetermination system that is very strong, it really made sense. And the surveys and studies had the interest to know what's the impact of the codetermination that really works. What's the impact in other variables such as productivity, and also the impact on the working conditions and companies' sustainability. But in countries where codetermination is not strong enough to think about this perspective, it was a nonsense. We had to think codetermination as an area or as an item of public policies, how things were regulated, how this codetermination is discussed, what's the position of social actors, the political actors in relationship with this idea, how was the impact of codetermination in the country. So we had to see codetermination as a dependent variable and not as an independent variable. This really has a role to play with a research strategy, a much more qualitative research, much more horizontal research, much more interested in the historical context, the debate and discussion evolutions, so less quantitative and much more qualitative research, I dare to say, when dealing with this kind of discussions. So these were the main topics that we dealt with in the book, in the different chapters, because the authors were free, depending on the reality and the background. They could use different methodologies and to know what they could extract from the reality. And we really had the interest to know about the regulation of rights, if there were, let's say, some interference of the institutions, how they are implemented in the practice, in reality, and the public debate, what are the position of the actors, mainly the role that trade unions played, and also to see what would be the perspectives for developing new policies in relationship with this topic. As main results, it's kind of tricky because each and every in national context is different. We do have specific ideas, but we were able to see that there were common things in the different countries. Does it really exist legislation? The regulation does not explain or always entail a practice. The debate or the ad hoc cases without laws, there are countries such as Belgium. My colleague Stan is going to talk about it, right? About Belgium and Italy, they do not have this kind of legislation about trade union participation in the boards. So it was not possible to bring this to the legal side. But there were some positions and debates that were very, very strong and very well placed from the trade union perspectives, and also some cases that were bargained in the companies. There are some countries that we can see, such as the Finnish case, as Maria will let us know, that they have laws and acts that were not very well implemented. Some of the laws were very fragmented, not very stable due to the government changes. So the fact of having a law did not guarantee the existence of codetermination. Also, the privatizations is always very important to be aware of. Why the codetermination did not work in many countries, mainly in Spain, amongst many others. And our results and really allows us to have some nuances of the explanation. Privatizations really had an impact in companies that were much more impacted by the laws in different countries. But before privatizations, the system itself, the systems that were working didn't work very well due to the legislation effects. They were not efficiently designed. How can I say? The normative impact was not enough to include the best practices. And also the position of the actors' positions, there is diversity of unions in broader terms. Rhetorically, unions gave support depending on the ideologies. That's true in specific countries, of course, but mainly rhetorically in documents of the congresses, they give support to the codetermination. They want to keep it alive, but they never set the priorities with regards of this theme, neither at the level of policies, neither at the boards and the bargaining tables and discussions. And we can see that there are problems between the top of the trade unionists and delegates and also those that are in the board of the company. So the seizing of the benefits could be different. And also we do have the employees organizations. There is a clash between strengths and forces that is not helpful at all. But we do have other actors such as political parties, left political parties. But in other countries, we do have activists, associations, and the academia that are boosting this debate outside these trade union discussions. These are probable alliances that we must bear in mind. But in broader terms, the idea of codetermination, it's quite a weird idea. And we can see that there is a more neoliberal idea, the idea of that makes equivalent the property and when taking decisions, and also and the ownership prevails, of course. That's quite a strong idea. The employers, they have the whole right to take decisions about the ownership. So the collective bargaining and social dialogue are the dimension that really prevails. So as for perspectives, well, what can I say? There are some nuances. They are kind of pessimistic in some countries. It could be needed to create requisites or preconditions, preliminary requisites to be active in the board and to see something as a potential also for the trade union stakeholders. There is a lack of recognition of the trade unions and also a lack of ability for bargaining that should be higher. Many times we can't justify it through structural issues, and this forces correlation. And there are a couple of cases where we can find Spain that made us to be optimistic. Now we do have a new public debate. We can witness that there are new legal proposals. We're going to talk about it. In Finland, we can see that there are new doors that are open to improve these things. So I think that it will be interesting to mention that. As a conclusion, well, there is a margin for improvement, but in our research, we realize that there is a need to research much more, to better know the practices. And in the case of these countries, we do need more qualitative cases. We do not have too many cases, but in the end, we do need to know the few cases that exist, what are the flaws and the problems. And this will depend a lot on the political perspectives of the different governments, also the company culture that is quite reluctant against codetermination, and also to improve social mobilization and to develop new policies. And there are some elements that will help us to make this possible. First of all, we need to get adapted to local realities. Thus, codetermination, it is a concept that includes many different ideas in many different countries. This is clear in the book. So it could be very important to get adapted to the local realities as the new job market reality as well, very different from the 70s, and to take advantage of the alliances amongst different actors to make this policy possible. Sorry, Sophie, maybe I talked too much, but this was in a nutshell the presentation of the book. Thank you.
Well, thanks to Sarah for walking us through the idea behind the book. And I think with no further ado, we'll jump into the discussions here in Spain. So please, Sarah, proceed with your presentation on Spain, and then we will dig into the other countries and then, have a joint discussion about it.
Gracias. Bueno, pues sigo monopolizando la palabra. Disculpadme.
Okay, so I'll continue on the microphone, but we had to present the case of Spain to open up today's session, I guess. So, my chapter changed title over the work. So it's basically the fuse that has not lit. This is the translation into Spanish, the one here. There's been different attempts to develop this topic, but not fruitful so far. And now it seems we are riding the wave again of interest in participation. As you may know, here and online, there's no legislation on codetermination in Spain. There's no legislation regarding this. And regarding work participation or worker participation at board level, but we do have a constitutional article 129.2 mentioning that public powers shall effectively promote the diverse forms of participation in the company. This is a programmatic article that is somehow announcing, but this should be developed by legislation. That's the key to the point, the way this article has been developed and prepared. The idea of institutional participation does not stem from this article. This, in Spain, is a concept in itself, which stems from other articles in the Constitution, which are basically the one talking about Spain, about a democratic state where there's rule of law, and the promoters of interests and their intervention in the economy of the country. and also citizen participation in economic matters or affairs. So institutional participation comes from this idea of political pluralism, through which both trade unions and workers' associations or employers' associations manage that representation in some public bodies in Spain. But it is a more institutional and political representational participation than true participation of workers or representation of rights of workers in the company. So here we're talking about that worker-related participation. So how has this idea developed, worker participation in the company? Well, as I was saying, at the level of private or public company, there's no legislation, but there's been a certain legal development in the world of social economy and cooperatives. Gemma Fajardo will be speaking about this later on today in the afternoon. Workers' associations. Well, this worker participation has been put to the side to social economy in the Constitution. This is something that does not affect private companies or traditional economy. It is interesting to highlight the case of savings banks here, or cajas de ahorros, because this is somewhat linked to social economy in the sense that savings banks did have a social role at the time and had a very significant role in local development because they were investing in the local economy. And even before the transition, there was a specific legislation, but especially in 1985, of different bodies that entailed participation by the workers and employees of the savings banks. And in practice, it was developed in a way that the public powers were distributed in these organizing bodies of the savings banks. There were different groups that covered up some positions, spokespeople's positions in assemblies and in these savings banks. And they were filled up by political parties' representatives, municipal corporations, and even companies, associations, and trade unions, as well as employees. It was like a power distribution that, in the end, meant or entailed some problems because simultaneously during the 90s and the early 2000s, savings banks were pushed to have an operation of a private bank, which was not the original starting point of the savings banks. So this situation burst in the financial crisis, and just to simplify this, the law on governance was repealed, and the savings banks disappeared. They were merged and eaten up by big banks. I believe there's only 2 left now. And this has all been quite an abandoned experience and quite stained because of the scandal of black cards that came after the financial crisis, and the governance systems of savings banks was regarded as something negative, and also the idea of codetermination or trade unionism presence in the boards of directors of companies without properly analyzing the participation system that had been implemented. Anyway, we still have, as of today, presence of union representation in boards of directors of public companies, in some public companies. And then I believe that in a panel or session this afternoon, we will hear from these representatives. I believe there is more in the room, and it will be very interesting to get to know these matters in more depth. How did this get to public companies? Not through a law, but rather through serious agreements and deals of trade unionism participation, when in the 80s we were still in a good understanding situation. The socialist government back then had a good understanding with UGT specifically, and there was the bargaining of this possibility of being able to negotiate in collective bargainings in the companies, the possibility of having trade union participation in the boards or trade union participation in supervisory boards or follow-up committees. This also took place in the context of financial crisis, and it was compensating for some other cutbacks and losses that were taking place at the worker level. And therefore, this agreement doesn't have the stance of a regulation, of a legislation. It's no longer in force. But back in the time, in some public companies, that trade union presence could be negotiated. And currently, the representation that we have in very few companies, in the metal industry coming from the Ideneo Group and some others such as Paradores Nacionales, Renfe and Adif, that representation was made possible and even kept in those companies because it's been kept through collective bargaining or by practice of social dialogue in those companies. In many others, it has been lost, either because there was a fall of collective bargaining and there was no power, strength, or interest by trade unions to keep those rights, or because of a series of restructuring elements. So, this is the situation. And then more recently, we have some very fragmented practices in multinational companies affecting Spanish representatives who are representing workers in supervisory boards in Europe, in German companies, we have some cases, or even French companies, because based on the French legislation, we could now have a representative selected by the European Works Council in the board, and some Spanish representatives are now there from Comisiones and UGT, and also by unilateral decisions of trade unions. We have the case of Volkswagen, a purely German company. It is, yes, an anonymous company in German legislation, and it has a couple of positions in the supervisory board for trade unions based on German law. And that was given to a UGT representative. So there's one representative rotating in these trade unions in Germany. They are very specific cases, but they stem from European legislation and foreign legislation. So, positions of actors in Spain, we have the most representative ones, Comisiones and UGT. The position they have is certainly ambivalent. In terms of Congress, UGT particularly has historically defended this idea of participation on the boards based on the German codetermination model, with the idea of a supervisory board and doing participation through this board. Then, simultaneously, they participated in these public companies. They've been actively participating, both Comisiones and UGT, in taking up positions, and they still keep these positions in boards of directors, but they are not promoting the debate. They do not want to lose the existing positions because they are somehow useful, but they are not promoting a discussion or a more cross-cutting or centralized policy to coordinate this practice. So the employers are basically ignoring the topic or against it. We, in fact, had invited different employers' associations today, and unfortunately, they've decided to not come. Some of them very last minute, And this shows the lack of dialogue or interest on this topic of participation. We have some other stakeholders. We speak about political parties here, so let's move on to the discussion and attempts, because this is where we're going to the specific and most recent topics. We've had a very wavy and choppy academic debate, mostly promoted by jurists, depending on the transpositions of directives arriving in Spain. So there's been more or less interest at specific times to know how this participation was translated into the Spanish system. But there's been truly no discussion or study on specific experiences in Spain, sociologically or in terms of worker relations. There's a bit of a lack there. And there's different frustrated attempts. In the past, well, we had a draft law by the PSOE in 2002 by Ramon Jauregui, back in the time, the Socialist Party, and it was never debated in Congress because the term ended. The Socialist Party proposed it in opposition, and they never took back the topic when in government. So it was basically forgotten. In the Catalonian Parliament, this was also debated regarding the law on audiovisual outlets and media. Codetermination was almost introduced in these companies in the industry, and it also collapsed in the end. And what we have in the Basque Country and Navarra is, well, non-legal proposals or a bit of a stimulus to this participation through financial support, but it's quite limited. So this leads to the recent government agreements between the Socialist Party and Sumar, PSOE and Sumar, including participation. And this is basically what has motivated the discussion by the academia and the means and media on this after the announcement made by the Minister of Work in order to provide legislation on this Article 129.2. There was a draft bill, not a very specific one, by the way, and it was instantly rejected. So it was rejected as a block, I believe, by the non-left parties. So there's a drifting away of or from all this, ideologically speaking. So what's the next step? The idea is that there's been very diverse experiences in Spain. There have been some institutional mechanisms that are weak because they haven't allowed for this topic to be kept on the agenda or in companies, and there's a lack of data and research. There's also inaction by trade unions and companies. It would be necessary for social agents to foster this topic altogether. And now we do have a certain political momentum that has brought this topic back to the debate, because as I was saying, the discussion is perhaps too green and immature, and this requires more analysis, getting social agents more involved in order to reach more specific proposals. And that's all from me. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much for this really dense overview. And I think we have a lot of food for thought and for the discussion later on. And I think we will have enough opportunity to get into the Spanish discussions also in the afternoon. So we would like to move on. And we learned, okay, in Spain, we don't have legislation on worker representation on company boards, but we have that article in the Constitution. There are some diverse experiences. And now we move on, and Stan will tell us a little bit about the situation in Belgium, also a country where we do not have any legislation, but also there are some differences when it comes to the experiences with board level employee representation. So Stan, please take us along and tell us a little bit more about Belgium.
All right. Good morning, everybody. So I am Stan Spiegelaar. I work at Uni Europa and at the University of Ghent. But just to be clear, today I have my university cap on. So I'm not talking in the name of Uni Europa because we don't have the clear mandate on this. So I will be talking about the situation in Belgium, but rather than explaining where we come from, what we've done, all the different positions of the different actors, I think it might be more interesting that I reflect a little bit on the lessons learned, the lessons that I have learned from doing this kind of research. So that's what I'm going to focus on. So in order to do that, we go back to 2015, and this is how it looked like in 2015. And in 2015, I was working at a research institute, and the biggest union of Belgium, the ACV, asked me and my boss to write a chapter in a book about board level employee representation, about codetermination in Europe, the history in Belgium, the literature, like the pro arguments, the advantages, the disadvantages, and a proposal for how it could be implemented. And we've done that, and we've published a little book, and the title is The Company Belongs to All of Us, which is a kind of a free interpretation of the title. And I was very proud of that book, and I was very proud of the research that we've done. And this book went to the Congress of the trade union, of the biggest trade union in Belgium, and they debated it, and there was a big discussion, and the conclusion was, no. So the conclusion was that for the first time since World War II, the biggest trade union in Belgium, which is the Christian Democrat trade union, was officially against codetermination. And I'm not going to say that it's my responsibility, but I felt a little bit co-responsible for having prepared the dossier. So this was basically my motivation to think, to write this kind of chapter, to do the research and think, yeah, but why? Why is it so that since World War II, we always had a big trade union in Belgium was in favor of codetermination, was in favor of board-level employee representation, and now, in 2015, not anymore. So now, since then, Belgium, all the actors in Belgium, all the trade union actors are against it. So this was my motivation to dig into the history, of the trade unions in Belgium and to see what could be explained. And I think there are three things that can explain why Belgium does not have it's codetermination, which is we focus on the sectoral level, and I'm not going to talk much about that. The second is union division. There's quite a big division in terms of positions between the different unions. And the third is, and I think that's also quite interesting, a really poor argumentation, a really poor way of defending it. And I think it might be interesting, as you guys are having the discussion also, to take a moment to reflect about that. I'm not going to talk much about the sectoral level, but the idea is in Belgium since World War II is that we were quite traumatized during World War II by radical unions on the company level. And so the Belgian trade unions, together with the employers, said, we don't want those radicals. So we're going to do everything that is important on the sectoral level, right? And we're going to give all the rights to big national sector unions, so as to avoid to have radical company unions. So there was a story there, very interesting. I can talk about it for 2 hours. I'm not going to do it. What I'm going to focus much more on is the union division and the argumentation. And just maybe you don't know really the situation in Belgium, but the situation in Belgium is that we have relatively strong trade unions. So of all the working people, 50% are a member of a trade union. So union density is, I would say, in the top 5 of the world, if I'm not mistaken, at least in the top 10 of the world. So really, really strong trade unions. However, they are quite divided. And they're divided between 3 big federations. And it's easy. The shorter the name, the more members they have. Okay? So we start with the ACV, short name, 3 letters. So they have a lot of members. This is the originally Christian Democrat trade union. Okay, are they very Christian still? With this disputable, but it's still in their name. A little bit longer name, ABVV-FCTB, is the socialist trade union. So they're compete in terms of membership. They're quite close to each other. So the second really big trade union, and then unpronounceable name ACLVB-CGSLB. Obviously, because with such a name, you don't have a lot of members. So this is the liberal trade union. We're also one of the only countries that has a liberal trade union, which is the third one in the row. And they are quite divided on, or they were divided on the issue of codetermination. ABVV-FCTB, so the socialist trade union, has always been and is still very much against. They really see codetermination, board level employee representation, as a way that the union, that the working class would be integrated in the capitalist system. We would become co-responsible for management decisions, and so we would weaken it. Our class struggle would be weakened by it. The first one, ACV-CSC, they were always in favor of codetermination because they thought it's a way of it's a step up to real economic democracy. It's one step to real co-decision and to really taking, as a society, as a civil society, taking power over the economy. ACLVB, so they were always in favor, ACV, so the first one. But since 2015, since I contributed to the debate, not anymore. ACLVB, so the liberal trade union, they are in favor of it, but just as Sarah said, they're not really promoting the debate. Like, it's in their statutes, we want it, but they're relatively passive on the subject. Now, if you would discuss this kind of issues in Belgium, you would get a lot of negative feedback, as we know, because now both ACV and ABVV, they're against it. So what I try to do is try to think a little bit, what is really the reason here? Because it's easy to go into this kind of discussions. Oh no, you're a friend of the bosses. If you want to be a manager, become a manager. You don't have to do it through the union and all this kind of discussions. But I try to go back a little bit in the literature. And what I found is that basically the discussion, if it can be rooted back to a different conception of what is democracy. Both of the systems that they favor, ABVV favors workers' control, ACV favors codetermination. Both of them come from a different conception of democracy. The first conception of democracy, which one could be saying, is democracy is dependent on opposition. What you need in terms to have democracy is you need to have power and counterpower. You need to have the ability, in this case as workers, to oppose, to confront, to be against decisions that are taken by management. The conclusion is that if democracy is mostly rooted on opposition, is you need strong and independent trade unions. You need your unions to be really independent of management so they can oppose. So what you need is workers' control. You need all kinds of mechanisms where you put the opposition force in the company so that they can check on management and that they can be a counterpower. So that's philosophy number one. Philosophy number two says, democracy is not opposition, it's accountability. Democracy is rooted on keeping the power accountable, on asking questions, is on saying, as on having the power explain why they do something, take responsibility why they do something. In terms of the company, what does that mean is you don't need strong trade unions, you need involvement in decision-making. You need to be around the table where the decisions are made. That's how you can keep the power accountable. That's how management will have to explain what they're doing in the company. What that means is you need codetermination. You need to have board-level employee representation. Now, the discussion between the two is, of course, that the ones who say, and I put the color red and green because it reflected the two trade unions in Belgium, the Socialists and the Christian Democrats, is that the people who say that democracy is accountability, they say to the other people, like, if you have an opposition, that's good, but an opposition that never can take control, that's basically pretty weak. And the other way around is that if you have codetermination, it will weaken your trade union, it will weaken your independent trade unions. What I want to say here is that both of the reasonings are fair. Both of the reasonings are around the concept of democracy. And if we want to get beyond, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, if you want to get beyond this debate, maybe we need to think about a new definition, a new philosophy of democracy. that can encapsulate both systems. And I'm not too intelligent enough to find that, but I'm inviting the room to do that. So this is basically explaining a little bit the basic fundamental difference in opinion between the different trade unions in Belgium, the ACV and the ABVV. The second thing that I did is I looked at the argumentation, and more specifically the argumentation in the Christian trade union in favor of codetermination. And basically we can see three different episodes. Between the 40s and the 60s, the Christian trade union said, we want codetermination basically because Jesus says so, okay? It's in the Bible, the Pope wants it, the encyclic says so. So if Jesus says that we need codetermination, then obviously as a society we need to do it. Second, they said we want codetermination because we just come out of World War II, which was pretty bad, and we have established a democracy. We need to root the democracy. And we need to go beyond socialism and capitalism. Instead of giving all the power to the state or giving all the power to the market, we need to give all the power to the society, civil society. Who is civil society? That's us, the workers. So we need to control the enterprises. Third reasoning of argumentation, nationalism, is basically we need to all work together to create a great nation, which Belgium never was, but okay. And so the middle road again, the socialism, capitalism, we need to take the middle road. In the 60s and the 80s, we have a different type of argumentation. Jesus was less important. And we had a more ethical argumentation. What we want to create a good society. We want to create a good society for everybody. And that's why we need to have this kind of thing. Again, the democracy argument was very important there in the 60s and the 80s. And new kind of arguments appeared, more pragmatic arguments, in the sense that it would improve decision-making. It's not bad for productivity. It will increase the ability of trade unions to inform and consult, etc., etc. And what we've then seen in the 2010s, so when it was basically erased, is that only the pragmatic arguments remained. Only the arguments related to social science remains, and the European arguments. So basically, what did they say? We want codetermination. Why? Because it improves decision-making. It might contribute a little bit to 0.01 increase in productivity. It's not bad for profitability. Or the second one, European Union wants it. It's in a directive, so we also need to do it in Belgium. Or we've seen in social science that employees are more motivated. And I think that this kind of reasoning is very weak. This kind of reasoning, this pragmatic European social science-based reasoning is not a mobilizing reasoning versus if you look at Jesus is mobilizing. You know, the Bible is mobilizing, ethics is mobilizing, ideology is mobilizing, but a 0.01 increase in productivity is not really mobilizing. So what I think is that we need to really think about the argumentation, one. We need to find strong argumentation, two, and we need to adapt the message. If you're talking to a politician, it might make sense to talk about productivity, employability, more employment, or I don't know what. But if you talk to a trade union militant, a representative in a company, that's not what you need to talk about. You need to talk about the fact that he has influence in the company, that it's emancipatory, etc., etc. It's a different. You need to adapt your message to the audience that you're talking to. Now, one could ask, Stam, why the hell are you still debating this if everybody in Belgium is against it? I am not a sadomasochist or something like that. I think it's really important, and I'm really happy to be here. I came here for quite a long trip to be here to discuss this, because I think codetermination is really, really important as a message. Why? Because I think it's one of the things that breaks the ideological hegemony of capitalism. Currently, at least in Belgium, I don't know how it is in Spain, the holiness of property rights is amazingly big. The idea that because you own a company, that's why you can control a company, is established and is really, it's undebatable. And I think a system of codetermination breaks that. A system of codetermination, I don't know, I would really like to see how it is in Germany and Finland. At least there's a system there that says, yeah, but it's not because you own the company that you can control it. Actually, workers, civil society, trade unions have an equal right to influence decisions that are being made there. And second, I think it establishes the idea that our societies are democracies first and capitalist systems second. Is that that the idea of democracy is more important than the property rights. So these are two main reasons for me that I'm very much in favor of this debate. And if we think about renewing this argumentation, maybe these are two lines of doing that. And I think, Sophie, that we're almost there. I want to finish with one last thing is about the current developments in Belgium. And this is not really part of my story, but I think it's important to say because you might know or not, but we don't have a government again. So that's mostly the case. But currently there's negotiations going on around the new government as we speak. In the next 2 weeks, it normally should be decided. And interestingly enough, although all the trade unions are against codetermination, although nobody discusses it, there is a proposal for establishing codetermination in Belgium in the government discussions right now. And the current negotiations, they propose to give fiscal advantages for share ownership of employees. So if you have a system of employee share ownership, you would have fiscal advantages dependent on establishing a system of codetermination. So if a company decides to put an employee representative in the board, they can give cheap shares to their employees. However, it is a strictly non-union system. So the person that would be in the board, according to the proposal that is on the table right now, it would be illegal for that person to be in the Works Council. It should be strictly independent from the trade unions or the established information and consultation. So maybe I hope that I can all invite you in a couple of months to Belgium, where we can discuss a legal initiative and try to make sure that this is adapted in a more positive way. Anyway, that concludes my discussion, which is a short brief of what we can maybe learn from Belgium. Thank you.
So thank you, Stan, for, letting us know how the situation in Belgium is. And I think it's really interesting to see that there is also a discussion going on how to improve or set up a system of worker representation on company boards. And also thank you for reminding us that we need to build up a strong narrative for worker representation on company boards. And I think for taking us back to the roots of worker representation on company boards, not only talking about productivity, but also talking about how to democratize companies. And this is also reminds us at the initial discussion of worker representation in Germany. So I think that might be really helpful for the further discussion. So now we are moving on to Finland, a country where we have legislation on board level employee representation, and a country where we have seen some legal improvement in recent years. And we are really happy to have someone here that has played an active role in it. So Maria, please take us along how the situation in Finland is and what have you done in the recent past? Taking.
Okay, hello everybody. Maria from Finland, and I'm a lawyer, but I work a lot with lobbying issues from my union and also for other unions and also for the Finnish confederations and the board of industrial employees in Finland. We are very, very unionized country. I think Belgium has the fifth union density in the world. I think we're the first ones. I think it's something like 79% of all the workers, and about 98% of all the workers are covered by collective agreements. The new government is very tricky, which also playing a role in my presentation here. We ended up with a horrible right-wing extreme government a couple of years ago. With True Finns is the other party called, and then the coalition party who is trying to keep the government together by all means. We have the prime minister from that party, and then we have this lady from True Finns as the Ministry of Finances, who is really playing like having all the strings in her hand. So actually, we think she's the prime minister, not he. But it's very, very tricky at the moment with the Finnish situation. And we have been having this government now for year and a half, and they have managed already to weaken the law for going on strike. That has been made really tricky. And then the law on cooperation, information and consultation in the companies, that has been made weaker or is on the way to become weaker. Then they're going to make it easier for companies to let people go, to sack them. And then the first day of being sick is going to be unpaid. And all kinds of horrible agreements. I think I nearly cried when I saw the government program that came out in 2023. But the only thing that they promised to make stronger again is the blur in Finland, border representation, which is very funny. The wording in the government program was very, very unclear. So I didn't know whether they wanted to make it worse or better. But after all these worsenings to the situation for the workers, they promised that they will make it better. I think they left it open just to know how it goes with the other changes so that they can have something to be a bit better with for the workers. But the Prime Minister said last summer that they will make this better. And yesterday we had a publication on a study I made on the troubles that we still have with the law. And it got a lot of publicity also from the government side. And next week, a government study also on the functioning of the Finnish system is going to be out. And I talked with the guy who is writing it, and we are seeing eye to eye on the things that we want to make better. And as you can see from here, we got the new law in 2000, and it was made in 2021, and we got it 2022. So it's a very new law, and they want to make it better again, which is very funny to me. And I made here they said I was very, very active in the lawmaking process during 2019 and 2021. So I was really tired with the topic. And then again, on the table, can you, Maria, write an analysis on the topic again? I was like, oh my goodness, how can I do it? But I did it. It was out yesterday. So that was something positive. I will not go into a lot of detail about this, but the Finnish system is kind of weird. The first issue that the first model that we have in companies is to make an agreement. We make an agreement on how many employee representatives we have and where do they sit in the company. So they are either in the board of directors, are they supposed to be in the board of directors, or in executive groups, executive teams, which is actually the place that we like, because there we can be involved in the preparations for the decisions and also influencing how the company is thinking about these issues. So that's where we're at. And we got the law first in 1990. And it was right-wing government also at the time, but they liked it. They got really positive feedback from the companies. They had a trial in the 80s, and they were really happy with that. So they made the law. The law was out 1990, and it was made in a year. And I've talked to the guys who made it, and they said that there were no troubles in making the law. It was and it was out. After that, the situation with the law deteriorated. Nobody knew about it. And when I started working for the engineers as a younger looking person, as Stan was in the photo, in 2008, this was given to me to look into. And after that, I've been working quite heavily with the issue. And like it was mentioned here, the employer side is not that interested in the topic, or they haven't been, but I think they have to be in future. This law applies to companies with 150 workers, so it's quite a low level. But compared to other Nordic countries, where the levels are 25 in Sweden, 30 in Norway, and 35 in Denmark, we are quite on a high level. But now we are talking about 50, that the threshold would be 50 for Finland, or 100. So this is also something that they have promised us. So now, as from my report yesterday, we are still lacking this from half of the companies where it's supposed to be, let's say like 300 companies. So if the threshold is made lower, then we would have a lot more companies lacking with the system. But of course, then we would have to be really active from the trade union side to push for them. The changes that we got in the new law, I don't know if I have to call it old law again, but in the new law was a really good right for training for the worker reps, a fortified place for where the blur or the board level representation is supposed to be. In my opinion, it was supposed to be the board of directors or an actual real executive group, but that has also gone a little bit to the wrong side. But now we have another opportunity to try and make it better. We have really good rights for the deputies, so they are also mentioned in the law. And also we have a possibility to set the whole thing up on a group level. So we can also have a Finnish representative, for example, in the board in Sweden, or in the board in Norway, or in the board in Denmark, and that is what we have. So it's quite unique that we can also have them in a place where the actual decisions are made, pertaining to Finland, for example, the Finnish company. And this was something that they called me and like, Maria, do you like this idea? I was like, yes, I like the idea. It was in the law. So that was quite good. But we have really good examples of being in the board in different countries. And also something quite unique about the Finnish law is that it's to improve the cooperation between the employer and the personnel and increase the involvement of personnel in the affairs of the employer, and also for the development of employers' operations. So this is what we have in the law. So it also means that we get involved in the company and that we also try and make the company more productive and competitive. This is what Stan was talking about. It's something that trade unions don't always like, that kind of argument, but we think it's a worthwhile argument. That if we are in the company will make better decisions because they have a broader information behind what they will decide on. And yesterday we had also employer representatives in our panel in the seminar, and they were quite happy with the system. If they take the leap and if they take the employee in the board or in the executive team, they usually are very happy with the decision and with the information and the input that they get from the person. So that's the thing that we have. And the employee has to be involved in all the decisions and in all the discussions pertaining to business, finances, and position of personnel. So that's what we have. And there's the place where we have to be. Like said, usually we have an agreement. Trade unions are heavily involved in the making of the agreement. And our law is supervised by a state official called Cooperation Ombudsman. We are not at all happy with him. It's a he at the moment, one person, very political, doing his own thing, not really as a state official. So that's a big thing that we have. Also, we have troubles with the sanctions. So if the company is not following the law, there's not a lot we can do. So we just have to try and push the company to see the benefits of the system. And then if we don't get the agreement, then we go by the law. And by the law, we get 1 to 4 persons on the board or in the team, and 1/4 of the whole group that is appointed by the employer. So even if we get to be part of the codetermination, per se, we only have 1 vote or 2 votes. So we don't really have the powers to overtake the board or anything. So we think that our involvement in the pre-discussions before the decision is made is the most important thing. I have not go into detail, so you have a lot of stuff here. I was not thinking about going through all that, but I was thinking just showing one thing from the confidentiality. We have really good clauses on confidentiality, which is often a problem for these representatives. But it's in our law that they can talk to other employees or to other people if they need that information for their role as a player in the company. And it's in the law, and you cannot agree differently on this. So even if the company wants to make it stricter, they cannot, because in the law, and you cannot go below what is in the law on the confidentiality. So that's really good. And like I said, new developments under construction again. And the only thing that the new government is possibly going to do for the workers during the 4-year period. And now talks about lowering the threshold. So thumbs up for that. I would really like to see that happening. And the big problem with the possibility to make an agreement is now that we have these extended executive bodies or teams that are not really a governing bodies in the companies dealing with real issues. They are made only for this purpose, only to cover the law and nothing else. And in that body, they are told about things that have already been made. So not at all what the law is about. They don't work. Nobody's happy with them. Not the company, not the employee reps, and nobody's benefiting from the system. So that's really a bad thing. So now what we want is we want it to be so well defined, the body where it has to be, so that it has to be the board of directors or the executive team that is already in the company. The government report will be released next week. So I hope we will see eye to eye on these changes and that they will go forward. So I know what I will be doing this spring, again, lobbying for this and being heard by the government people. But yeah, this is from the Finnish side, very interesting, living in the moment quite heavily, and keep your fingers crossed and thumbs up for Finland for this summer and for the spring, that we get something good from this government for workers for once. So that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for taking us along how the situation is in Finland. And I think also to broaden the perspective, if we have legislation on worker representation on company board, what are the specific issues you have to think about? Like, where is the board located?
Mm-hmm.
What does real influence mean? What are the rights of worker representatives on company boards? And also, like, reminding us that we have to talk about confidentiality issues and how to deal with confidentiality. And I think this might be also important to think about in the further discussion of this issue. So we have around 15 minutes for discussion, and I would like to open the floor to you, to your questions. And if you have a question, please state your name and the organization you are coming from. And if you have a specific question to one of our panelists, please also state to whom the question is directed to. Yes, Stefan, please go ahead.
Stefan Gran, Senior Advisor at the ETUC. Maybe I have just a question or remark or both to Stan, because it was a very nice presentation about the Belgium system. I also learned a lot. First of all, to democracy, maybe it would be a good chance to combine it, because from my point of view, democracy needs both accountability and opposition. Because if you're missing one of these elements, democracy, something is missing. So maybe that could be a solution in this direction. And on the discussion in the ACV, is it maybe also because you said it a little bit, not disrespectful, but you said it was coming from Jesus. But I would say the social or the Christian ethics, there is something coming from where this codetermination and workers' participation has the grounding. If you believe or not, it doesn't matter. But these ethics, it comes from is something valuable, and maybe it shows that this union is not so linked anymore to the church as it maybe was decades ago, and that maybe also explain why they're changing their attitudes and the narratives to it, and maybe getting closer to the socialist and the FGTB. Because I could say you can experience the same also in Germany. Yeah? If you see the big Christian parties in Germany, where the Christian ethics was always strong and they always supported codetermination, there was never a big discussion. Also, that is going down, because also there you see that the new generation of Christian Democrats are not really like this topic anymore. And we have a very few anymore really fighting for it. And it maybe is also an explanation as this capitalist thinking has taken over. Just maybe as an idea, and I don't know if you had this also in your consideration already or not, to frame it as a question.
Buenos días. Good morning. I'm Emilio Penado from the international team here at Comisiones Obreras for the Industry Federation here in Catalonia. Just a few ideas in relationship with all the presentations. They've been great, very positive. Thank you very much for the presentation to the three of you. Maybe I felt that something was lacking. I felt that there was a lack related with the situation of the industry network, the percentage of the industry companies, and the amount of workers of the heavy industry. In Spain, 98% of less than 10 workers. And here in Catalonia, we do have more than ever for the last 3 decades. After the neoliberal situation and the globalization, we realize that companies are more international. Therefore, national laws, they come from the decisions that are taken at the level of the European Union. So, the specific cases that you shared about Spain, such as the case of Fresenius, which is a company that we have here in Catalonia. It is a German company, 70,000 workers dealing with the health sector and also the chemistry sector. And they bought industry assets, more than 30,000 workers. They bought Quirón hospitals. It was obvious that they had to put in the board a representative of the European Works Council, representative in the board. Also, Alstom. Alstom is a French company. The problem to be in the board since 2017 with the new law, a member of the European Works Council added to the member that they already had in the board, adding to the problem that they asked not to be a member of a trade union. This is what you said, my dear friend from Belgium. Maybe they wanted to have an independent worker, but the problem is not to be in the board, but what will be the conditions that you will have in the board. We need to, because if you cannot be a trade unionist, and beyond that, the confidentiality and the right to the secret, how can you inform to the workers, right? As it happened in Finland. In Finland, is the body has power, and the members inside the board, they have a legislation that should allow to inform the other workers. That's all from my side. Thank you. So if you can give some clarifications about it.
Yeah, Stefan, thank you for your comments. Obviously, I did not want to be disrespectful at all. During this research, I've learned a lot about Christian teaching that I've didn't know, and I think my main argument is that the fact that this is not important anymore is a pity for this discussion, because what you say is correct. The fact that it is this kind of argumentation, ethical argumentation, democracy-related argumentation, but also Christian teaching, it just shows the hegemony of neoliberal thinking right now. There's only one framework anymore. There's no more, not an alternative framework or ideological framework, at least strong. Now, that being said, if you look at the history of ACV, the reason why the importance of the Christian, let's say, arguments is double. First of all, Belgium became quite deconfessionalized. I think you say it, like less Christian, less believing. But also they were referring often to encyclics of the Pope. But the Pope was changes from time to time, and is not always very clear. So quite often they were a bit in trouble if then, the Pope would say something that is very pro-business and against this kind of thing. So they were having, it's not very clear, right? It's not that the Bible says that you need board-level employee representation as of companies of 150, with confidence. That doesn't work like that. And maybe one comment to, sorry, I didn't catch your name, to the stream, Emilio, thank you very much. And I think it refers to a larger consideration, which I again had here and I quite often have, is that codetermination, it seems that it's introduced by or right-wing governments or left-wing, obviously, or left-wing governments. Yeah. What else? But anyway, we see in France and in Finland and now in Belgium, it's basically center-right or more than center-right-wing governments that are proposing this. And we see in Spain, it's center-left, which always reminds me of the main thing. It's not about having codetermination or not. The devil is in the details. And also the heaven is in the details. It's about how you do it is way more important than whether you have it or not. And that's, of course, a difficult technical discussion and not really nice to rally troops around details. But anyway, that were some of my thoughts.
Do you want to add something?
Very quick, but just to the comment of Stan regarding Emilio's comment, just to add that it's fully true. I fully agree, and we don't have here the contributor from the Italian chapter, Volker Teljohan, but he recently presented as well on the Italian case. And currently, we are a bit in a similar situation where in Italy, the Christian Union has promoted an initiative for a legislation on board-level employee representation, which is sort of supported by the current government, by the Meloni government. So that also explains a huge tension between the two main trade unions, CGL and CISL. And it also brings to the question, in which conditions do we want this codetermination to happen? Do we accept everything, or is it really about the devil in the detail that Stan was discussing? So, and I don't know why I spoke in English.
Well, thank you. I think we have time for one or two additional questions. There was someone, yeah. And we'll group or collect the questions, and then we have a final round here of the panel.
Buenos días, yo soy
Hello, good morning, Antonio Dolza, responsible for Industry Federation of UGT, and I would like to know, my question is for Maria. I would like to know the degree of responsibility in the members of the board of directors by trade unions. Are they co-responsible of the decisions made? In Spain, we have a case in Isabel II Channel. A series of decisions were taken, and 2 colleagues have been accused with 6 years prison and €500,000 for a decision made by the company. They didn't take it. The legal advisory service said that was correct, but this was muddled up with other corruption issues by the Partido Popular, the political party. But the situation of these people, well, they're not financial professionals. They saw that the board was unanimously approving this for the company, and they're now involved in this legal proceeding. So I would like to know if this is taken into consideration, because this has retracted the terms of, participating in board of directors with the legal and individual consequences this participation has in companies. Thank you.
Time for one additional question. Sorry for disappointing anyone. I think there was another question.
Gracias.
Thank you. I'm Enrique Souza from Portugal, from the Practice Association. I would like to ask the following question. The liberal concept of company, the dominant concept, is confusing the concept of enterprise or company with the shareholding ownership of the company. I believe this is a problem for the acceptance by the trade union world of left-wing parties, of workers as well, of the concept of participation in boards of directors of companies, because there's this matter that then we are participating in the objectives and the goals of the employer. There's the problem of the integration or non-integration in the dominant system. So my question is the following. Wouldn't it be necessary in this debate on democracy in the workplace, in this debate or discussion on the research and study of the proposals on this topic, to introduce the discussion and research on a concept that is an alternative enterprise concept that can clearly distinguish it from the concept of the capital ownership of a company? These are absolutely different things. But the dominant idea in society, as well as in discussion of trade unions on industrial relationships, is this liberal concept. And it's necessary to bring down, to destroy this concept if we want, in my opinion, to obtain a wider participation of trade unions, of workers and their organizations in this mobilization for the implementation of a codetermination and participation model in companies. But not for the purposes of capital. A non-liberal concept of company is a concept that holds the company as a social and political unity that has work and capital as both as two main stakeholders and actors. I believe this is decisive and essential so as to work on the concept of democracy in companies. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. So I think, Maria, are you going?
Thank you, Anton. And I think that I also be able to answer Enrique a little bit. The very good question, Anton, that you raised. If the member in the board has the right to vote, then they also have the same responsibility as the rest of the people in the board. If they don't have the right to vote, then they are released of the responsibilities. We have had 2 cases where the member of the board has been accused of taking part in a bad decision that has not followed the business judgment rule that is in the Finnish company law, but that has never come reality. But that law case took 4 years, and the person lost his health to the process because it was so very heavy on him, and also millions of euros also pinned on him. So that's one of the reasons why we like the executive team, because they don't have any responsibility, but they can also take part in the preparing of the decisions. And one option is that we don't have the right to vote, since we have 1 or 2 votes, so we don't really get to use them, and then we are released of the duty. But I do train our members in the board a lot on the responsibilities that come with the board of directors. Just they know what they're getting themselves into. So the only option that you can have if the company is making a bad decision, you have to go to the register and resign from your place in the board. That is the only way to get rid of it. If you just say that you are not seeing eye to eye on the decision, you are still responsible for that. So a very tricky question, and definitely a thing we have to think about so that it cannot be used against us. And for Enrique, I think that was the name. In Finland, the law allows us to be trade union members, even in the board or in the executive team. So the law gives us sort of a role of our own, which is good. So it's contributing our views to the decision making, not being part of the system in a way. In Norway, you are totally part of the system. In Sweden, you are totally part of the system. And what I hear from them is that the representative vanishes into the government decision-making bodies, and you never hear from him. So that is one of the things that can also happen. But in Finland, the law also protects us from that, which is a good thing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we had an interesting panel this morning, and I think we have a good starting point for further discussions about workers' participation at board level. And we will now move on with a lecture by Stefan Gram. But before we move on, let's thank you, our panelists, once again. Thank you very much. Okay. So let us welcome Stefan once again here at the panel. Stefan Gram, he is senior advisor at the ETUC in Brussels, and he works on worker democracy, on worker participation at board level at the ETUC. And Stefan will give us a short lecture about the discussion at EU level about worker democracy. And please, Stefan, tell us a little bit about the position of the ETUC, about the ongoing discussion. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to be here. And really, it's a great building. It's a great meeting room. I'm really astonished. First of all, I have to disappoint you. It won't be a lecture. I give you a little bit input and tell a little bit about what's happening at the EU level. And many things also have been discussed here at the beginning. I think I don't have to say anything anymore why democracy at work is important for the workplace, but for democracy as such. And that is why we, of course, also at the ETUC very much pushing for more democracy at work. because we always say, how can you live in a democracy when most of your active time at the day, I have to say, besides sleeping, you are then in a place, but it's more a dictatorship than a democracy. So you need democracy at work. You have the feeling that you can shape your environment, and the environment, especially there where you are most of your day, and that is unfortunately at work for most of us at least. So that's why democracy of work is important. It is also actually very much at the heart of the EU integration from I wouldn't say not from the very beginning, but we can say from the 17th onwards, there was a lot of legislation, directives, regulations on democracy at work here, but mostly on information and consultation, that I have to say. And that has a reason, because the treaties make it very difficult to do the legislation on board level representation or codetermination, or how you want to call it. That's because everything what touches codetermination is unanimity in the council. So every member state has to accept it. You have no majority vote. Information consultation is majority vote. So there we could develop over time quite impressive acquis. Even though also there, we're coming directly also in the EU debates a little bit. We have problems with enforcement. We have heard just a little bit out about this, Finland. We have last time we was also with this presentation in Poland with the Polish colleagues. They told us interesting things about information consultation, how it works there. And there we're just talking, not really being part of a decision. It's more giving an opinion and hope that the other side take it into consideration. Let's say it was always the basis of workers' participation. And as I said, the unanimity is for blur, and that is also has something to do again with the trade union discussion, also to trade union discussion in the movement at the time as the treaty was made. Because also the unanimity has something to do also with trade union resistance at the time being to get the majority vote here. And there are also, especially also from my background, I'm German from origin, also the German unions at the time being were fighting a lot to have unanimity, because they always feared that through the EU legislation there would be a weakening of the German codetermination. And so we have this unanimity now. It was seen as a kind of guarantee for the model they have at the national police, but it was not only Germany, but as I'm German, I know, of course, this is a little bit better than others. So is that the reason why it is there? But it is now why today it brings us a lot of problems when we want to push it at the European level, this issue. And even though also in Germany you have, but I will come later maybe a little bit on rethinking if it's really useful to have this unanimity on this codetermination still in the treaties. But what we could, and there actually a lot got into force was as the European company was founded, the SE. As we there got the SE directive, an accompanying directive on workers' involvement, which had the classical issues inside on information consultation. So there was the SE Works Council, similar to the EWC, but a little bit better already, has more rights than the EWC. That was one part, but there was also a part on codetermination or board level representation. But it was more a protective part. It says should make sure that if you have at national level something in place, that the European company can't undermine it. That was the thinking at the time being. So that what is there should there. It's a protection of the status quo. So if I transform, for instance, a German company who have board level representation in an SE, then the level of board level representation there, it's protected. Then there comes, of course, a negotiation. So they're negotiating, of course, the terms. You can negotiate more. I think rarely happening, but you can if you're strong enough. But it should normally protect it. But if you establish an SE in where no board level representation has been before, then there is also no necessity that there is one. And there we're coming, of course, very quick also to the problems. But that was at the time being something that was very much welcomed by the European trade union movement because we thought, wow, now we got something at European level on board level representation. It was more driven by as I said, by guaranteeing the status quo, not setting any minimum level of board level representation for a company, but the status quo. And at the time being, we thought that would have been, I have to say the people at the time being, because I wasn't there, thought it was a good thing. It was also then something that in other countries they got in touch with board level representation. We just heard about a little bit of also a French model, which we heard already is a very strange model. That there is not allowed that you have any trade union mandate if you in the board, and not even allowed to communicate to the employees. But there are also a funny fact at the side. It's only applicable to French nationals. If the board representative comes from Germany or from Spain, then he can hold all his trade union mandates. Because France can only set this in national law for their own nationals. Because you can always discriminate your own people, but not the others. So that is very important. That's why if you come from someone from Spain goes in a French company on the board, then he can hold all his trade union mandates. It's just as a little fun fact at the side. But also there, we tried also to build, to be honest, also we took on this maybe also kind of information, not about discussion, but information that also comes a little bit together what we just heard about the cases, what happening actually if something goes wrong. I think you can only go in the board and not be prepared. So because people who, especially trade union or workers representatives who go in a supervisory board, on the board, they need a lot of training and support. And this support has to be organized. And what we did at European level is we copied a little bit the German model from the Berkler Foundation. That is a German model where the workers board level representatives, the employee representatives in the boards put most of the money they're getting for sitting there because they get money for it. As the capital side also get money for it. And that is sometimes it can reach from a few thousand until 10,000 of euros or even more. The most of the part they're giving to the foundation, and the foundation is organizing then trainings and also, of course, using it for scientific research and so on to deepening and bring this issue forward. And we did actually copy that a little bit smaller as it is, of course, in Germany with the European Workers' Participation Fund. That is actually for those non-Germans who are sitting on boards in SEs, for instance. They putting then their money in this European Workers' Participation Fund, who then are again organizing stuff out of it. So that is a little bit, as we also see, because as workers, we're not going into the boards to get rich. We want to be there and taking part on decisions. But of course, we're taking the money as the capital side also, but put it back to us in the movement to do something good with it. And that is also, of course, part of it. Coming but now to the problems. Then 20 years after the SE directive, we have seen that this promise, or that what we thought at the beginning, that it would protect the status quo, hasn't happened. That has to do, first of all, with very highly paid lawyers who find all the loopholes in all the European laws and try them against us. And it has something to do, of course, with company law, what comes after. We had 2019, for instance, a big company law package coming up. There was a lot of company mobility, mergers, divisions, how you can easily move your company from one member state to the other. And in all in this combination with the loophole already set up in the directive, plus the company law, you could now perfectly use European law to circumvent all the board level representation if that is there. And here again, also Germany is a very good example because most SEs, the big chunk of SEs are founded or are active, let's say active SEs are in Germany, and that has a reason. See, now I'm talking too long. Maybe it's a lecture now. That are in Germany, and that has one precise reason. Of course, some companies in Germany, I would say, they really want only have this kind of European label on it. We have also good ones. We have also good board level representation still, but most of them simply try to get rid of it. There is an easy case to get or not ever get it. If you found a new company, as I said, it's only protecting what has been there before. Tesla SE is a perfect example. As we know, Tesla built a big factory near Berlin with several thousands of employees. Normally, under German law, they would have board level representation, but founded it directly in SE. And as they founded, there were, of course, no employees. No employees means there's no one to negotiate. So that means no board level representation because there was nothing before. So we have this the first car maker in Germany ever who has no board level representation at all. And everything is legal because they use the European SE. The next, and that is even now more striking, is that we just got last year a judgment of the European Court of Justice, which make it now possible, even if you have a company with board level representation, to get rid of it. Totally. And what that did, that was Olympus. Olympus is the case. Olympus was, in Europe at least, a company founded under German law and had normally the board level representation. It had 800 employees. It was also had 1/3 of the supervisory board was by the workers. They founded an SE holding under UK law. It was, of course, UK still in the EU at the time being. And this holding of Olympus Holding UK SE had no employees, zero. That means there is no duty to negotiate anything. So, and then, of course, under UK law, no board level representation. Then they brought the German company under the holding. And then they simply put the seat from UK to Germany. And so now we have no board level representation, even though there was something before. And the ECJ said it's all legal, it's all possible. Let's say as an add-on on this is that we now see other loopholes in the SE directive, which is not even has something to do with the board level representation, but with information consultation, because at the end is now also that Olympus doesn't have to have an SE works council. And most probably, because it is also normally foreseen in the SE directive, if you can't find a negotiation, can't come to an agreement on an SE works council, that then you can try to negotiate an European works council. As I said, they're similar, but the SE is, let's say, a step higher because they have a little bit more rights. And then there would be the European Works Council, but only if the negotiation has failed. But what you're doing when there never have been negotiations because there never have been employees. So there is the starting point to now start and say, okay, I request to found an European Works Council is not there legally wise. It's, of course, we have to see if this develop, but the danger is now there that there is actually, at least at the European level, no representation at all. Of course, the national works council and so on, they can't avoid, but from European perspective, not. And let's see how in which environment we at the moment operating. We as ETUC had already years ago made a proposal how we can solve it, how we can the weaknesses of the SE directive, how we can solve it, and we proposed a framework on information consultation participation that basically tries to solve the mistake or the what we have overseen at the time being as the SE was founded, that we need a fallback position. What's happening if a European company form is there? What's happening if there haven't been any board level representation or if there haven't been any employees before? So we need actually a minimum standard or minimum board level representation, what has to be applicable to all companies who are using a European company form or using European company form, European company law to merge or to change the seat. So that they have to apply a board level representation. that was not foreseen at the time being, but that is what we're calling now, what could fix at least some of the problems. We had in the last mandate an initiative report, but it's actually not only a resolution of the European Parliament on democracy at work, where also the European Parliament called on the Commission to come forward with something. Also then with formulation of board representation, which should be, let's say, get stronger as more employees there. So starting from a few in the board or supervisory board, depends on the structure, until we would always say parity, that you have half from the worker side, half from the capital side. And that was also all there. We're very happy that the report came through. However, that was the last mandate. Now we have a new commission, we have a new parliament. It's hard for the time being to say in which direction this all develops. I have to say there comes out maybe a little bit the negatives in the morning at the breakfast. I said already, it's at the moment not easy with all what's happening in the world and also in Europe. So the majorities are not so good anymore as they have been before. We have seen already in this very short time of the parliament very alarming votes. We had before Christmas a vote on the trilogue mandate that is starting into negotiations between the institutions, so council, where the member states are, the parliament and the commission, on the revision of the European Works Council directive. It was a simply yes or no vote. You accept the mandate so that they can start the negotiations. And it was a very tight vote. And I would say in the old parliament, we would have a really comfortable majority. Now it was really, really tight, and it could have been easily other way around. And there, indeed, we see also that, and we're talking here about information consultation, not about board level representation. Yeah? And even these information consultation, and if I see the discussion, especially about amongst MEPs, they have no clue what it is. They can't really say what is the difference between information and consultation. They're believing fake arguments of the employers that it would stop everything and it would stop decisions in the company and so on and so on. And we asked actually, otherwise I would need 20 minutes extra without going in detail, what we asked in the EWC revision, but we didn't ask revolution. We didn't ask really big things. Really basic things, simply that you have an information consultation procedure before you make a decision, and that you have also enforcement if the management is not following. That is the basic, nothing more, nothing really where I would say you could get crazy even from the capital side on, because at the end of the day, it stays information consultation, because you can do what you want, but you have at least go through this procedure. And that is something what worries me a lot, because I have the feeling that why I made also the remark to Stan's presentation, that especially those also in the conservative who see themselves as Christian conservatives, I say, this idea from these, as I said, Christian ethics or teaching or how you want to call it, that it is important that you have something like this in place in companies. Is leaving. So also these parties are totally developing in a different direction. And there, these, let's say, workers group in the European People Party is getting smaller and smaller with every election. And that is something where we have to worry about, because we need them. Otherwise, we're not getting the majorities in the parliament, because unfortunately also the progressive side is shrinking, unfortunately. I hope we can change it next time, 29, but let's see. But there in this area, we have to operate at the moment. And here I stop. I go too long, huh?
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. And I think you have even pointed out another, I think, important aspect. Before we have learned that the EU legislation has brought worker representation on company boards to countries where such a legislation is missing at the national level. For instance, we heard about some examples in Spain, but I think there are also some examples in Belgium. But I think your lecture has told us that it is not only about the question of having a legislation on worker representation on company board, but also a question of implementation and also about existing loopholes. So again, it might be that the devil is in the details, and we also have to discuss how we can ensure a proper implementation of worker representation at company boards. So I think it really nicely adds up to what we have discussed in the first panel. Actually, we have, I think, a little time to give room for one or two questions from the audience. So if you have any urgent question that you would like to tell us, please go ahead. Yes.
Muy interesante.
Very, very interesting. I did like a lot your presentation about the situation. What I'd like to tell you is the next. In Catalonia, multinational corporations such as Coastal, which is a German company, sorry for the pronunciation, it really did this transformation. It was from an SA to an SL, right? Always in relationship with the European legislation. And they did not have representation in the board of the surveillance board in Germany, and they do not still have representation in the supervisory board. So this is something that the German trade unions made lots of pressure to have a representation in the supervisory board, but it was not possible. And as you said, with regards to the presentation, the idea of being in the supervisory board is weaker than before, right? So maybe together with you and with all the trade unions, maybe we should do something else beyond the pressure against the parliament. And for the consultation and the information processes, as you know, the change in the forces in the European Parliament, we are aware that the employers' associations in the European Union is very tough, mainly when dealing two main topics, the sanctions when not complying with the information and consultation processes, and stopping the process if the consultation is not properly made. We will have a problem with this regard. It's going to be a very, very big problem in the future, I guess.
Thank you very much. Stefan, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can only say you're totally right. If it comes to the fight also to get the representatives in the supervisory boards, I think we have to do a lot there. On the sanctions, yes, it's of course, because that's a big point, because you can have the best regulation, the best directive ever without sanction is nothing. There are also a little anecdote. We had been in Ireland, because now in Ireland it's very, very weak sanctions. And it was years ago. And I remember we went there to see the Irish model and the problems in Ireland, to understand really what is the problem in Ireland. And I was with my colleagues also from the ETUI, and she said, before the meeting, I looked in the transposition law of the Irish law, and it's actually perfect. Everything is in, everything we always liked. They even transposed the recitals, which no member states did, yeah? So I don't understand why it's not working. And then it was really a little thing in the structure, how you get your rights through the courts. And that you didn't have the right to go to court. That was the problem. There was arbitration system what was totally against it. You had to make, like in Finland, you have to bring it as a criminal charge, which really limiting the way that you get your rights in front of the court. And only this little thing, but you couldn't really see on the first hand if you just look as from European level coming and you don't know the national system in the transposition law and say normally must be everything fine. And then, of course, and if you could write in that every EWC gets, I don't know, 5,000 euros extra. But if you can't enforce it, it's nothing, really nothing. That's why sanctions is so important for everything. And that's how hopefully we get it through. But it will be the biggest point of discussion. Maybe just one add-on. Also, I wanted to say, and I forgot it totally, why it's so important that also maybe the discussion on Spain. It is good if Spain would get really a strong law on blur, so that he is also seen and also pushing on a European level, but also here, and that is maybe what we learned from what I said. Even if you get a good law in Spain now, and we still have the loopholes on the European level, you will see how fast your Spanish companies are using these loopholes and changing to an SE or whatever, and say, okay, you have a Spanish law on blur, but I go. Or they even try to change their status before this law is getting into place, and then you have this before after again. Say, okay, there was nothing before, so there's nothing after. That's why it's so important that we close the loopholes at European level to make sure that we can protect the national systems.
Yes, thank you very much again, Stefan. Thank you for your patience. And we now have the coffee break, and we will resume at, I think, 11:45. So have a nice coffee break, and thanks again to Stefan.
Please, if you allow me, the coffee break is upstairs. You need to go upstairs. Room 11, first floor. Room 11, first floor. You can leave the interpretation devices here. We're going to close the room. You can leave the headsets here in your chairs. We're going to resume this second panel.
Bueno, bon dia a totes i tots. Soc el Ricard Villera, soc el director general de Diàleg Social del Departament d'Empresa i Treball.
I'm Mr. Garufera. On behalf of the department, I'd like to greet the European Institute Generals of the Platform for Economic Democracy and the Center of International Studies at the University of Barcelona. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. It is a pleasure for someone that's a social agent together. Also to talk about this determination issue. It has a long history, a long trajectory. As we could see in Cerro La Fuente, one of the main virtues of this survey, it is this comparison, if it was implemented or not, the parameters for Romanian capitalism, and also to detect and to go beyond the different elements that belong to participation. Now I'm going to speak in Spanish. Joaquin, he told me that he understands Catalan. So anyway, I had to do this presentation in Catalan, at least the greetings, the welcoming words. Okay. So as I said, co-determination, we never agree about the word co-management, co-determination. In German, they would be co-determination. Mitbestimmen is co-determine, and co-management is mitverwalten. It is an exception that goes beyond the concept. With this regard, I'm going to talk about co-determination, and the participation is a very important topic that belongs to the social pillars that was approved in 2017, the principle of the social dialogue and workers' participation. But mysteriously enough, there is not a specific indicator, a primary or secondary one, to know to what extent this principle is applied or it's not applied. I think that it is very difficult to find an homogeneous indicator at a European level to detect and to define if there is a social dialogue. As said, co-determination has as a first element legitimacy, democratic legitimacy, the workers' participation in the company sector, but also from the perspective of the economic efficiency. Bruno Estrada shared to what extent the countries that have a higher determination, they have a bigger added value in other and many sectors. So if we want to create wealth and if we want to distribute the wealth with this concept that belongs to the Catalan government as well, to share this prosperity, it is important to share and to improve this wealth as well. But if you allow me, I'd like to give you two ideas before giving the floor to the members of the panel. And I think that there are some ideas that are vital to us. First of all, because we are facing a threefolded transition, demographic, economic, and environmental, that needs to have a long-term vision, because the challenges that we face are civilizational challenges that need this threefolded transition, which requires to have a bigger participation of workers that give more stability to the entrepreneurial structure. Secondly, when dealing with the immediate challenge of polarization and inequalities, social and political polarization and social and economic inequalities, there is a paradox. Once we read the elections assessments, we do have more workers that vote extreme right parties, Piquet and many others, depending on the level of incomes. Well, there are some lines that are clear and very inspirational, but there is another debate. Last Monday, Daniel Nilarity, in an amazing article of the newspaper El País, the quality of democracy and the quality of work has to do with this political trend. It was published a year ago, a book that is not translated, from Axel Honneth, The Worker Sovereign, where he develops this relationship that I'm mentioning. And it says that the working conditions really create an environment for political participation of workers and citizens. He says that there are 5 avenues to improve the quality of jobs. First of all, the economic independence. If people, they don't have a stable contract without the ability to forecast and the certainty, it's going to be very difficult for people to trust the system, the political system. After that, the spare time, the emancipation level, has to do with leisure time and the time devoted for volunteering and to work in other organizations. Self-esteem. When there is no self-esteem, when we do not respect integrity and dignity of workers, we can see conducts that are very negative, that are landing in the political sphere, the monotonous feature and the dull spirit of people, and the most important thing, the participation for creating public opinion and public decisions as well. This is something key. Bruno says, we are democratizing the companies, otherwise democracy will be privatized. This is a very good analogy, in my opinion, but jobs precarity entails democratic precarity. Short-term democracy entails short-term policies and being served to politicians in the end. So, as a quotation to me that would be very interesting to conclude this presentation from Minority, he says, the solution is to include the company as a political body and the world as an agent for change, because democratization has more political effects than economic effects. This is very important because it dignifies the role of politics inside the economic flaws and problems. And something that I'd like to ask Joaquin, but maybe he's not ready, and it would not be very smart from my side, but Inerarity says in this article, if this is the case, maybe the Ministry for Employment would be the one to work better for the democratic renewal. This is a very tricky question. that itinerary is asking to us. We could deal with the answer afterwards. Well, we have a panel that's amazing. Joaquin Perez Rey, you know, Secretary of State for the Ministry of Social Affairs, PhD in Social Security in the University of Castilla-La Mancha, and many other things. I'm not going to say more. And also Javier Pacheco and Camille Rose. Needless to introduce them. You know everybody. So they belong to the biggest trade unions, the UGT and its CCOO, and these are the two Secretary Generals of the trade unions in Catalonia. And finally, we do have other representatives of this progress ideology in Catalonia, such as the Socialist Party members, such as Mercè Perea and Jordi Albert from Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, and Ana Vidal. She will be in 15 minutes, and we'll give her the floor to get on board. Okay, I review the documents, the Congress, and the presentations, whether from the Socialist Party as well as Sumar presentations, together with the presentation of Esquerra Republicana. And if you allow me, let me tell you that the first glance, the perspective is positive from the three parties. Also, the presentation for Sumar's party for the Congress of March really shares a chapter devoted to these ideas. And I'd like to ask you the first question. We're going to proceed answering, first of all, the Secretary of State. We want you to make a conclusion about the tools that we have, the Article 122 of the Spanish Constitution, to know what's today's situation and to what extent this is something that we could do during this political mandate, how to progress. Thank you very much, Joaquin. Thank you very much, Ricard. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Comisiones. Thank you, OGT. It is a pleasure to participate in this seminar and to convey what's the position of the Ministry of Employment. And of course, it's loaded with a lot of protagonism after Daniel's article, which is very astonishing and impressive. Well, it is a very well-structured article. It is, in the end, very difficult to talk about political and economic democracy. And I feel that he stole the words that I had in my mind. We are used on a daily basis that democratic citizens, full rights citizens, living in freedom, able to decide at least during a third of its lives, they are in spaces where they cannot decide at all. They, we could say that they have an authoritarian structure, a vertical structure, and they are under a production process where democracy doesn't exist at all. So it's like being a fully democratic citizen, part-time, fully democratic citizen. Only once he stops working, that's when he's able to get his social and political status, which is a very big contradiction, very difficult to assume fully. So, and stemming from this idea, I do believe that the Spanish Constitution, which is quite a progressive text when dealing with a job and employment issues and working problems, I think that we are right now, yes, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the end of the dictatorship that was a regime against workers and a very repressive regime. The Constitution, which in many senses was a transaction per se and a transition equally, was not, when we talk about the trade unions' role, it was a rupture with the Franco times. And we could see behind the scenes the fights and battles of the workers' movement that lost a lot of life during the transition movement. And it's a very progressive constitution when dealing with the working problems. But there are some shadows. The fathers of the Constitution said that there were some shadows, aspects that are unfinished. They are kind of a symbol of the Constitution. They were not able to open a way forward in these operations, mainly to a reason that was not never developed, the right for strike in democracy that you can find in the Constitution, but it has not been developed democracy in the company, as we can see in the Article 109 of the Constitution. This has been a very quick development when dealing with this article. It has been very moderated, with the exception of the incorporation of workers, works councils. They would be the only real way of the trade unionist participants inside the board, inside the company organization, always bearing in mind that it's very difficult to take decisions because it's crystal clear that a company is an immune territory where democracy cannot get in. And this structure of the company, such as a protected territory, very difficult to get in, and against democracy laws, is installed also in the agreements. I do have the pleasure to be together with two Secretary Generals of the UGT and CO. I'm sure that there are very few bargaining agreements that do not say the productive process is a special competence of the entrepreneurs where nobody can participate. It's like saying, listen, the entrepreneurial sovereignty is immune to participation. You can bargain whatever, but this is me who decides, which brings us to very immense and deep contradictions that will entail that a company to have more power to decide from an investment group that wants to destroy the company, that acquired the company in just a very simple operation in the stock exchange, they will have more power than the workers that have been working for decades in the company, which is something abnormal that puts at risk the structure of a companies. This is something that Ricard said when quoting Bruno. Bruno said it many, many times. I do think that democracy allows us to get competitiveness, to get new room for entrepreneurs. It is a functional element that goes hand in hand with economy. It is not a disruptive element. From this point of view, the ministry always thought about this element. This is one of the Constitution's shadows, and we needed a flashlight to shed some light for a better, no regulation development. We progressed in this sense in the consultation processes, and we did, as we said, during the transition stages. So Pioch, he is a French lawyer, he said, there won't be a fair transition without the participation of workers. This is almost impossible. This is a contradiction per se when we talk about fair transition, and to understand that all the digital changes and demographic and environmental changes could be vertically governed without workers, which are the cornerstones for these transitions to be fair. So, in reality, this is one of the elements that was crystal clear to us since the beginning, and it was very shy at the beginning when sharing the information and the participation of the workers' representative in the algorithms that have an impact on the job. Once we pick the rider law, one of the elements of the rider law was that one of the representatives of workers to have access, at least one, access to algorithms, mechanisms that take decisions at the level of the companies. And a few years ago, after the terrible disaster, right, a few months ago, with this full drop and the storms that we suffered, there are some consultation processes that are interrelated and intertwined when facing these extreme elements. Both elements show that it's needed to go beyond information and consultation. We did recognize that the works councils to be listened, to be interviewed, to set action protocols when facing climate change. It is obvious that we must go beyond that because we are taking decisions about the life of workers. Is entrepreneurial structures such as what happens in Valencia, they took decisions that have an impact on physical integrity and physical life of hundreds of people. Are they going to work? Are they staying at home? Or whether they should, well, suffer the consequences of this deluge that killed many of them. And those decisions were taken by entrepreneurs. They took direct decisions about people's lives. So, obviously, it is vital to progress in this sense, to democratize the structure of companies. It is a constitutional depth and flow that we have. We need a much more holistic environment and to respect the citizenship status, which doesn't need to be turned off once we work for 8 hours. 8 hours, well, it's many times we know that we work more than 8 hours and we will work less than 8 hours in a very short time. With our commitment, we want to progress in this territory and we did it in two main fields. We took advantage of the European presidency in Spain to install this debate. It is a debate that really makes sense in Europe to me. Europe really needs to be the place of the planet where the production model is based on the right for work and citizenship for work. This is the idea of Europe that will offer to the world a continent where work is democratic and has rights. And you know that in Europe, we basically did two elements. We asked to the European Social and Economic European Fund to know what are the most important elements, such as to the Council of Europe. In the companies where there are some democratic systems, it could be an element for youth culture when facing such dim times and these very dark clouds that we have over us. We do need a democracy school. Now there is a trend to understand democracy as something that disturbs this dark enlightenment that says that could be swept off and replaced by a CEO, takes the paradigm of a common enterprise and instead going backwards, democratizing enterprise structures. We are doing the opposite. Enterprise infrastructures want to dominate the political democracy. This is something that's very reactionary and we are going backwards. We need to fight against this. Otherwise, we'll lose the idea of citizenship. We won't have an entrepreneurial economy. It could be the opposite. We will have only a citizenship that will be inside the structures governed by CEOs.
Apart from stimulating this debate in Europe, which is a debate and discussion we can truly have, and the European Confederation of Trade Unions will be key to feeding the model of information and consultation should be a democracy and participation model for decision-making. I believe that we have also acquired and taken on the commitment. We did so in the government agreement or pact. For those of you who come from abroad, the Spanish government is sustained by an agreement between a majority party, the Socialist Party, and a minority party, which is Sumar, and in that government agreement pretends to advance in the development of Article 129. And for the first time, I believe, since democracy, Spanish government has clearly stated that they take on the commitment of developing democracy in businesses and Article 129 of the Constitution. In order to do so, the first thing we've done is to take on this commitment, as I was saying, and understand that we need to develop it as soon as possible and create an expert committee. There are some professors who are part of that expert committee that is led by Isabel Ferre, a professor lecturer in the Lovaina University, and has started her work. And by the way, inenarity has also been included. We have also developed a very solid and firm series of elements that are used as foundation for democracy in businesses. I have Javier Teban in front of me. He has also led a study for the ministry along these lines. So what do we need to do? Obviously, as I was saying, we need to democratize business structures so that workers' participation is not exclusively left to the field of information and consultation, and in some elements, they can co-decide in the business. I was talking to Mondragon heads before, and they were saying that one of the keys to success of this cooperation phenomenon in Spain is precisely the fact that it's been a phenomenon where worker participation is installed as a structural characteristic of the phenomenon. What we need to try to do now is to not have this be an exclusive part, or we shouldn't doubt the ownership of the business to democratize it. In the different structures, business structures, there should be democratic space of workers. That is not necessarily meaning we should change the ownership structures of the business, and that co-management, co-decision must be intense in some territories, precisely those related to the work conditions. And I'm going back to the beginning of my presentation. Different investment funds that are very quickly coming into the capital of businesses and companies could make the decision of outsourcing production, ending the working lives of 500 people, or deciding that the structure is going to move to a different country to compete in costs. That makes no sense in a Europe that must guarantee the rights of workers to be able to decide about their future in the framework of businesses. There can be no capital deciding everything, and workers just be receivers, net receivers of those decisions, of that structure. And we cannot do this by changing the entire economy into a collaborative or cooperative economy. That would be good, but it's impossible. It should be done within the framework of the regular corporate structures and must be a decisive element. So this legislation, this law, must guarantee the decision-making process by workers, especially in the matters that correspond to them. It should also be used to foster the idea, or us to forget that basically productive processes are only governed from the order and command. A jurist said that the company very likely or most likely can be Republican but never democratic, but because there's no alternance, and that is very likely true. But within that democratic republicanism, the business and corporation needs to be nourished with new elements. I believe this is something that needs to be embedded in the social dialogue framework. Obviously, this is not a debate where the employees' associations feel comfortable. Employees do not feel comfortable here in this discussion, but that is another common space, because this is a discussion where employers should feel at ease, because amongst other things, including workers in the decision-making processes is many times means including knowledge, identification with business goals, and one of the best ways to manage. So, as a conclusion, this is a commitment by the ministry. We will try to carry it out as firmly and strictly as possible. We will await the conclusions of the expert committee with different professors and lecturers from all around Europe who can prepare a proposal to move forward in terms of legislation. It will be in September 2025 when we expect to have the conclusions by the committee. And from that moment on, and within the framework of social dialogue, I hope that sooner than later we have a legal framework that helps us with participation, worker participation in companies, and therefore we will very cleanly be posed against dark times. What we want is for companies to become democratic and not for democracy to become a business. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Joaquín.
Thank you so much, Joaquin. And we now move on to a 5-minute block, 5 minutes per speaker, to respond to what we've heard about now. So, Camille, would you wish to start?
Bon dia.
Good morning. I'm going to use this. And if I see I'm running over my time, I'll see it. You've given us lots of food for thought. I would start by asking, in a company with a union representation, is the business doing better or worse? Are there better or worse work conditions? In a company where there is worker representation, is the business doing better or doing worse? In most cases, it's doing better. And if it's doing worse, it's not because of us. This is the proof that in those industries with significant union weight, that industry, would it be more competitive or less competitive? Does that industry or sector have more or less working conditions? It has better work conditions, and in many cases, it's even more competitive. And it even has the capacity to adapt to the different financial situations. I believe we have many examples, a wide array of examples, but the main one would be the automotive industry. In Germany, we are in most boards of directors because allies trusted us more than business people. That's also good because that's the origin after World War II. Well, what has been their productive model, business participation model, to the extent that sometimes we also use it here in Catalonia, and I believe that in the rest of the state as well. Stories such as dual training and other realities that include the youngest people in the process. So if we do our P&L of having workers in business participation, I believe it would be very positive. Without, well, these 50 years after the passing away, there's a part that doesn't sound great, but yes, unfortunately, it's been 50 years ago since the passing away, yes, but leaving that to the side and the transition process, from the standpoint of union participation, it has some good aspects, some others that are improvable. We have union election legislation, and if we had business representation, that would be amazing because they negotiate in equal conditions, but they do not get votes. The system, as compared to systems elsewhere in Europe, is a system that could have been, back in the day, promoting more union membership, would have been better for trade unions. But at the same time, I must say that when we signed a collective bargaining with 50% of union representation, that affects all workers in the same way, whether they work in a small company, a big one, or a middle-sized one. So our union decisions have an importance to all the workers, basically. Up to a few decades ago, this would have been sufficient or enough because a person started to work in a company and in an industry, and they almost retired there in the same place. So we were guaranteeing the work conditions all during their professional lives. Now, with the outsourcing, the cutbacks, the financial crisis, we can no longer provide this guarantee. And therefore, we need new legal coverage levels to continue providing these guarantees. So the participation processes in the boards of directors are, well, having umbrella legislations. They say that the reduction of working hours, we want to impose it. And it should be collective bargaining doing it, basically. They will say no, of course, so it will be blocked. And we will only achieve it in those industries where we are about to get it. So we need umbrella laws that can help with coverage. Let's see how the industry legislation ends up, but in industrial processes or business processes, we have found that by negotiating the dismissal, you cannot think about the repositioning of workers. So how do we give a global dimension to this? Many of these companies have received public subsidies, or they've come here because they have a better situation. So there should be a social return within this negotiation framework. I believe that the Nissan process will end up fine, but if it does, if it will end up because of union pressure in some political fields, we find that the public administration back then, when Nissan closed more than industrial policy, they were like real estate agents, buying and selling property and factory halls. And some of them, well, are even here. They have the headquarters in the same streets. And they announced many would come. The first part of the manual says, if you know something, don't say anything, because otherwise it won't be approved. Anyway, so we do need coverage legislation, and this is in participation. Some companies have their workers' information or won't give us the documents, and we need to memorize and learn them by heart. So we need to give it a business structure and perspective. We need to give it an industry structure as well, and we need to have these democratization developments in companies. We were also talking about how we face the new realities, the new climate reality, the new reality of artificial intelligence, and all the different digitization processes without participation. How do we face this? There's this trend of some business in the sense that they see a business in the environment, not that they are now very sensitive with climate change and the environment. Many companies are now trying to invest in renewables, but they've also been investing in weapons and in some other things. They're funds, basically. So we need to be there, because if workers are not there, we will be the ones paying the final bill. And the fair transition is not being fair at the moment for workers. So we need to be there in this process as an organization, and we need to provide legal covering in the part of the social dialogue as well. There needs to be continuity to this. We've already seen it, of course, because it is true that in those negotiations that we've had, well, it's been there, but we need one more point to that. So if we provide more stability to work, more dignified salaries, even if we work less, even if it's a pain for them, things will be better, because the labor reform is the example that providing more stability has helped us to overcome the financial crisis that we had with inflation. So the path is, yes, more democracy for workers and more participation, no doubt. Thank you, Camille. Javier? Yes, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this roundtable. And I wanted to say that I'm happy to share one of the main values of trade unionism, which is this optimism of will, because right before the Trump investiture with Musk in the US, to talk about the progression towards democracy in companies is a counter-cyclical debate, at the least. So anyway, we need the will to be able to think about all these concepts that we can share, of course, and I'm thankful for that. I wanted to say that we need to recognize that in this country, the government has the commitment, yes, and is attempting at this process regarding the development of Article 129 of the Constitution, talking about democracy in the businesses, in companies. That is already a historical milestone, at least in our young democracy, in this field. But of course, I wanted to I'll try to reason a couple of ideas here of why I believe this is right or wrong. Well, it's practically impossible to talk about democracy in companies if we continue to preserve the criteria on the principle of property in this country, because it determines the rules of the game. Why am I saying this? Because I believe this is a feudal principle. The consideration of equity to be able to justify this principle of property by the employer or business person, and the company denies the principles of modern societies as far as all the infrastructure required to be able to operate in any aspects in life and society, whether a human, educational, cultural, and economical. If without public infrastructures regarding transport, energy, knowledge, could businesses develop or operate normally without these? It's impossible. So this is a feudal principle. And we need to question it, because if we don't question it, we will be talking about those concessions that the principle of property can offer to participation spaces. And when we're talking about transfers or relinquishing, we're not talking about the true games of the game, rules of the game as established by democracy. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to be very difficult to develop democracy principles in companies if the concept and the criteria of that property principle is not questioned. And why are there some elements that incentivize this more? It could be ideological confrontation with what is happening in the current fields of politics. In those global scenarios that are so reactive, as Joaquin was saying, they put companies before democracy and not the other way around, because there's an essential equity nowadays that is determining great part of capital development through the digitization processes and with the inclusion of AI, that is called data. And they are the main equity or asset that any company will bring to concurrence in order to develop the capitalist activity in the working environment. And data, it's not a risk placed on that concept or principle of property. It's our information. That infrastructure I was talking about accompanying a field of business is multiplied by 1,000,000 when the role of data occupies a fundamental space that is cross-cutting to all the different spaces of economy to be able to develop the business models of the 21st century. Why do we need to recognize that asset belongs to the company? There is a basic element that allows to do this, to be confrontational from the empirical standpoint. That's why I wanted to bring this to the table, because otherwise we will go into development processes where we do see significant improvements, but they could be inoperant. Now we have subjective rights to improve the participation of workers in companies. Some have been mentioned here today. Participation rights when it comes to receiving information by algorithms in a company through a law is a very significant move forward. Now let's make it effective. Okay, let's bring the philosophy down to the field. So what are the real instruments a worker has to be able to know and identify as well as interpret an algorithm of a company determined by the work organization in a company? They don't have mechanisms. We have direct participation instruments. Organized people can determine participation in equality plans. This is taken to the level of law or legislation. What is the real operational capacity workers have when once organized to provide a real response to the vast amount of negotiation processes that need to be determined in companies? There are subjective rights that open up the door to democracy, and if they're not accompanied by instruments, knowledge, and resources, they are totally inapplicable. That's why I'm saying that if we continue in this terrain of transfer or assignment, in this concept of democracy, it is, something unachievable, of course, and we won't be breaking down these cycles where democratic spaces are being made private beyond the economy, which is what's happening now. What do I believe, just to land and to finish, what do I believe should be a strategic element to truly make democracy in companies effective so that it can have a transformation in society relevantly? Firstly, we should give a response through direct participation, either through the law or socially, to the fundamental challenge posed by the 21st century, the twin transitions. We need to provide a response to climate change, and we need to provide a response to the digitalization processes. And in order to respond to climate change with a social perspective, there's an essential element, which is the conception of how we arrange energy policies and the autonomy that can stem from a process of power bargaining should be able to democratize access to energy, and how renewable energies play a fundamental role in that fight against climate change. Secondly, we need to be able to establish democratic mechanisms for the use of data in order to make digitalization accessible with a social and wealth distribution perspective. Third, we need to distribute work and time. Technological progress needs to provide this capacity. That's why it's important that discussions around the reduction of working hours should not on the matters. Business should not be monetizing the derived costs of a fundamental strategy that goes far beyond the determination of the profit-making of a company. So distributing the work and time in the lives of people is a democratic social progress that finally includes a part of the population that has been subjected to a subsidiary participatory process in democracy. And we're talking about women here, and how we establish co-responsibility processes if we don't have those times. And finally, we need to be capable of guaranteeing effective participation of workers in companies. Trade elections are the most participative system in our society in Spain. In Catalonia, there are 60,000 people who've been chosen to represent workers. This is the space where democracy is most direct. And then at the same time, it leaves half of the population out of this democratic exercise. So all those workers who are working in a company, under 6 workers. There's no effective participation if these representation elements are not corrected. I'm not only talking about participation frameworks, I'm talking about the fundamental foundations. And finally, to strengthen public services, let's not forget about this. We need to strengthen protection systems and public services, and this will determine the way financial democracy is articulated, of course, because These are undemocratization elements in a society. So with all these, we would achieve full employment, dignified work, and a society that is essential to guarantee the defense of a democracy, and especially to have a wide context of what could be achieved if we are capable of being confrontational in this sense, as I was saying, question that principle of property. Thank you so much. Welcome, Eina Vidal, who has now joined. And let's move on to the blocks of parties. We're trying to have 5-minute blocks, of course, and I'm trying to give you time. But I would like to go round once again. I'm going to consecutively translate into Spanish now, because I was speaking in Catalan. So 5-minute turns to be able to go round on a second round and ask further questions. There's some time, of course, so it's really up to you. Let's start with Mercè Perea from the Partido Socialistas de Catalunya. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, and congratulations to the organizers of this day, of this session, because we've brought along a topic that should represent a before and after us to how we understand democracy in this country. And going back to Pacheco's words, my colleague Pacheco, I'm also an optimist of will. Socialists, from this very minute, we do understand that there's no turning back in the democratization of businesses. There's no turning back in terms of worker participation in the governing bodies of companies. And it's important to give a bit of a context in the productive and economic evolution after 2012. Well, it's been marked by transformations, environmental and climate ones, framed in an unfair globalization that has led on to environmental crisis, concentration of wealth, and increase of inequalities, as Ricardo was saying at the beginning, and outsourcing everywhere, of course, as we say in Catalan, and the deregularization of work, weakening the right of workers and collective bargaining. The diagnosis has been done more precisely by those who've spoken before me, and we need to have a rebalancing of powers, a new social contract, basically, if we want to have a sustainable and fair future. With the new Pedro Sánchez government, back in June 2018, which was a historical moment, we've tried to find formulas to have a sustainable growth that is inclusive, participative in Spain, with bold policies, steering policies that have changed the way in which we do politics, the ones that we've seen in prior crises. These policies have proven that basic agreement between stakeholders, social and economic stakeholders, and being able to have fair transitions is essential in order to have a balance of interests between workers and business people. And the democratization of relationships between work and capital is something that we cannot avoid. That's why I feel optimistic. We need to modernize companies, protection of workers' rights, the strengthening of the social dialogue, collective bargaining, and to develop participation of workers in the decision-making processes and businesses effectively, really and effectively. And as the European Confederation of Trade Unions, we understand that in the relationship between capital and workers requires to recognize the substantive rights and the influence of workers in business decisions. Effectively, we were talking about the right law, which has meant a before and after, with the deregulation of what is going to come in the future in terms of digital transformation. And this is a path taken that, in my belief, call me optimistic or naive, I believe that there's no turning back.
When we talk about participation, we're talking about the economic, industrial, environmental, and technological fields, a participation as a vital element to reach the goal of a bigger commitment of workers and to progress economically as a democracy. I think that we must mention in this sense the big agreements that we reached in Spain in the 14th mandate, where the progressive government, together with trade unions such as UGT and commissioners, and also the employers associations, the PYME, we were able to frame, despite mental framework where the agreements allowed us to progress collectively. This is something shown by data. I don't want to give you macro data. Do you know the Spanish data? Never Spain has had such important data and such relevant data. We are the biggest economy that grows, but we do have also micro data that the ministry mentioned that are telling us, be careful, because we need to balance the big progresses in politics and in the economy in Spain. As Ricard said, in this very recent Congress of the Socialist Party, it was approved a resolution that I'm not going to read, of course, but really makes a step forward in a very decisive way towards this codetermination and the democratization of the Spanish economy. But let's be careful. I think that there was a previous moment and a past moment and a future moment in Spain. We were able to build and to grow economically from respect and from health protection, the working rights, the entrepreneurial activities. We all grow together. We were able to create a motto that is totally alive today, that has a social content as well, where civil society accepted not to leave anyone behind. This is a change in the culture. This is a change that offers us the possibility, and it shows the way forward for democratization of the companies. We had a conversation during dinner yesterday. We don't need a culture change. A very important one, not only from the entrepreneur side, but also from the worker side. So we need to stop thinking that the control of powers, it only belongs to the entrepreneurs and the companies, and we need to make a step forward in such an active participation in very important issues such as the Secretary of State mentioned. What happened in Valencia, it's a moment before and after. In Spain, we work after tragedies. We have the health crisis. We develop an amazing amount of rights. The deployment for social protection has been spectacular, the progresses, and we realize that once we suffer, we progress. We do need this kind of a terrible event in Valencia, and we are able to be proactive before and as well after, as it happened during the crisis. So, from democratization and from protection, from participation, on behalf of the workers and companies, we are able to improve the situation and to solve it as quick as possible. And finalizing the participatory models, as said, there are models that give support to them, strengthening companies, creating incomes and profits, offering new opportunities. I think that entrepreneurs, despite they are reluctant, they should believe in evidence. We do have more than 60 years of the German model, where the Socialist Party, of course, accepts in this recent convention that has been approved, where productivity went beyond the rest of countries in 20, 30 points. Spain, despite this economic growth, is not able to get rid of the past, improving productivity. Thus, this new model, this new way of democratization is the one that will allow us to improve, as we improved during the legislation for the labor market. We were able to improve in this sense, so there is no way backwards. So something that maybe will happen thanks to this new economic model where we do really want to democratize companies and we want companies to understand. It's going to be very difficult, but I don't resist myself. I think that beyond a law, we do need emotional intelligence. We must attract entrepreneurs. We must attract civil society. We need to start from workers. They need to feel attracted and appealed by this representative democracy where we all participate in a much more efficient way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We continue with Jordi. Well, thank you very much, Ricardo. I'd like to thank you all. Thank you very much for your presence. I'm going to speak in Spanish as a gesture to the members of the audience, but it's also great for them to listen Catalan, which is a very beautiful language, and it's always great to share amongst us this language of ours. Okay, I'd like to provoke as a starter. If we do agree, why do we have this seminar today, right? If we are listening to many ideas, if we are right and we are aware about being right, why this seminar is necessary? Why do we need to deal with this issue? Because it's not respected and it's not, that's an evidence. I do share the majority of the ideas that have been said from my colleagues that previously talked before me. But let me take advantage of Javier's ideas. Javier said it is a counter-cyclic movement. That's right. In fact, this seminar and today's session is very important, not only because there are no movements inside the companies, because there are less democracy outside the companies, because more than ever, the rise of extreme right and the thesis of extreme right, they suppose bigger social challenge, because the challenge is bigger than ever. Not only we are very far away from reaching the goals of the left parties. From this perspective, it's not only something that has to do with facing this counter-cycle element. I think that we need to think, to reflect upon the idea that things are not going well. From then onwards, I'm quite an optimistic guy. Saying that I'm optimistic, I'm saying everything, right? But I'm an optimistic guy. Of course, we need to find solutions and we will find it. And I do believe that we all here, the different organizations that are represented here, we do have a very active participation and we do have quite an important political weight for things to change and for things to happen. Beyond the motivation that were mentioned here, that were shared by the previous speakers, such as fighting against inequality, the need to have much more inclusive companies that will take into account all kinds of realities in our country. The fact that we want companies to be more feminist, to take more into account this fight against the gender gap, the salary gap, something that will make the companies to be more sensitive towards disabled people, for disabled people for once could work in a regular company. These are clear recommendations made by the International Labour Association Organization, the ILO. These recommendations are also clear from the side of many European institutions, and they are not respected. But beyond that, what really happens to me as an MP, when I detect that there is a labor conflict, what happens to me? Only workers come to visit me. What happens to me is that only the work councils come to visit me. Many of you, we had meetings here and there. I do have representatives of the Bernova General Electric's Working Council, one of the final conflicts that we dealt with. And we, as MPs, we try to them in contact with the managers. What is the answer? The same that they are giving to us, silence. There is no answer. Who answers always? The worker. So, this standpoint can be developed in such a powerful way. The companies which are the main interests, the ones that are really want to have higher productivity levels and more profitable levels. It is not a capitalistic entrepreneur that opens one company and closes another. No, I'm talking about the workers that belong to the company. Due to this reason, which is an unstoppable strength principle, we must make real once forever that the companies in the country to have a very democratic route with an active participation of workers when dealing with the strategic operations of the company, not only in the bodies of the company, but in all the departments of the company, because these are the main ones that will like to make function the company. I was in a meeting in companies, and the first argument that I had on the table was an error in the entrepreneurial strategy. Due to this error, we were a productive company, we are not productive anymore. Due to an error of the entrepreneurial strategy, we, as leaders of the market, we are not anymore leaders. And due to a mistake and an error in the strategic entrepreneurial strategy of workers will fire workers. Why this happens? Because the first that gets the impact of minorizing profits from the company side is always the working class. From that moment onwards, is it vital that our country's workers to be on board. Direct, 30 seconds only, okay. They need to have a direct participation process when taking decisions of the company. In these final 30 seconds, because we would be talking for quite a while, in these final 30 seconds, me, myself, alone, it is important you to know what's the legislative action that we did. From my party, Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, we did made in different electoral programs, we dealt with this question. And it is true, we did it from the standpoint of the legal in the legal body of the company, and the party is asking to approve and to pass a law. And I hope that we will have good news in relationship with this pressure that we are making to make this law to be passed. But beyond the legal framework, we need to talk about the mindset of the issue and the problem. From the legislative point of view, we do have tools to force companies to be more sensitive. In the public procurement mechanisms, we did not talk about the public procurement. There was a law, I was one of the creators of the law, and we boosted and we launched a proposal. It was the public procurement care for people. In the 7th article, there was a paragraph that was the S paragraph that said, no company will be in a public tender in Catalonia if they were not able to show that they took into account the active participation of workers when taking decisions inside the company. Article 7, paragraph 7. We need to make a bigger incidence where companies suffer more. We need to put the finger there where companies are motivated. So we need to touch the pocket of the companies and the money and the budgetary things. We need to improve the social awareness, because if we only rely on entrepreneurs, we won't be able to progress. They are not committed. They are not giving us this social awareness. We do need to progress in this sense. Therefore, from the legal awareness, we need to boost and to increase the social awareness of company owners. And in this sense, and Ricard, I promise you that I am concluding, the next legal step, yes, you know, I'm not a in favor of the Constitution, but from the point of view of the Spanish Constitution, the 129 article, the Constitution that dates from 1978, and the Article 119 has not been respected at all. From this standpoint, we need to boost from a united action, we need to change mindset. And this change is that the decisions taken in the company do not rely on the one that offers capital. Otherwise, the companies that get public funds, why they do not open the boards for active participation in the public administration that is giving money and funds, right? Not only thinking about the capital role. We workers, we are the most important capital of the company. Capital is not only economic capital. Capital is also human. That's where we can see a changing paradigm. So, the human capital lies on workers. That's why if the entrepreneur really deserves to improve the profitability of the company, needs to give a voice to the company workers. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jordi. The capital of this table is time. So I kindly ask you to be more socialist and to better distribute your time. Aina. Well, good morning, everyone. Of course, I will suffer. I'm going to speak in Catalan. So please let me tell you, if I do speak in Catalan, I will back to Spanish. I'd like to open my speech creating a comparison between the logic of the austerity that controlled everything in the crisis of 2007 with these new anti-democratic trends of the big tech guys, as well as the multinational corporations. We saw those man in black, the Troika, right, that controlled the public budget of the countries. And suddenly we can see this paternalistic figure or role or character that is related with the far right. So this common thread, whether we are citizens, whether we are workers, we can see a common thread. We don't have developed the ability to understand, neither to have a valuable or valid opinion from economic terms, perspectives, and also when dealing with the organization of work. In 2007, we witnessed that there were some actions that had to do with ex-post strategy. Well, the men in black, the Troika, well, they intervened politically and they were able to redirect the different political measures that could have the will to be developed by the different governments. And we're witnessing that there is an ex-ante, right, control before the elections. I'm talking about the fake news in this regard, the lack of information that is undermining the world of work, but also many other fields of our reality. This will to interfere before the elections through fake news, misinformation, disinformation, as well as rumors and demands. The legal and judicial front is important to bear us in mind, specifically here in Spain and also all over the planet. But here we did face this situation of this fake news and misinformation, and it's something that really works for them. The authoritarian models, they are triumphal at the world level, but also at the European level. It is obvious that Trump and Blair are the two big names that in a way, well, represent this new leadership, not only individually, but also in a different way to have a connection with the citizens and to create new relationships politically and democratically, as well as labor speaking. There is an obvious connection. This big figure of these big men, since the democracy, they really infuse this in this authoritarianism. This is something that we can see in the field of the company. Elon Musk, one of the most symbolic characters when we talk about these issues. I think that in this context, we launch many proposals. aiming at broadening democracy in all the fields and also in the entrepreneurial and in the company field. I was reading this days Daniel Reality. I love this article, and he said there is no freedom, not neither political freedom, where there are workers that do not have the right to decide or to co-define their working conditions. We could not have political citizens without economic citizenship. So, in this regard, we created politics. Some of them are radical, and there are other politics that were too moderate, and unfortunately, some of them were not able to have success due to this parliamentary arithmetic, which is so complex today. As an example, I'd like to give you a non-law proposition, which is a minor thing between brackets, and we propose as a parliamentary group in order to improve the economic information that requires the committees of enterprise to develop in the end collective bargaining that could be equivalent in information levels. We proposed different entities of the public field to inform about something so revolutionary, like informing us about the quarterly evolution of the economic information, something that's included in the Observatory for Companies' Margins. Something so radical, like information so radical, that it is something fundamental to understand what is happening in the political field and the strategic field, as well as the development in the field of the company. So these are moderate proposals because, in conclusion, they do belong not only to the treaties as the fundamental charter of fundamental rights of the European Union and many other things that have been approved in the information and consultation of the viability of companies in many sentences that we witness, and also it has been recognized in our specific Institute for Workers' Web. Despite everything, we do have real troubles, as Jordi was sharing with us, because in the end, this would be very difficult to have this as a reality for the collective bargaining. We, as a broadening and working in order to broaden this element to have a right to information, we applied, right? Well, I'm going backwards to the previous logic, so we go backwards to the same story. Well, the austerity period say, well, the men in black, they're coming, the technocrats, in a very neutral way. Well, they were telling us what's correct and what's not. Suddenly it happens the same. And the answer is, you don't have right to information. And this is what really will balance the ability that we have to negotiate. What we really want is workers to have this picture and this the possibility to have this complete picture about what happens in the entrepreneurial space, to be proactive and to launch proposals that will be always intertwined with the reality of facts, aiming at having in mind that when we talk about the right of information, we want to balance this weight. It is obvious that the power in the production model is on the side of the employers' associations. I'm talking about it because we recently talked a lot about the productivity levels when we launched proposals such as the reduction of the working hours, which has a very clear implication when talking about democratization of companies. And I'd like to talk a little bit of the productivity I think that a very important part of the problems that we had in the level of our productivity have to do more with the bad decisions that were taken from the entrepreneurial side, with the lack of investment in companies. They didn't want to invest to improve productivity, and the lack of ability to listen to the works councils that have the information year after day, and they know more than the managers and the CEOs that are not always in the same company, which in the end, well, was a negation of this ability to make things happen and to go forward. I'd like to talk about some figures such as or characters like or personalities like Elon Musk. You're aware about the practices that were developed in countries such as Sweden or Germany, where the politics was to attack trade unions, to attack the working councils in order to reduce a right which is fundamental to organize and to improve the conditions in a collective way. So these practices to reduce the strength of workers in companies such as Amazon, where trade unions and working councils, they became one of the main enemies of these companies, right? So in the end, we understood that workers, we are like the different pieces of the puzzle and of this mechanism, not as something vital to strengthen democracy. I stop here and I wait for the second round. As the others, they talked more than I did. I'm sure that in the second turn, I'll be able to say more things. Thank you. Listen, Aina, I'm kind of strict with time, but I was able to make you to speak 9. So maybe can I conclude? Joaquin talked for 18 minutes. Listen, what happens is that we need to give the floor to the room. We must be participatory to let people intervene, right? And to include many other things in the conference. We have loads of academicians that have researchers that they really want to be with us, that they have loads of experience, many things to question. But, well, I think that I'll ask you to introduce yourself and to have questions, not whole exposition, and also to pick the responder of your questions, right? We want to give time to everybody. The first question is you, and then Tony. Take please the microphone, and then Carlos.
Hola, buenos días a todas. Yo soy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Paulo Castro from FEI, colleague of Javier Tebar from the University of Barcelona. And I would like to make a consideration for Aina and a question for her so that she can have more time to speak. I believe it's just fair. Only fair. So, in the contributions we've heard, all of them super interesting, I thought there was something missing, which is the topic of migrated workers. I understand that if we're talking about work democratization or business democratization as a way to democratize society, and therefore also a way to create citizenship, here we find the last part of the chain, which is what we do with migrated workers and what are we going to do for them. And I'm going to say that the question is aimed at Aina, because obviously there is a popular legislative initiative, and I wanted to know how it's doing. Tony Ferrer is right next to you. I'm Tony Ferrer, a member of the... apologies, but he needs to use his microphone closer to the mouth. Otherwise, closer, okay. So, 2 questions. One is for the Secretary of State. I do not want to anticipate the very much awaited result of the Committee of Experts, but it's our specialty in Spain that the law of capital companies, well, it's not like the German model, which is dualist. That changes already. And back in 86, we already took that into account. Sara also mentioned it in his presentation. This was taken as a compulsory measure. It could be taken to agreements, of course, but there's the dualist method as well in Germany. Why? Well, I'm not going to repeat. We don't have time to go over it again. We had a session in the University of Valencia. Gemma García Gallardo, the professor, led it, and we participated. And one of the sessions was the experiences of those who'd been part of board of directors. We would, of course, go for it, all of them, but we have the need to transform and have different tools. Why? Because the boards of directors took less and less decisions. That's where capital and property come together, basically. But the management committee is the one making the decisions. So the presence of that other space of board could be something interesting. By the way, this is not new to the Spanish legislation. When we examine the transposition of the European directive to Spain, those registered in Spain need to have a supervisory board. This, of course, well, the Employees Association will be against this. Let's not fool ourselves. Mercé. I mean, it's taking power from them. This is a fight. This is a power fight. And the second question, out of the three parties, with whatever political parties or considerations that you have, I think that's all fine as well, and I'm very happy for it. But I'm missing the convergent fields here today, because in order to make this topic a successful one, it's going to be a success, of course. When Carles Campuzano, I remember he was here for many years, like Joan Tarras. He was here for many years as well in Congress. And we had no problem discussing with them regarding this topic. There was a great coincidence. I'm not criticizing the organizers or anything here. I'm just pointing out an issue that is quite obvious, but sometimes the obvious needs to be stressed. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll now hear from Carlos back there to the left. Okay, thank you, Tony. And the second question was aimed, Tony, at MPs. Yes? Okay, Aina. So perhaps you can also talk about that. But let's listen to Carlos with the third question. Good morning. I'm Carlos Pérez, Galician from Galicia. You can tell by my accent. I'm international head of Misiones Obreras in Galicia. When we say international, this is basically the relationship between Galicia and Portugal, nothing more. And I know regard of cross-border trade union meetings, and my reflection is, of course, aimed at Javier. I've heard in all the different meetings and sessions, I've heard active representation of workers' representatives. More? I mean, I'm not grasping the thread of this all. Why? Well, because there's a word missing. I've heard you all, and there's the linking word missing. Obligation. We are not including that word in none of our meeting sessions or forums. Let's not fool ourselves. Information and consultation is different. It's a different story. And we do a consultation both after making the decisions, because it's not binding. And I thought Joaquin was going to take me to the group of experts to give my opinion when it comes to the legislation part. But without that word, we are heading nowhere. And we've been talking and negotiating. The same thing happened with the temporary dismissals. When it was binding, there was negotiation. But when it's not binding, we just move forward. And that is what I wanted to bring to the table. And Javier, well, question is, how can we issue legislation? How can we negotiate if there's no obligation in the final resolution? There's no obligatory nature. It's just, voluntary. That's the question. Thank you. Okay. So, Aina, you can start. We're just going to go in the opposite order. So you answer Paola's question, and the part relating to you to Tony's question, and then the other two colleagues of Congress, and Javier and Camille can answer the third question, because at 12:45 we are finishing, and well, we're all working here because there's social value, but two people are working here, are being paid, they have rights, and we cannot go beyond 13:45. Okay, should we start, Aina?
Agradezco la pregunta, entre otras cosas, porque las trabajadoras migrantes.
I'm going back to the migration workers. Those are the ones that suffer the worst conditions. Normally, there's colonialism, extractivist colonialism that has exploded the global south. This happens very similarly in the field of work and work relationships. There is institutional racism, there is racism in the workplace, and there is a permanent exploitation of people, not only migrants, but also racialized as well. I believe it's important to recognize this from the very beginning and stating it as a reality. That's why there's an initiative related to the regularization of people who are neighbors and who work and live amongst us. And it's important and essential, that with other parties, we've clearly been favorable to this. Not only that, but we demand deep reform, an amendment of law that treats people as pieces of flesh, basically, and a piece of war we can just have around our borders and not as human beings, which is what they are. But I want to claim a victory that has a very direct impact, an obvious impact, especially for migrant women. This was the recognition and also the rights, the new rights of home workers. Of course, this is Agreement 199, and this is basically recognizing that they are workers, and we were there without being able to do that. I believe that has been a very significant step forward, and it's very much related to this track record performed by the Ministry of Work with Yolanda Diaz at the forefront, recognizing not only these groups of workers and bringing them to regular labor, moving forward with measures such as the labor reform, radar law, and the reduction of working hours, and they are related to this democratization of work and with a substantial improvement of the rights of workers. I need to now carry out a reflection on the employers' associations at the time being and seeing how Musk and Trump are interacting and how this new authoritarian right wing is using democracy to get rid of democracy. I believe that employers' associations now need to make an important decision, either collaborate with this ultra-conservative strategy that favors the far right and weakens democracies, or it can, on the other hand, participate as an additional social agent to build this welfare state that clearly has been weakened by many of these strategies that we were mentioning before. Those fearing the information, and I'm talking about all parties here, and the employers' associations denying the approval of measures related to rights of workers to information, they are the ones who fear democracy as well. So they're the ones who want to limit the ultimate representation of workers, and they are the ones who want to limit the participation of citizens in all the day-to-day businesses of our society and democracy itself, as well as political participation. And that's how I wanted to finish. Thank you, Aina. Jordi, you have half a minute. You owe us half a minute. Well, if it's just half a minute, then all's fine and well. I'm just going to answer Tony, and I believe Carlos is also right, but I will answer Tony. There's a problem here. The post-convergent space, which is Junts now, that's the name. I see it every day. I see it every day. it has no interest in these matters. In fact, every time that within our legislative work there is a proposal that simply points out, and well, the Galician colleague was also working with me, points to the democratization of companies, well, they would just, scare it away. So this is the current situation, but I do believe it's good for them to be here as employers association to be able to contrast and move forward in this so necessary dialogue, even if it's conflictive, because without a conflict, there's no progress. So I believe it's important to have them participate in these fora, but also knowing what the reality is. In this case, there are no allies. We need to make them help us move forward. So we'll try to do that. Thank you so much, Merced. I am going to use 2-3 minutes. If that's all right. Okay, Tony, 2 things here. I'm going to answer one thing. This is power. Yes, it is indeed. We are going to tell business people, hey, leave some space for us. We are here and we have a say. But when I speak about emotional intelligence, I'm talking about how we've been capable throughout these 2 previous terms to push them with agreements related to countries' structural items. I'm talking about reforms, but pensions as well. Aina knows. I mean, we put a lot of pressure. We almost dragged them along. And the ex-convergent space, I was going to be more brutal. Where's that? We have a gentleman called Puigdemont. He is totally bored, has nothing better to do. I'm so sorry for saying this and putting in these words, but they have nothing better to do, and he just doesn't care about democratization. And the others are not on that. They're just seeing how they can make him happy with approvals and the pulses taken with the government of Catalonia and Spain. But I agree with Jordi. We need to bring them here, and employees associations as well. And if they don't want to come, they should say why they're not here and why they haven't come. And it's in this meeting and in other meetings. We need to drag them to these places, and in the end, they will come, because it is an improvement. It's an improvement for society in general, and I'm not only talking about the matters at hand, but these agreements are a social improvement, an improvement for the entire country. We are role models for Europe. Somebody said that Spain can approve a law that can push and mean a push for other countries. So that's what we need to do. We need to do that. And with the Employers Association, very smartly, as has been done in the previous 2 terms, we will end up dragging them along. And the People's Party should also be here. And they should be able to explain themselves. And, well, take back what they said. This is surprising, counter-cyclical, and then a Galician person asking a non-Galician question. I mean, I can't be more direct than that. This session is being quite striking. Anyway, I remember a Saturday in June 2020 with the closure of Nissan. I was a Nissan worker, for those of you who are not from here, and there was a debate, a discussion I held. I remember it was Saturday afternoon with the minister regarding precisely to finding a kind of response to this announcement of the closure in order to immediately recover the binding nature of the report of the Labour Authority. Why am I saying this? Because she had structural reasons for the opposite perspective, and I was saying yes, but given our current situation, we cannot mend everything in the period of 1 month that we have as a consultation to go over this. But I agree with what she was proposing, because I tried to propose it in my previous presentation. Subjective rights in the norm does not guarantee the application. I don't want to be specifically articulated in detail the binding criteria of the participation that is decided on the company, because that standard is changed by a different standard. What I want in order to make participation of workers in companies binding is that their organization capacities are incentivized by the framework that the business world needs to have, because democratic societies need to establish intermediation processes between the power and the people. And intermediation processes are called trade unions at work. And if trade unions have no effective capacity to have these algorithms be interpreted in conditions, or the equality plans being guaranteed without them being standard operations to dress up business procedures, if we're not capable of articulating the organization of workers, the rights will be taken away. So I believe that the binding nature, the most important part, is precisely that, to strengthen the organization of workers that are members, of course. That's the first thing we need to think about. The legal capacity of representation, should it fall upon an unmembered person, whether it's personal delegates or works council. But this is a discussion that we are bringing from the transition. We were basically installing democracy for workers. So anyway, this is a very wide discussion. This deployment needs to have a wide and plural scope and perspective so as to guarantee that things do happen. If we can't do that, there's, small increase of participations. And then finally, well, just one more second, please. I'm sorry. There'll be no binding capacity if we don't have sanctioning elements for breach. Nowadays, this legal procedure is totally not useful because it's not made effective. When you are called upon for a year and a half, you can't have the sanction of the binding. This would have to accompany for the good of the bad, and this is something else that needs to be corrected. I heard or read in media outlets that the democratization process of businesses was dependent on workers' participation on board of directors. I thought, well, we're making a big mistake here because this is reductionist. Yes, very quick. Haven't spoken about obligation, but my examples did point to obligation. When I spoke about Nissan, I meant that we need legislation for restructuring. The company, when it has a problem, looks at solving it legally, and if not, how much it will mean, how much it will be. This is the ruling that we have now on the unfair dismissal in Europe that needs to be, very expensive, and they decide not to do it. There's the two elements, the sanctioning element and the obligational element. So very quickly with two examples, when I was in UGT Catalonia secretary, Tony was at the confederal one. I remember a study carried out here in Catalonia, coordinated by our colleague, Carmen García, on health and safety at work in the European field in 4 or 5 regions. So what was the conclusion of this study? Depending on the legislation, there is more participation in health and safety issues in workplaces in some states more than others. So the obligational legislative framework is related to this, of course. Or, as Javier was saying now, the role of trade unions or union sections. Well, thinking about union representation legislation now, I wouldn't change it because it could go for the worse. But we need to analyze whether we should change it one day and perhaps provide more coverage to this union role. So there should be regulatory frameworks that obligate or force, so that we can see all these situations that are not new to us. Thank you very much, Camille. Joaquin, let's answer Tony's question, if you may. Yes, well, it is a pleasure to have Tony Ferrer amongst the attendees because Tony is a really wise man and has the full historical memory of the participation rules in Spain. We need to clearly distinguish, well, in the debate, there's two elements taking place here. There is the field of union participation, information and consultation. And I believe this is no longer a problem of democracy in businesses, but rather to the extent or the reach of representational and union elements. One of the historical problems is that the representation of workers in companies in Spain has a different role, which is to measure how representative trade unions are. And sometimes it's that role more than the role of intervening in restructuring processes. Participation of workers in processes that affect their labor contracts shouldn't be debatable. I mean, this is no progress. This needs to be reinforced, reconsidered, and it needs to be done in different ways. The law on industry that includes the participation in reindustrialization processes, or that includes decisive elements, which is basically the return by companies of all the subsidies received when they make critical decisions in terms of labor. I believe this is a fact, of course. I take it for granted, and this is pure unionized relationships, and that legislation needs to promote. But we need to go beyond this. This is not a problem of workers deciding their collective dismissals or the substantial change of work conditions. This is a problem of workers deciding what companies do. Their strategic investment, whether they invest in people that in places that are not respecting human rights, what they do in the outsourcing chains, what investment decisions are adopted, what contracting policies are taken on. This is a problem or issue of getting into the heart of the business and in the decision-making process and co-decide with the other companies. I don't know whether in the supervisory board, in the board of directors, or conditioning CEOs in their decision-making. Whatever the instrument, it can be debatable, of course, and we will need to adapt it. We will need to adapt capital companies to the participation of workers. But what I'm convinced of is that we are thinking not about participating in what affects me, but rather that business projects can be somehow co-determined or co-managed by the workers. And that's the great democratic progress. By the way, this democratic progress is not always shared. When we are in this degree of consensus, well, based on own experiences of trade unionism, there's many people who are reluctant to have workers participate in the business decision-making because they understand that this is a mechanism that eliminates a type of contradiction with the employer, and it entails a co-optation of workers that is not necessary to share. So the best trade unionism is the one that is always out of the company and doesn't participate in the co-decision processes, and therefore there's huge debates there as well. But I believe that in this discussion, the best thing is to gain over democratic spaces, power spaces, an essential thing that links back to the article before. It is not possible for democracy or participation to have a power cut of 8 hours a day. I mean, this is not compatible with a democratic society. This rule that when you go into a factory every day and are left without rights, this is not something that we can share. One, we are citizens 24/7, and we are citizens in and out of the company. And this is what we need to guarantee through these political projects in which we find ourselves. So if you will allow me, if you can answer in 15 or 20 seconds, please. We are going to ask the question Let's go back to the first part of the session, the link between democratic quality and quality of work. And if this were the case, Inerarity asks, in this case, is the Ministry for Work the one that can do the most for democratic regeneration? Well, we need a miracle for this. A Secretary of State to answer something in 15 seconds. I mean, that would be a miracle in itself. But besides that, I believe that, yes, without citizenship at work, there's no general citizenship. I'm convinced about that. Political participation of workers cannot take place based on traumatic, precarious experiences. When a person or an individual, well, let's talk about this now, reducing working hours. When we reduce working hours, we allow for political participation. When we reduce working hours, people are allowed to think beyond their producing capacity. When the work stops, when there's democracy at work, when someone is stable and is not learning a terrible lesson in life, which is basically protesting, meaning the end of your contract, or if you claim a salary are dismissed, or when their life experience is fully traumatized with bad work conditions, all that is not only undemocratic, but it goes against democracy. Because nobody can believe they live in a democracy when their fundamental mode of life, which is work, and most people of society sees it in this same way, that link with the well-being, with the welfare, with having the basic material necessities covered. When that link is precarious, is broken, is not producing satisfaction, at the end of the day, one stops believing in democracy. And to a certain extent, these traumatic experiences, this idea of turning us all into a business and not a democracy, is precisely in those traumatic experiences of workers who cannot understand that what democratic societies has for them are exclusion, suffering, and authoritarian elements.
Yo pido que hagáis extensivo el
So please, big round of applause to all speakers. Thank you so much. And apologies for the different instructions. It's very difficult to have a session with 7 people and trying to keep the time. So we managed to. Big round of applause for the moderator.
La comida es en la sala 11.
We will go back to room 11 for lunch, like during breakfast, and we will be back at 2:30.
Buena tarde o buena vesprada.
Good afternoon, good evening. We don't know. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to resume with this fruitful seminar. We are learning a lot, and we are taking well note. To improve ourselves, we are going to start this third panel, aiming at dealing with the participatory experiences in boards, in the administration boards in Spain, because, well, we don't have these supervisory boards, and also practices and stage in companies. We do have 3 members of the panel that obviously they have experiences inside the world of the companies and the private sector, and it's going to be very interesting to listen to them. I'd like to introduce the 3 of them. I'm going to introduce them, and after that you will introduce your companies. So we will have time for us to know better your companies. I'm going to start from my right side. Juan Antonio Vázquez Real. He is a worker in the financial field at Airbus. Since 2014, he was the responsible for coordinating the UGT section for building construction materials, and also Airbus at the international level. And from 2001, he's developing a trade union role from UGT FICA. He has been re-elected in the last Congress of 2024, December. So congratulations, of course. But also, I found another data, which is important to know. He's a member of the administration board at Navantia. And we can see Juan Antonio Vázquez Real as representative by UGT FICA. So this is what really wants us to know. And this is important to underline. On the left side, we do have Pedro Suárez Benavente. Pedro was trained in industrial engineering. He's an operator at the port and the terminal, also president of the Port Authority in Valencia, and Secretary General of the ocean sector, belonging to the Comisiones Obreras Department for Services to Citizens since 2020, from 2021 to 2025. He is also a representative of the Port Authority in Valencia. This final role is the one that we really want to know, as we are dealing with the participation of workers in the administration boards. And obviously, he also is in the administration board of Valencia Port, representing the trade union organizations. And finally, we do have Luz Huguet, as you can see. Well, he's not Esther Garcia. Well, you could imagine, but Esther Garcia is not amongst us. We do have Luis Huguet that is sharing with us the perspective of the company and also the role that we play in a company. Luis, since 1993 up to October, well, now he is almost retired. He worked in the railway services of the Catalan government. He didn't play a unionist role. He was a corporate director, member of the executive committee. But myself, well, I know that he's been a representative of the board of directors of several entities and organizations. So just mentioning something related with the role that he plays inside the company, the world of corporations. But let me tell you that the Railway Services of Catalonia, Ferrocarrils de Generalitat, the board of directors has two seats that represent the workers. So it is a company where there are workers represented there, despite he's not someone that is representing workers right now. But he knows very well what does suppose this role, and from the standpoint of the company, it's a company that knows very well what's the role of workers. So a very short introduction. I do thank you for being with us in this day after having lunch. I'd like to give you a few minutes because I want you to know and to tell us about your company. I want you to introduce your company. I want you to tell us how appears the representation of workers in the board of directors and how you were selected by the board of the directors. Please try to be very brief because we will have many questions by the end. So we are starting from the right side. Juan Antonio? Yes, please. When it's green, you can talk. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to me to be invited by you, and it is a pleasure to us to be with you. Well, Navantia is asking me to be... well, I was told to be very brief. Navantia is a public company aiming at the building construction of boats, despite right now is diversifying new activities in different fields for a better future in the next years. But historically, we work in the dockyards, mainly for civil boats, and right now we work 100% for the Ministry of Defense, so military and navy boats. Well, it is a company that suffered many changes, different stages in different territories in our country. And the company, well, had to close several manufacturing centers and production centers. This had an impact in the different territories where we found the company and where the company was active. And in the last years, we witnessed that the company, why not to say, it is a company that suffered loads of problems, aiming to disappear, lots of losses, a very low portfolio of customers, the activity, and mainly the amount of debt. It was a public company that was at risk when facing the legislation of the European markets. Maybe thanks to the new investors and thanks to the role of the government and the company workers that decide to take the reins of the situation, I think that from that decision moment, that decisive moment, we changed the role of a company, and thanks to the changes, we are healthier. After that, why? Why are we here? Well, in conclusion, why are we there at the board of directors? The presence of the representatives of the trade unions in public companies has to do with an agreement that was signed by my federation, my trade union, and the CEPI in 2016, where it was regulated the role of workers in the public companies. Thanks to that, we were there, and well, we did have a role to play in the company. Why I was selected myself, because by that time I came from a sector, the defense sector, mainly the air sector, and also the maritime sector, and I was responsible for materials, as you said. I was responsible to manage different equipment in the field of defense. So they considered that I was the one to be in the board of directors and to fight for workers' rights and also for the company rights, because without workers there is no company, without company there is no future for workers, neither for the company. So this is in the end the experience that I had personally and why I was there at the board of directors. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank all the participants. Thank you very much for the interest that you share with us. As for the Port Authority of Valencia, I was told to convey that there are several ports that are interesting. There are 28 port authorities organized at the state level that are managing 45 ports. One of these ports is the Port Authority of Valencia, managing 3 ports: Sagunto, the Port of Sagunto, the Port of Valencia, and the Port of Gambia. We, together with the ports of the state, the headquarters are in Madrid, the responsible for coordinating all the activities and all the port authorities. Every port authority has an economic role to play and also different functions such as the investment role. It is a public body, and all the actions made by the Port Authority are under the private legal umbrella. However, why do we have part for social representation in some autonomous regions and autonomous communities? It depends on the region and Spanish region. There are 2 seats due to the 2022 legislation for port authorities. One of the few legislations when there were some legal changes in Spain, and it was by consensus, thanks to the consensus of all the political parties, and we created this new board of directors for port authorities, which is the body that allows us to have a seat and a say. How I was selected? Well, the law for ports says that the election has to be chosen by the regional governments under the proposal of the biggest a trade union. In the case of Valencia, Comisiones Obreras, we are the ones that have more representation in this sector, and the Valencian organization decided that it had to be me. Under the trade union perspective, when dealing with the different board of directors in the different port authorities, we have to deal with the amount of representation and the ability that one has when organizing the sector, not only in the port, because, the field of the port authority has to do with managing the spaces, the facilities, and the equipment of the port authority and the port space. Very rapidly, what is a port authority? Well, you have a very close example for those that live in Barcelona. The port authority in Barcelona manages a territory that is like the municipality of Barcelona, but it has the same functions and roles, but inside the port, right? Inside the port of Barcelona, they have closed spaces, commercial spaces, open spaces, such as the old port and many others. This is a model that repeats itself in all the port authorities. I don't know if you have any questions. Okay, thank you very much, Pedro. Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your invitation. What are we? Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat, the Catalan railway company. We do apologize, but we are not getting the sound in the booth. We cannot provide translation because the microphone is off.
No, se había parado.
Can you hear me now? Yes, thank you. Well, as I was saying, we are a public company under a private model, and we are kind of peculiar because despite offering railway services, the lines that belong to the Catalan government that comes from private companies that in the past that have failed and they got bankruptcy, and suddenly they became public companies. We also have a business area related with leisure, and we do have ski centers. We do have 6 ski centers competing with the private ski stations in France and in Andorra. We do have railway businesses for leisure. We do have a train that goes to the monastery of Nuria, another one that goes to the mountain of Montserrat. So we do have 2 business lines. One has to do with public services, and the other one has to do with the market. The competitors are the private ski resorts and also leisure activities that compete, such as with PortAventura and many other amusement parks and so on and so forth. So we do have different agreements depending on the activity that we develop, and this has kind of tricky things behind the scenes. So this is in a nutshell what are we. As Gemma said, in the statutory definition, there are 2 representatives for the trade union members. The ones that are more important are UGT and Comisiones Obreras. As Sara Lafuente said, this comes from the collective bargaining and the Catalan government that made to have in the statutes the trade union representatives. The role in the board of directors is to see how I see things, right? As a former member of the board of directors, and how the procurement, the IT, also the legal advisory activities that were developed under my responsibility. So when I was a member of the board of directors, everything was related with my activity, and I worked hand in hand with the CEO of the company. Well, this is how I saw things, and the participatory representation of a trade unionist in a public company. I also work in the private companies, but let me tell you that in the private company, there was no trade union representation. Well, great. Thank you. Now I would like to make some questions. I made a group of questions, a series of questions that I'm going to ask them related with their personal experience, and I'll have a series of questions where I'll be asking the opinion that they have about border terms. So, we will have a series of questions related with personal perspective. As for your personal experience in this board of directors, Luis, I think that you need to adapt everything in your specific case because you do not have this experience of being a representative of the board of directors. But I think that there are questions that will be answered with your personal opinion. The first question: what's the attitude of the board of directors and the rest of members of the board of directors when dealing with the role as a trade representative of trade unions? So do you listen to them? Do they have enough ability to execute some influence? They have a saying on the decisions? Is there any kind of rejection? And is there any kind of conflict of interest as member of the board and as a worker, playing this double role? And with independence of the answer, do you think that it is convenient that the representative of workers to be also an employer of the company? Or do you think that it should be better to count with someone that is an outsider of the company? And also, how do you see the role that you play from the trade union? Do you have support from the trade union? Is there any kind of skepticism? Is there a collaboration, or are you putting together many things together with other members of the board of directors or other relationship with the strategic areas of the trade union? What's the relationship that you have with the trade union that you represent? Or better said, why are you there? And then finally, did you get training for the role that you play? And how do you show your accountability? So please, I ask you to be brief when answering to the questions. And so, Juan Antonio, we can start the round of answers. You know, in many cases, this will be a personal opinion because the amount of questions that you made was too long. Anyway, I try to share with you the experience that I had in the board of directors. To me, it was good. Of course, there were some troubles and difficulties. I could share the why. When you ask who I must be accountable to, but despite these difficulties, I'm quite satisfied with the experience because I did have the experience and also the knowledge. It is regulated the mechanisms in the board of directors and the perspective that we have, and also what we have. As professionals, it was a good experience to me. Also, the changes that we lived inside the company and the participation in the board of directors was very important. And being there and present in the board of directors helped precisely towards the change and to improve the situation of the company. As I said, it was declared a bankrupt, and there was a problem with the economic activity, and we lost loads of customers. And right now, well, we have quite a profits, and the measures that were implemented were great. And we can see that there is more ability to have new customers outside our borders and in other countries. So this was thanks to the participation of the trade unions in the process of the company. As for the relationship with the directors and so on and so forth, it is important to say that in this board of directors, beyond the trade unions that came regularly as the professional agreements stated, well, we did have also public administration representatives such as the Ministry of Defense and many others. I've been always very well welcomed, and we always had a look to improve the situation of the company, because it was the best way to improve our jobs and also to improve the working conditions as well. So this collaboration was, in many cases, a very robust collaboration, because in this specific case we were setting common goals in such a way that, well, I always understood that it was positive, the attitude that we got from the company as well as the rest of members of the board of directors, coming from the different members of the public administration. Well, it was great. And the conflict of interest, I think that we did not have any conflicts, so we got all the information, and that's where we have to take decisions as a member of the board and a CEO, and also the trade union decisions that are taken by the different departments of the trade union and also the federal executive members. It was a national company. So in the end, these are independent things, one decisions or the others. And thanks to the information of the company, well, we are able to help loads of members. And the conflict in itself, the experience that I have, in the end, well, I didn't suffer any problem at all. And also you asked us if it was more interesting, the member of the board, to be a worker of the company or not. Well, I do think that black and white ideas are not good, depending on the experiences that we see and the profile of the individual that we see. So the most important thing is the individual that we do have, and an important trajectory, the knowledge, the reference, and all to be member of the board, and also to know what's the representation of the board, and also we need to know who will have to be accountable with. And in my case, I had to be accountable with the Federal Executive Commission, the different colleagues of the trade union, the affiliates, and the members and workers in the end. So we know that we do have a member of the board of directors, and many times you need to share the information and with them. And in many, many cases, you need to keep silent and to keep secrecy as well. And what about the training? Well, the training that we have, we were named by the consuls, and this doesn't exist. The training that you get is the training that you had previously, personally and professionally, and secondly, the everything that you acquired during your professional period and training. And finally, the last question, how things are seen by the trade union. I think the trade union sees things very well. More than the training that we have, well, we can count with the support of all the organization. One thing is the individual and the member of the board that participates in the meetings of the board of directors, and also to count with the support of the organization, of the legal office department, and also the information that we get is very big, a lot of information, so it's always important to count with more than one individual. We count with the support, with all the resources of the administration available for those that help the function of the company. This is one of the most important tasks as a member of a trade union. Now that we are dealing with equality plans and the collective bargaining, we are working, and this has a repercussion in the end. And this work is not paid by anyone. Well, it's paid by the whole company and neither the public administration. So, if I had to talk about probable and possible legislation, well, taking into account the resources that we need for you to be responsible and to participate in the companies, as we said. We can count with the support of all the members of the trade union, the team members, the economies. This has a cost that is paid by the affiliates that are the ones that pay the fees to be a member affiliate.
No sé si hacer una contestación genérica o ir punto por punto para ser disciplinado.
Well, what can I say about this? Well, as an starter, and answering to the questions, let me tell you that it's vital to understand the role that you play once you are in a board of directors. I had several roles, different perspectives. I'm president of the Works Council of the Port Authority. I'm also a representative of different ports in Spain. So, what's the government body of the company and also the board of directors? So then we have a management body. In the management body, which is the direction and the managers, that's where you can find the legal representation of workers, which is the convention of the works councils. Then I have the role as a member of the board of directors. So you are a member of the board of directors and everything that this implies, and this is a guarantee for the mission that you must play. You have the same roles and the same responsibility as the rest of members of the board of directors. So the experience that I have myself after working with different CEOs, has been very regular, and this has to be this way because you, as a member of the board of directors, you need to ask for equality. Therefore, CEO as a member of a board of directors has the same right as many other member of the board of directors to have access to information, to have access to documents, to have access to everything that has to be voted in favor or against or abstention, and to be aware about everything. In the specific case of the board of directors of a port authority, we do have several components, inwards and outwards, how we organize the activity in the space of the port. We detected some conflict of interest. Well, let me tell you that no, I don't think so, because in a board of directors, in a port authority, we make tenders for construction, and in the tender legislation, you can introduce social clauses, as we call them. Yes, we do have this trade union component, the social part, that doesn't impact a lot on your port authority, but this could have an impact on any tender related with any kind of service and with all the clauses that require a minimum level of figures, and also to foster, a long-term contracts. And if I see good or bad, I don't see any conflict of interests, but this is the question, which in the end really makes easier the role that the public administration plays through the management of the ports. Another question, is it relevant to belong to the company or not? Well, I do share what my colleague said. It is relevant that the member of a board of directors must know what we are dealing with. Independently, if we belong to a port authority, to other companies, so it is important for the trade union to have the knowledge and training as well. How do we see the role in the trade union? Well, in the end, we are all here, and we are all people that are in the board of directors, but usually we do represent the trade union, right? So obviously, we don't have self-employed people. You must coordinate all the different points of contact. You need to get counseling, and you need to be accountable before and after, because you are kind of a messenger of the position.
You also have responsibility as a director at all different levels, but you are in that position because it's been proposed by your organization. So you're not a self-employed person or an independent person in that sense, and that has an added responsibility and task of having to be always. And well, basically, that's the union work on a daily basis. You need to be aware of what happens in a business, in a company, in a specific position, whether something is going to be dealt with at the board or not, and how. Regarding training, I also agree. This is something pending because we have not organized standardized training. The person going there already has some training on the industry or sector, but we do want to normalize and standardize training. The person who accesses the or is a spokesperson already has a training, but that's not enough, and they should have a more standardized training. And I think I'm not leaving anything out. My contribution will be different to that of my colleagues. How do I see workers' participation in companies? I do believe it's necessary, and you'll say, what is he going to say, of course? But I do believe it is. And would participation in board of directors be the best way? Well, I don't think it's the best or the only one. I think there's...
¿Cubre todas las necesidades? No.
Does this cover all the needs? No, it doesn't. It doesn't cover all the needs, at least in my experience. I'm talking about the public sector now. Why is it necessary? Well, there's the famous balance, a work capital balance. And you may say, well, whose is the capital of a public company? Well, it belongs to all. So that needs to be balanced as well. And it needs to be effectively managed or efficiently managed. And you may say, right, so what other things is that good for? We always talk about property and worker. And this is a manager telling you, or former manager. Some managers are very dangerous, and it's neither capital nor worker, because they have egocentrical projects that sometimes go against the company, workers, and capital. So the balance between capital and technostructure is also very important. And worker participation, and that's why I believe this is the right forum, is in the knowledge contribution and the daily grind, the knowledge. Unfortunately, many companies, and we this morning have talked about this, both conceptually and strategically. Some companies are brought down or collapse because of strategical error. Unfortunately, in my experience, trade unions, generally speaking, and workers' representations never wanted to play the strategy game. Never. And I promise that we have tried, I have tried, because some strategic projects in the public sector, of course, well, may not make a company collapse because there's always the administration there backing up. But this means the money of all taxpayers, or perhaps less money for more infrastructure or medicine, or less money for hospitals. So any strategic mistake basically means waste of public resources. And workers and trade unions can contribute much more. Unfortunately, what I complain about, and I have done so in the past, and it's unfortunate that I don't have UGT and Comisiones Obreras here, that their participation is almost always linked to bargaining and negotiations and break times and things like that. Health and safety committees also participated, and their contribution has always been very valuable. And it's proven that whenever they participate, they bring value to the company. But why don't we bring about more value in other concepts? And where am I heading to? Is the board of directors the most adequate or suitable forum? Well, I've been in 8 boards of directors simultaneously, and almost all take place at the end of the month. And in each board, there's, all the documents there, handed the previous day, basically, handed out. And I had a structure and I had people helping me reading all that, and decisions are made, and there's responsibility there. Criminal and civil responsibilities and liabilities. And there's obligations as well. There is responsibility and obligation without authority. There's something turning out wrong there. And where there's management committees as well there, in area committees, strategic committees. These are the basic places, and they never want to play this game. The thing here is not what am I going to get for myself. Here we need to basically protect the solvency of a company, because that would entail the solvency of all workers and the solvency of the good use of public money. That's very important. And this morning, it's been repeated several times, competitiveness. It's also important to work for efficiency, to get union representatives involved in efficiency, because this means not only having more resources for other things, for other needs, but there's, more infrastructure, more roads, more hospitals. With this, what I want to say is that for me, worker participation is basic and essential not only in the public sector but also in the private one. But we need to change perspectives. And being there in the board of directors, well, yes, but I don't know how we took what I pity the colleagues because they take on responsibilities. There's lots of allocations, transfers, formulations of accounts, approvals. But, yes, the trade union is helping out and supporting, but hey, there's the responsibility there and the decisions, because everything has been worked on already. And that's where they need to participate. And the contribution of knowledge takes place elsewhere, and they do not participate there in those forums, and they do not wish to. That's my perspective. This is my opinion. You asked 2 questions. Well, should employees be there? Yes, essential, paramount, important. They are the ones contributing the knowledge, and they are also the ones who give or make others trust and information. Well, they do need it. Structure, they need it as well. You've been opening up further questions, haven't you? Anyway, let's continue with the last group of questions, which, as I said, are a bit to get to know your thoughts, whether you've already spoken about your thoughts, you have an opinion, and it's normal that you're bringing them about. So you can answer them as you wish. The first one, do you consider that worker representation in the board of directors of companies is useful for interests of workers? And what about the interests of the company? What other benefits of this type of participation in the face of other more traditional ways, such as exercising the information and consultation rights through the Works Council, through the delegates, through staff? What are the obstacles or constraints in the exercise of your position that you believe should be improved? And this is also very good thinking about future legislation or how it could be improved. And do you believe that collective bargaining along these lines could offset the existence of a law on participation of workers, and what is the reach or scope of that legislation? What should it be? This is, of course, an opinion as far as type of company, system of selection of board members, if you just want to take the risk of making suggestions, of course. So these are the questions. Let's start this new round with Juan Antonio. Okay, I consider that, yes, trade union participation and our colleagues in the board of directors is useful for workers, because one thing is the right to information that workers have through their representatives in companies, and a different thing altogether is the board of directors where decisions are made. And as Luis said, all the information needs to go to that place and all the decisions of the company are made there. And at a given moment, if this decision, whether strategic or not, we don't see it, we could even block the decisions of a company. I think that the people who are included in board of directors, we try to help out with the feasibility of the company. Apologies, but his sound is very low. I believe the speaker is too far from the microphone, if anyone can tell them. Thank you so much. Yeah. So from the very beginning, there is consensus between companies and trade unions. Why? Because after the drafting of the law, there's the importance of what needs to be present in a legislation, the fact that the 92 law needs to be renewed and amended and have new tools to face the elements of transformation. Well, we are all in agreement. So in the field of businesses and companies, how can we agree on the strategy to grow, to generate proper employment so that the company is sustainable and so that it can keep the territorial consistency wherever it is? Well, I believe that we should not be regarded as an enemy, but rather as an ally. And workers themselves should be aware of this and participate in the development of the company. And that is good for the company, for workers in the end, because it also ensures their future, and also because, for sure, the decisions that workers need to make in terms of collective bargaining or conditions will be mostly based on greater information and knowledge on the situation of each company, those that are good and those that are not that good. So I think it's useful and necessary. Benefits, well, perhaps that's the benefit. Your participation will make you responsible for a situation and a participant in the search for solutions wherever they may be. Wherever there's problems, you can participate in the search for the solutions to those obstacles. Well, don't really want to talk about obstacles, but there is the accountability here with trade unions as well. We are a democratic organization and we owe our existence to many. We need to have a bottom-up structure with executive committees, transfer this to territories where companies are implemented, then discuss this with members and the different sessions, and more than obstacles in the day-to-day operation of the trade union, because at the end of the day, all this information needs to be pushed to make the necessary decisions in all centers and factories. I wouldn't say obstacles. I would say that it's necessary for the daily grind of a trade union. And then we've spoken about questions, collective bargaining, could it replace a participation legislation? Well, in what terms? I believe that collective bargaining should not replace anything. It should be there. Not only should public companies be there present, we should be present in public companies and private companies because we can be allies of workers and companies themselves. So we should have representation in all possible companies. And as far as directors and their selection, the responsibility lies on the trade unions. I believe that they need to choose the most suitable profile of the person who will be chosen, because Luis mentioned something that perhaps is not being discussed here. But before I was talking about money, but it's not just money, because it's true that the organization gives you all the support so that you can develop the activity that is your responsibility. But somehow in our organization, there's been colleagues who have been accused for decisions made in a board of directors. The person has not been accused for actions committed by themselves or decisions made being aware of anything. They've been accused by decisions of managers of companies, and they've been involved, but they were not aware or have been involved in criminal or legal responsibilities and liabilities. So these are terms that need to be taken into account, and they should be there in the selection of the directors. And in the union framework in Spain at the moment, somebody with a suitable profile. Well, I don't really know how to legislate this, but this should somehow guarantee that the trade unions with national representation beyond the businesses should have that representation in the businesses or in the companies. Any representation in any board, in any company, would mean a totally different thing to the representation of trade union representatives in the different boards of directors. And here we would be talking about two different union profiles, and that should be regulated to guarantee the presence of trade unions. In this block you are now mentioning, in essence, what I understand is the exercise of co-responsibility. At a union level and at a business level, this comes at a cost. It is true that there is a discussion in trade unions regarding the role of a member in a board of directors, of a union member. The trade union must be devoted to the traditional works council or personal delegate. I believe this has been overcome already. We need to carry out an additional effort and go into co-responsibility for the good and for the bad, for better or for worse, because not everything could be appealing or the solution to all problems. This means that the company must carry out an effort in opening up its governance and in a tangible way. This means providing a proper income statement, and the trade union needs to understand that in a board of directors, it's not like a works council. That's not your role. And basically, you need to participate in the co-governance of a company for the better or the worse. This is basically attending to the regular and traditional needs of workers. Well, we could reach a referendum and, increase salaries by 30%. The real account of the company. which are normally not provided if you're not in the board of directors, you won't have the tools to tell a worker that his salary won't be brought up. That's the responsibility exercise. The company wins there because, in a way, the educational task of speaking to workers will be done by the trade union representative. It was mentioned whether through collective bargaining or collective bargaining could be reached or moved forward in legislation. Well, this needs to be legislated. We don't have that culture. Most presidents of ports authorities, well, the trade unions were not there. They would just be so glad and pleased. It's basically a taxing environment. And I do not have the perception that this could be achieved through collective bargaining because it's like a natural right to participation. So I think we should have a law like the regulatory framework of our colleague or the law on ports in my case. As far as effectiveness and knowing that your task in a board of directors is not the same as in a works council, it is true that the response given by a company is not the same from the scope of works council than the board of directors because you are a governing body already. I am talking basically about information here. You have access as a trade unionist in the governing body as a spokesperson that you won't have in a works council. So this is progress in terms of the efficacy of trade unionism. So it's already good to be in a board of directors because of that. Luis was mentioning this because he's landed all this a bit more obviously. Well, documentation that is sent for a board of directors meeting, sometimes you get it like very early and some others you don't. It depends on the experience of the director and knowing what are the most complicated points and where to pay attention and some of the things that are just necessary things. It depends on the skills of the director because the work that needs to be devoted to a board of directors is very extensive when the other parts, union representation, needs to be done as well. So this is not the way it works. There's two tasks there, two different tasks. So basically what Luis was saying, and the colleague as well, is that I see no obstacles in the case of ports activities, and I'm talking about this particular case. I see no obstacles, or I do see obstacles perhaps in other sectors or other companies. And there is an effort being requested to the representatives going to the boards of directors because they don't have any time available and they're not going to have it anytime soon. I don't really know how to solve that. And then on the other hand, yes, you are running the personal risk with your own equity and property. Any decision that you make in a board of directors could be used to accuse you, even with a criminal complaint or lawsuit. And I would regulate this in future legislation, not just for the directors of the social part, but also for all the directors in the company, so that they are covered with an insurance that can guarantee their defense and that can, at a specific moment, cover all the compensations for actions that sometimes, well, you get claims and you shouldn't be running the risk of having to pay with your own property and assets. So we find ourselves in this situation because the business person will have no problem and the trade unionist will have to go back to the organization to see how to solve this. based on my experience, I have had cases of claims, financial claims, and also criminal lawsuits that have been solved naturally. We need to understand this and the fact that I'm coming from public administration, and anyone can file a lawsuit. And in this country, at least my experience is that the whistleblower is running no risks here. And this could be the most negative part of participation in a board of directors. And, well, basically, we have focused on the matter at hand. Well, my contribution is a different one. I'm going to contribute 4 ideas. For me, the most important one is that in the face of the obvious resistance of the private sector and the employer association to include workers in their management, the best model would be for the public sector to have an operating model that worked out. And those who object participation, well, should see that the model works, that is, can be taken and copied elsewhere, and that it contributes value to the company. The public sector should be the reference to bring down all these ideological barriers, in many cases ideological, of course, but in many other cases, they are purely monetary reasons. So the public sector should be the reference point to bring this down. The second idea that I wanted to bring here, apologies, but he is moving away from the microphone. This insurance only covers situations where there's no malice or deceit, because no matter how much compliance or how much insurance, in other cases you can just fall anyway. You must request training, and well, information should be posted on transparency basis. Well, there's all this lack of information, and the law on transparency forces companies to post all the necessary information, and if they don't do that, they're breaching the law, so that could be sanctioned. And another thing which is very healthy is boards of directors, well, at least in my case, the public sector, we see representatives of the different political departments, and they all vote yes. Trade unions don't really understand about many things, so they say yes. And if it's something about staff, they say no. And the boards of directors I've been in, with no salary or remuneration for that, I've mainly participated in one thing which is quite evil, which is public-private partnership, at least here in Spain. They say this is the solution, but that's a lie, at least in Spain. I believe that Lutheran countries operate better. This morning, we spoke about religion. It doesn't work in Catholic countries because public-private partnership is always, the private sector is there to make money and the public to pay the money. I've been in these boards and I've voted no. I've used my voting right to say no. And sometimes the secretary called me and said, why did you vote no? And I said, hey, why don't you vote? You go to the board of directors and vote, because it means responsibility as well. I insist. I believe that the public company should be the role model to actually prove that worker representation in the board of a company works.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your kind answers. Up to now, as a conclusion, I do have the feeling that there was a crystal clear idea to me. We talk about public companies, This really makes a remarkable difference, very remarkable difference. Amongst many other things, as Juan Antonio underscored, interests can be common. If you want to save the company, the work, the jobs, the environment, social cohesion, if you want to save that, it is very easy to have common interests, which are only possible because there is an alliance amongst public trade unions. But if we were talking about private companies that have other interests which are contradictory, probably things would be very, very different. As you said, the experience when participating in public companies, they should pave the way forward to make private companies to be aware about the public model as well. This would be interesting. Yes, I'm going to give the floor to everybody, but I really wanted to make this distinction. The importance of training, not the training that you have once you know very well the company. Pedro, you said it really was very interesting to me. You cannot be equally in a board of directors or in a supervisory board. So the role is different. So I do have now the hat as the board of directors. Now I will have the hat of the European Works Council. Of course, this is very important. Beyond all the elements for transparency, right to information, all the information is something that you do not learn as a member of the trade union, and you can only learn once you work in the company. And there would be many other bodies and organizations without forgetting the role of the board of directors, As you said, there are many informations that won't reach to any other body, but we need to explore other commissions such as the strategy one, which to me is fundamental. I would like to give the floor to the audience. 1, 2, 3. Do we have a mic runner? We need the mic. Oh, the mic is coming. Okay. We do have 1, 2, 3 comments or questions. Yes, please. We do need the microphone here.
Bueno, me presento otra vez.
I'm Emilio Penado. I belong to the international team for Industry Federation of Comisiones Obreras in Catalonia. As the moderator said very well, we talk about 3 public companies that come from the past history before the democracy in Spain. Before we had the vertical trade union, and there were some representatives of these members of the trade union inside the public companies, right? And right now, they kept very few beyond being more strategic in broader terms and also services. These public companies are important in some specific European companies such as the Bathan, you as well, and the port authorities. You've been always there. So the reality of things right now, the reality today is that we have public companies. Every day we do have fewer. We do have private companies that insist in the entrepreneur and the board of directors are at the national level, and we do have multinational companies with the European Works Councils, and in some of these multinational companies we do have supervisory boards, and in some cases we do have the public administration as well. This is the reality that we experience. Beyond that, 98% of companies in Spain belong to an entrepreneurial fabric with less than 6 workers. There is no trade union representation, and there is no legislation in companies with less than 6 workers. So, what I would really like to know from you It is to get a much more specific information. How do you get the information in the board? Do you get documents? How do you convey the information that you get in the board to all the workers? Is there confidentiality, the right of secrecy? At the level of the workers' representation in other centers, because you are a group of companies, so a group of enterprises, how do you convey the message? How the trade union participates in all these processes? And for you to be there, you need to count with some means. How do you administer the means for you to be there beyond the salary that you get as a worker? And I also like to know what are the means that are available. For example, in Germany, depending on the number of workers, the Works Councils has a service for counseling and administration counseling service that a company hires outside to have the Works Councils. What are the means that you have? Do you have experts? Do you have counselors that help you? This is what really interests us here. The problem is not only to have access in the Works Council. What are the means? What is the training? What's the relationship that you have with the trade union? This is what really interests us, and this is what we'd like to know. Thank you. Good afternoon, I'm Domenico, and I do work in a private company. I'm the president of the European Works Council of AVECO. So I'm going to ask you more about private companies, as he did. But we always ask for democracy, documents, transparency, and suddenly what happens? The company gives us loads of documents in a very transparent way, but in the end we are not prepared because we don't have skills enough to study these documents, and we must pay external experts to help us, and we do not have time to read everything. My question is the same as he did. With your own experience in a public company, did you have experts, external experts, third-party experts that help you to study the documents and to know what's the opinion? Because in our specific case, yes, we reach the best of the agreements, internationally speaking, about transparency, but now the company says, what's your opinion? What's your opinion? You need to consultate. We need to know and know. And we are lagging behind because we don't have the skills and the competences, and we neither have the time to do it so. A question specifically for Juan Antonio, particularly when you talk about the trade unionists, representatives, trade unions, and in conclusion, if a worker or representative that has a seat in a board of directors, and it will be the most important organs of the company, has to obey, first of all, the trade union or the workers that picked him. It's kind of a provocation. My question is a provocation because sometimes what happens is that the trade union doesn't want what the workers think. I do belong to a trade union. I'm not talking about anything. I know what I'm talking about. Who are we going to represent, the trade union or the workers in the end? Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Jose Luis Arias. I'm already retired, but I'm a member of a commission. So can you repeat your name? Jose Luis Arias. My question, as you said very well here, we're amongst colleagues that work in public companies. So, my question has to do with the next thing. Don't you believe that from the trade unions we should have a higher control of the activity that people that we name for the board of directors and the role that they play, yes? Because we know an example which is clear. Once we had the black cards, right? This was the discussion. So at the level of Comisiones Obreras, there was a fraud. And we were why we were there and why we didn't have a surveillance of those colleagues that were representing the trade unions, in this case, the Comisiones Obreras, because we suffered a lot due to this fraud case, the credit cards fraud. So let's see, right, what we do, because we need to bear in mind who are we choosing to represent the trade union. We must be careful. Good afternoon. Well, I don't want to give you a speech here. I'm Mariano San. I'm a member of the Federal Executive. I deal with labor, health and safety. I work for more than 6 months in the Council of the Railway sector, the Spanish railway sector, the Renfe. As my colleague Pacheco said, the optimism of a will and the pessimism of reason, as he said. My opinion brings me to say that it is very important to participate in the board of directors, not for co-decision, but yes, for transparency. We do have access to very important information. We have the ability to reflect upon it, and we need to show in the minutes what are the things that we said in the meetings. In many cases, we believe that there is a parallel committee, and this is not reality. In the railway public sector, we do have a social approach, and we do convey and share many things that have to do, let's say, with the promotion of the conventional railway rather than high-speed trains. I vote against many times against high-speed trains. And also, we must be thankful because then inside the railway sector, my sector, we do have a quite good staff for future issues and to discuss with specialized people. I'm responsible for engineering and maintenance, but when I have to deal with security, safety, and traffic management or procurement, we need to make a report to define what's the position, and if we do have allegations, we do agree amongst the allegations. So the collective work is vital and essential. Thirdly, we do write a report for the organization and the trade union to know not only our position, but also to be aware about the content of the debates that we organize, because the debate contents are very important when making a trade union analysis. Fourthly, it is very complicated to be a member of the board of directors from a personal perspective. It's very tricky. I do have a daughter that has a small company, and all the accounts are blocked because we are totally controlled through the way for transparency. Every year, my IRS, well, I have to pay more money than the money that I have to pay in the end. And thirdly, I in different panels for social dialogue for many years, and I can tell you that many times the board of directors are the most difficult meetings, despite it always positive. In the board of directors in Renfe, it also participates the board of directors in the end, the ones that execute this, but it's always very tough. As my colleague said, we do get the documents on a Thursday evening. We do get 20, 30 files. Every file has like 100, 200 pages and dealing with very different issues. So this really implies a high load of work. So this also comes from the personal responsibility. I always say that sometimes if I am wrong, well, everybody will. So the tax agency will take everything. So let's be strict and let's be serious and to face things the way they should be faced. Many things could not be treated in the board of directors and in the in the Works Council, but we do need to have a broader approach to know how the company is managed.
Vale, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es
Yes, I'm Julian. I'm a researcher at the University Pompeu Fabra. Probably I'd like to mention what our Portuguese colleague said this morning. He said it's important to make a difference between a company and individual as a legal person. So this is in the end the discussion that we have from the academia perspective and also from the social action. What I'm talking about? Well, mainly I'm talking about everything that goes through the board of directors is regulated by the corporate government. I didn't listen you to talk about the corporate government, and the corporate government has the labor rules, and we do have the ODE and international, the public laws, and in the corporative government, we have international standards that were built from the private sector, and that's where we have to start working and to disconnect the concept of enterprise and legal person. Let's say that there is an issue with the corporate government, which is vital. I really like the experience at Renfe after what you said. The agenda of the board of directors. Who defines the agenda? Trade unions, do they have this option to put a subject on the table of the board to discuss and to deal with? The agenda is a topic of a corporate government that many times we forget about it. So we do have the issue of the corporate government that has a very big problem because we cannot legislate for just a single case. We've seen many cases of private companies, but it's not a measure that fits everything. So there is not only one size that fits all. And finally, something that should make us to think about this economic and social crisis as well as ecological crisis, environmental crisis. The corporate government is thinking about the benefits of the members of the company because this is the duty of the administrator to be loyal towards society. And this loyalty has to be related with the growth of the company to benefit all workers, which is good. But in eco-social crisis that is fighting to the growth, to have new strategic measures that could go against the growth of the company, how everything is going to be incorporated with the role that trade unions will play, unions that look for social cohesion. So we need to break this idea of corporate government loyalty to give more visibility to the corporate government, not only as a board of directors, and also how decisions are taken at the level of the company. Thank you very much. Can you introduce yourself? You work at the University Pompeu Fabra, but what's your name? Julian? Julian. Okay. Now we'll give an answer to the comments and questions. Up to you. Who dares to share? Emilio, please, if you want to share your vision. Very interesting. Wow. Yes, confidentiality. Of course, there is a regulation at the board of directors that everything is confidential. And this has an impact on all the board of directors meeting. But this is not something new. The right of secrecy is also important. But this is not an obstacle. We passed away about the activity of a member of the board. Yes, it is to assess each and every one of the points, to read the points, to get some counseling, and to have, well, in the end, a position that should be great amongst the professionals. But there is a fundamental part that are the points that go to the board. You opened a discussion, the board's yes, no, abstentions, right? Each and every one of us, we behave differently. I never absent myself, but this is not an order. This is a posture despite being radical. We can see that there is a positioning behind the scenes. And do you have access? Do you have access to the management bodies? You have access to the CEO of the company before points get into the board. Once a point is in the board, everything is clear. This is a trade union activity that's mixed with the activity of the committee. You have the availability to convey. Not all the councillors need to know about the functioning of the company. You do know, and you can convey the message. When I address myself to the board, I do not address to the president, to Miss President in my specific case, unless to the CEO. So I talk to the members of the board because they looked for the support. We are 15 members in the board. And this will depend on the ability that you have to detect that there are conflicts that the president and the director or maybe the delegate will doubt and maybe they will vote no. I do have the experience to retire some points of the council before getting the council because there were some specific councils that didn't understand a lot of the topic. It is true that this is a reality in the board of directors. There are loads of members of the board and the agendas are very tricky and to reach to the point and we can say, no, this is new for me. No, this is better to vote this or that or vote against or in favor. So this is the detail of our daily activity as a trade unionist. Yes, we do work depending on the strategic decisions, the support. We are in consultation bodies independently with the board of director when dealing with risks and so on and so forth. As for the means, well, frankly speaking, I do not have more means than before. No, I do not have more, neither at economic level, neither more time means. Well, I do have the structure, the organization support, and it's true that I do have the organization, and I do ask questions that I didn't dare to ask before. So I ask them, tell me this and that, but frankly speaking, and this is a reality that I can see, well, one, I do have the same means that I had in the past as well. So as me, many others as well. All right, I think that the question that was made had to do with the information that we get in the boards, how we deal with the information of the representatives and the decision-taking processes, the means that we have to develop this task.
Porque pienso que la información no tiene que ver ni los comités de empresa europeos.
It has nothing to do with the European Works Council, nothing to do with the members of the board inside the company, with information that gets the board of directors. So the decision body is the board of directors. That's where you are. There are no two boards, one with you, one without you. No, you're always a member of the board. You have the ability to discuss, to assess, and to vote it. Thus, you do need to have the same level of information that the company has in conclusion. So, you also talked about the ability that we do have for the agenda of the board and the influence that we can. Well, it was absolute. There was a point of the agenda where you could, the same day, well, to see what would be the issue to deal in the board of directors, and then you could structure and to propose any kind of information and also another items for the future board we added, and in the future board we saw what we were dealing with and what we really wanted to deal with the future board of directors. So you have the same right as many other members of the board to add or points for the future board and also to add some specific topics for the board of directors. What about the means? Me personally, we began with a low level of means, as my colleague said. Well, you did get support on paper, and suddenly we got the digital documents, and well, it was huge, the amount of information. The means that I have were absolute. Together with the trade union, the means that we have, I didn't have more times. No, I did have other trade union activities. So the means, that I get were the means that were given by the members of the trade union, whether lawyers, economists, and so on and so forth. That's why I said that if a law has to be regulated, yes, we should regulate also the regulation, because in the end, this is the support that we are working with for representatives of a company and workers of a company to be represented in the board of directors. Who is paying for that are the members of the trade union at the national level? Why the members and the affiliates they have to pay the costs for this legitimate and useful representation of the whole workers of a specific company? So this must be paid by the company itself, because the company and the workers are taking advantage of the management that the convention is implementing. And also, you mentioned before, what is the level of information? Okay, you need to look for balance. And many times, in many occasions, the importance of the member of the board has to absolutely trust. Well, the representatives of the company need to know, and the whole organization need to trust him. It would be very difficult to accept that you, in your discourse, to say that, well, the company is losing money, and the others to doubt about your information. You are based on numbers, that maybe is not published, or you didn't have to do it. You ought to know it, and
La confianza absoluta de
they can trust absolutely the workers, the members of the trade union, and the organization for you to say that your work. And in conclusion, this is the information that you got, and this information can be read by other people, right? And many other things that must be confidential. So this is something that should be open to the whole members of the staff, and also the need to get this profile and to trust all representatives as well. And you said, who is taking the decision? The trade union? Well, I can see that trade unions are workers and workers are trade unions, so there are not opposite interests. We need to know that we're talking about an organ and a body that the only thing that will need to be assessed are the fact of the company to comply with the different politics that are needed. And this is something that we deal during the board of directors. But of course, we do not need an agreement. We do need workers to understand if there is a blockage in the licenses or allowances. You do need to get a position that will go against the interests of many workers. So these are two completely different things. I do share what Mariano's ideas. I do agree with him as well. Well, unfortunately, we need to close. We must close this panel. We began a little bit later. We complied with the time that you gave us. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the contributions. Domenico and Mariano Sam, you have a lot of experience. Thank you for your contribution, and thank you to the others. Let me remind you that we don't have to worry for the responsibility. So we can solve everything with insurance for civil responsibility. I'm also a member of some foundations and I do have my insurance. So we don't have to worry about it, right? Because there are more advantages than inconvenience. So thank you very much. I think that coffee is ready.
Tardes, retomamos la jornada con la...
Good afternoon. Let's resume the afternoon with the fourth and last session in this very interesting session organized by the European Institute of Trade Union Studies, by the platform and the studies of the University of Barcelona. So in this fourth session, we will have 4 contributions. The title, as you know, is on the program. So basically promoting democracy in firms and worker participation in company boards through research, with the idea of the necessary cross-cutting nature of academia and extra-academic environments. So it's interesting to see what's the perspective of research, as we've seen in the first session. But now the contributions will be done by, and my introductions will be very short, because what they have to tell is much more interesting than my words about them. But first, we'll hear from Sophie Rosenbaum from the Duisburg-Essen University of the Institute of Work and Capacitation or Capacity Building. Apologies, but the microphone is not working properly. So, Sophie, you can rectify if I'm not saying this properly. And she is a sociologist and has a very vast track record studying the relationship between boards of directors, works councils, in this case, in the environment of the, German case. Then we will hear from Sophia Fiedel of the Institute of Social Movement of the Ruhr University of Bochum. She is a historian, social and financial historian linked to a group with whom we have a long-standing relationship, the Eurden project. Stefan Bergen is leading, and Manfred Van Offel. And the study is also on democracy in the workplace and is currently taking on the PhD. Then we'll hear from Alexandre Dalmau from the University Pompeu Fabra. He is also doing his PhD research, and the project is around the law on worker intervention in industries that was promoted by Francisco Largo Caballero during the Second Spanish Republic. And finally, Gemma Fajardo from the University of Valencia, lecturer in the University of Company Law, and has a long track record in intervention, study, and diagnosis of social economy. And she will also be talking on matters related to research in social economy cooperatives and entrepreneurship with her experience in recent years. So as I've been mentioning, each one of you will have 10 minutes in the first round for interventions. I'm not going to ask questions because what makes sense here is for you to actually make contributions and for people to ask questions to you, people who are attending this session. After those 10 minutes, if you wish, you will get questions, then interventions, or the microphone goes back to you, and we will finish there because we have some colleagues here, and I would like to thank for to the technicians and the interpreters as well. They have a long working day. I believe it's 8 hours, but the Secretary of State this morning said that time will be reduced. Anyway, so Sophie, you can start whenever you wish and in the order I mentioned.
For this nice introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm pleased to present some insights from Germany on the interplay between board-level employee representation and works councils. And this morning we have heard a lot about current policy debates in different European countries on board-level employee representation. And with my presentation, I would like to expand the scope a little bit more by analyzing the inner workings of board-level employee representation in Germany. And hereby, I would like to focus on a specific aspect, namely how board-level employee representation and works councils are interlinked. So to underline that board-level employee representation has, of course, a value in itself, but it is not isolated, at least not in the German model. And I would like to present some insights from my research on this kind of aspect. To provide some background, my presentation builds on research conducted at the Institute for Work Skills and Training at the University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany. And through several research projects and based on more than 100 semi-structured interviews with Works Council members, members of employee representatives on supervisory boards, and also trade union representatives, I like to explore how board-level employee representation and works councils are interlinked in the German context. However, since we have only a limited amount of time, I just will focus on a few key spotlights today. First of all, before we dig into the details, let me say something about the overall architecture of employee participation at company level in Germany. we can say that works councils and board-level employee representation form the institutional backbone of employee participation at company level. However, this is, of course, complemented by collective bargaining by trade unions in Germany, primarily at the sectoral level and primarily focused on wages and working time. Today, I'm not focusing on the sectoral collective bargaining level, but on the aspect of employee participation at company level. And here we have works councils and board-level employee representation. So they are distinct but serve complementary purposes in the German system of employee participation. On the one hand, we have works councils, which represent the employee interests and regulate the working conditions at the workplace level. However, work council bodies in Germany are present at different levels. So it's actually at the establishment level, at the workplace level, but we have also works council bodies at the company level, the so-called central works councils, and also at the group or corporate level called group works councils. And on the other hand, we have board-level employee representation, which grants employee representatives access to strategic information about the company's economic and financial status, enables oversights about management decisions. Employee representatives are also included in the decision-making about who is going to member on the management board, the remuneration of managers. So this is also, this is covered by board-level employee representation in Germany. So there are clearly distinct roles of these two channels in the system. However, they work together to strengthen the representation of employee interest, and they can be regarded as communicating vessels. And I would like to explain a little bit more in detail what this means and how this works in practice. But before I do that, I would like to just briefly tell you a little bit more about the institutional framework of board-level employee representation in Germany, which is grounded in three major legal acts. First, we have the Codetermination Act of 1976, which ensures equal representation of employees and shareholder representatives in companies with 2,000 or more employees. However, the chair, which is always appointed by the shareholder side, has a casting vote. So it is referred to parity representation, but it's not a real parity. So we always or often say it's quasi parity, what we have based on this law. Second, we have the Act on the Codetermination of Employees in the Supervisory and Management Boards of companies in the coal, iron, and steel industry. It's a specific act for these kind of industries. However, it is today only applicable to just a few number of companies, to just a few companies. It's linked, of course, to the overall shifting in the economy in Germany, like with the decline of the heavy industries. The application of this kind of law is a small number of companies are just covered by this kind of law today. And we have the One-Third Participation Act, which provides for one-third representation of employee representatives on supervisory boards in smaller companies. So, and what I'm telling you in a couple of minutes, it's mainly targeted towards the board-level employee representation based on the Codetermination Act of 1976. So just to know what I'm talking about. So let's have a look how articulation actually works in practice. And first of all, we see that there exists personal overlaps between board-level employee representation and works councils in Germany. We see a consistent pattern that employee representatives who are employed by the company and sit on the supervisory board are usually recruited from the Works Council bodies. So key actors within the Works Councils usually are also present on the supervisory board. And those persons are usually the chairpersons of the Works Council or the deputy chairpersons or belong to important committees of the Works Council bodies. And these personal ties serve also as a proven method by which the two channels are linked in order to ensure a good flow of information. And it's also a mean to deal with confidentiality obligations. So if the persons or the employee representatives who sit on the supervisory board are also member of the Works Councils, then there is a specific group of employee representatives that can discuss the sensitive topics that has been shared with them at the board level, and they can discuss about strategies, how to deal with this kind of information and what kind of strategy they might have to apply at the Works Council level afterwards. So let's focus on the question how the different resources of board-level employee representation and Works Council participation are interlinked with each other. First of all, we see something that what we have named anticipation of change. So board-level employee representation can be regarded as a power resource for the work of the Works Council. With the information attained at board level, the Works Council is better aware of what is going to happen within the company and can prepare itself better based on the personal ties I just mentioned to maybe critical situations coming up in the company. And in addition to that, for instance, Works Council members who are also sitting on the supervisory board can ask informed questions during Works Council meetings. So they can indirectly use the kind of information they obtained at the board level to force the management to provide more information to the whole Works Council body. We also see that the board level can be used as an escalation tool. So if the Works Council is facing critical situations, critical discussions with the management side, and no resolution can be found, then it is kind of a threatening tool to say, okay, if we do not find a compromise at the level of the Works Council, then we can take it to the supervisory board level and we can bring it there on the table. And usually management does not want to have this kind of situation. And it's kind of a last resort. And every side knows that this is kind of the last resort. And this helps to solve conflicts. It also helps to strengthen the position of Works Council members within the company, being present on the supervisory board. So it helps to build up a reputation within the company. And it also helps for fact-checking. So the information obtained at the board level can help to check if the information provided to the Works Council is accurate, is right, or if important information is missing. And we also see that the Works Councils also provide resources for employee representation at board level. Again, this also has something to do with fact-checking. So if you are a member of a Works Council, you are very aware of what is going on in the company. So you can use this kind of information to, better check the information you obtain at board level. So is this information accurate? Is this really something what is going on in the company or not? And it also helps to broaden the perspectives, like when Works Council members from different company sites are present within the supervisory board. They have a broader perspective on what is going on in the company, and this might help to find better decisions within the supervisory board of the company. So to conclude, what we see for the German context is that works councils and board level employee representation serve different but mutual reinforcing purposes. So the employee representatives use resources from both channels to overall or strengthen the overall employee representation in the company. We see that personal overlap exists and act like connectors. However, we also see that some challenges exist to this well-established system in the German context. I do not have time to go into detail, but we see a declining coverage of quasi-parity codetermination in Germany. We see problems with limited implementation, and we also have a problem of existing loopholes in the domestic legislation, but also with reference to the existing legislation at EU level. So thank you very much for your patience. And here are some articles. If you are interested in the topic, you can, get more details from those articles. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Pues ahora intervendrá.
So we will now hear from Sophia Friedel.
All right. Thank you very much, first of all, for the kind introduction. And I just quickly wanted to say that I'm here instead of Manfred Wanderpoel. Some of you might have expected him. We're colleagues together at the joint working offices of the Metal Workers Union and the Ruhr University in Bochum. So my talk today is a more general and categorizing presentation rather than a talk of my research results. And if you have any questions about what I'm doing regarding the project of codetermination, a German model for Europe, which was briefly mentioned in the beginning by Javier, or about my involvement in the European Labor History Network and working group of industrial and economic democracy, just ask me afterwards. But to start quickly, I've picked out a reference by Klaas-Michael Staal, the Deputy General Secretary of the ETUC from last year. He said, the best way to defend democracy is by practicing it. Let us never forget, democracy is the best deal the working class will ever get. And I think from the discussions and the presentations we had today, this became very clear already. But nonetheless, it really stresses that democracy has been and still is a contested terrain, even though it has become a distinguishing feature since the 20th century in the Western world. However, there is still a huge discrepancy, and we've discussed that today as well, between democracy as a form of organization of rule or state constitution and economic democracy. Because the prevailing labor relations are still based on an undemocratic, top-down decision-making process and imposition. So this is despite the fact that in most industrialized democracies, there is a culture of employee participation in general within the companies and collective bargaining, of course, by trade unions on super company level. However, these mechanisms, and we discussed that already slightly today as well, hardly challenge the overall structural power relations or authoritarian role of management as the ultimate decision maker, let alone turn them around into a holistic decision independent of positions with the company and especially independent of the factor of monetary ownership or, so to say, capital. It is evident that the path from object to subject of the workers has not yet been consequently gone and taken. Because to be employed still means to be governed by others, since most of the working force is still excluded from decision-making processes that peripherally or directly affect their working environment. In the immediate post-World War II years, up until today, various models of workplace democracy or democratization of workplace arose in the Western European arena, and that gained more traction or less traction, among which is, for example, the dualistic German codetermination model. And luckily for me, Sophie was just right before me, so I don't have to explain this anymore. And you all have a slight idea already what this means. And this is the point of departure of my research, basically. So in Germany, discussions shifted already from the 50s, from an ideological point of view, up into the 70s, to a more broader discussion about codetermination and the question of efficiency. However, internationally, those two were handled jointly, because the late 60s and 70s can be read as the golden age of ideas and debates on the democratization of industrial relations in the economy, because at hardly any other time there has been more intensive international and transnational discussions about the German codetermination model, though characterized by fluidity from rejection in the earlier days around the mushrooming of multinationals to conceptual rapprochement, especially along my two reference countries, which are the UK and Sweden. Trade unions of both countries relied heavily, or still rely heavily, on collective bargaining rather than on mechanisms of collective representations or ideas such as, such as the German Works Council, for example, posed. So commonalities in the first assessment of the German codetermination was, as we can see, and I brought only 3 of many quotes, were that they were skeptical, especially about the works councils and the efficiency those new bodies to both of those countries would bring ultimately, and of course about a possible compromising or double loyalty. And it was funny when listening to all of your remarks earlier on in the other panels. I have a feeling that those quotes and those skepticisms about board representation still prevail up until today. I feel like the argument has barely changed here. Yeah, but to conclude very shortly in this from this slide, that both the LO, the Swedish Trade Union Congress, and the British Trade Union Congress saw already the already established systems of shop stewards and collective bargaining as far superior, or at least the creation of a new body, which would be ultimately, after the German model, outside of their control in the works councils, is a threat to their hegemonistic power claims inside the workplace. However, international factors in the 60s and 70s were exacerbated by national factors in the respective countries, and evoked a change in that perspective and a conceptual rapprochement towards the German codetermination model. In Sweden, as you can see in the middle of this chart, the change was especially motivated by challenges on a microeconomic level, whereas in the UK, macroeconomic development led to a convergence, and these were broadly expressed within the recommendations in Sweden of the Governance Commission Program Committee, as well as in the majority report of the Bullock Commission, which was set in motion by the British government at the beginning of the 1970s. A similar trend that happened in those countries also can be traced on the European governance level of the EEC, because the discussions about the harmonization of company law due to the mushrooming of multinationals, I briefly mentioned that already, were strongly impacted by the principle of national internationalism and active DGB agitation pleading for a transnational trade union solidarity in order to protect, and that's nothing new, we heard that already earlier on, to protect domestic codetermination rights, and later on also pleading or promoting a European dimension of codetermination by actively lobbying for board representation and European Works Councils, and some very optimistic unionists say that this is the result we can see in the 1994 Works Councils Directive. Especially trade unions of the countries which have already strong domestic structures of board representation, supported German positions on European governance debates, such as the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Denmark, Norway, or Sweden, whereas trade unions with little to no domestic structures, of course, were hardly opposed, as well as socialist or more communist red parties, unions, were likely to be opposed rather than Christian unions. And the Belgium case is a very interesting one on that stance. So what can we see from this, and why am I telling you all of this, which is barely a fact, but there are significant cultural, traditional, and traditional labor and ideological factors that led to a rapprochement or to rejection still, and that led to a possible joint legislation on European grounds, as well as some hard moments in order to fight for workers' representation on a European governance level. But despite all of the criticism of the German model, the debate about the composition of the body of works councils and employee representation on boards shows rather that, as I would argue, the workers' participation grown from the bottom up and in all areas of the company, as one could argue intrinsic to the German model, is an integral part of the democratization of the workplace. There is a need for vertical functionality, which is already evident in the intensification of union influence alone at all levels of the company, on a small scale, and in the economy as a whole. But what is the meaning behind the very normative and formal-sounding word of vertical functionality? It is the active participation of workers in the democratic mechanisms of the firm, creating a possible spillover effect. And I will shortly go into this if I have still a few minutes of time. By involving workers in decision-making, they do not only develop a sense of agency, but skills, confidence, and cooperative attitudes, which might possibly translate into a more active participation in broader political and civic life. If we connect the concept of this spillover effect, which was firstly mentioned by Carol Pateman in the 70s, with current sociological research done by Axel Honneth, I guess you mentioned him earlier on, and Wilhelm Heidmeier, the workplace must not be underrated in a sense of creating a notion of self-efficiency and recognition. I guess that's the whole point why we discussed this here today as well. Because Hannah sees work not only in its economic function, but as a central element of creating recognition of the workers who currently, and especially since the corona and the COVID-19 pandemic, experience a renewed trend towards de-evaluation of work and precarization on the labor market. So to develop this argument even a little further, the threat and or the loss of recognition at the workplace are drivers for disintegration and the development of anti-democratic attitudes in the workplace that, according to the spillover effect, can translate into the societal and political sphere outside of the workplace and can result in right-wing populist and extremist attitudes. This means concretely promoting and strengthening, yes, thank you, democratic values and institutions inside the workplace also means strengthening democratic values outside of it. And if we look at these final charts that my Portuguese colleague Pedro Teixeira kindly provided me, we can see that historically major trust crises, if you look at the peaks of the outcome, major trust crises and societal changes lead to the expansion and or implementation about not only codetermination, but about workers' participation and workplace democracy overall. So, however, it did not revise, of course, a structural change and transformation, which is first and foremost always shouldered by working people, but it mitigates negative effects and it makes transformation at least socially more acceptable. So to finish with my opening statement, or not mine, but Klasnica Stahl's opening statement, I would very much agree that the best way to defend democracy is by practicing it. Thank you very much.
Bueno, bien, buenas tardes a todos. En primer lugar, quisiera agradecer.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the organizers. Thank you for putting again on the table the democratic issues. Of course, it seems a very old topic, but it's in the end very actual. When we think about the idea of codetermination in Spain, we can feel that we are lacking behind. It could seem a little bit weird in our country. So my research dealt with the idea of assessing the process of a codetermination and if we can see a Spanish model for the decision-taking processes of workers in corporations and companies. I took a very old project, Largo Caballero. It is a project that was introduced by this gentleman in 1931, not a century ago, but almost a century ago. And if we see the story, the past of the project, it goes a decade before 1931. The idea of participation arrives in Spain in a clear way at the second decade of last century, 1920. Criticism thought about the benefit participation, but never thought about the management on the administration of the company. It's something that comes from abroad, and very, very rapidly, it's very well welcomed, and people take well note about the idea of workers' participation in a way or another. The idea appeared in a magazine in España that was directed by Ortega Gasset, and it was also that was already introduced by Margenstein by Largo Caballero as well. And we can see an article that challenged the Romanones government, the former prime minister, to implement something very similar that existed in England, which was the so-called industrial parliament, so to speak. This idea didn't have any kind of success here in Spain, and it was never implemented. The context was very specific. We had a very important strike in the Canadian factory, especially in Catalonia. This had a very important impact, and we still remember the consequences of that strike in the Canadian factory. Loads of violence, and this strike was made or promoted by the anarchists, the CNT. The UGT was a trade union as well as the CNT, but the UGT was more moderated and collaborated and was incorporated inside the political system. Well, Largo Caballero, during Washington conference of the ILO, the initial conference, the first one in October 1919, talked about the democracy in a company. The German experience was happening by the time. The Weimar Constitution included in the Article 165, the Weimar Constitution included the workers' participation in the companies as well as in the economy through different systems. And one of the strategies was implemented, the other idea was not implemented. We have the idea of the company committees from 1920, also another legislation for codetermination, where there were some supervisory boards in some German companies. There were loads of problems to implement this law, And also, I'd like to underscore a milestone and non-binding legal proposition that was presented by the Republican Party and Socialist Party by Frances Lariret and many others. And they proposed to the Parliament to discuss about many topics such as this one. And, well, it was not successful enough. We can see the intervention of Fernando de los Rios that fought for this idea. But when it was treated in such a way, this codetermination of workers in Spain, it was in the Institute of Social Reforms. It was an institution that was created in 1903. That was the previous institution was the Social Reform Institution. They developed a great work. It was in a space for dialogue between the trade unions, the workers' representatives, where the UGT played a vital role. And also they did many studies in this institute and surveys related with social issues and problems that up to date, they are very interesting to us nowadays. They are very useful as a tool to understand how was the economic situation and the labor situation at the beginning of the 20th century. We can see amongst all the reports of the institutes that informed about the legislation, they did a report about the participation of workers that appeared in 1921. We do have quite an extensive list of legislations and laws of different countries, a list that it was very useful to inform about a probable participation inside the debate for the law of contracts. As you know, the contracts were not regulated in Spain up to the Code of Contracts in 1926 with Primo de Rivera, but there were some tries. They tried it. The first one was 1926. Many of them were a failure, and there was a lack of this policy for contracts, working contracts. So therefore, this was an anomaly. It was offered the possibility to this institute to create a project, and in the last chapter, they talked about councils for industrial cooperation. It was kind of a tricky question by the time, and Largo Caballero, inside this tense and tough discussion and debate, it was difficult to solve it, and he went a step forward, and they replaced the commissions by the trade union bodies to offer to the trade unions a boost of energy to be a cornerstone for democracy. And the employers, they get rid of and they get out of discussions, and the project, well, was not approved. But what else can we say? After 10 years, Largo Caballero becomes Ministry of Work with the new Republic in Spain, and once he was a minister during the provisional government, gets the authorization of the President of Spain, Manuel Azaña, to introduce this project of working intervention in the industry. It's a very short text, a very well thought that gathers all the trade union experiences, and all along the experience that he got was able to create it. The idea is was in the end to include a lot of things for the future regulation, to bring it to the Parliament, and the Ministry of the Employment had to detail the aspects of this intervention. What can we see? The project was kind of a long project, but I'd like to underscore the idea that there were the representatives of the workers in the board of directors. They had a voice, but they couldn't vote. It was thought as a channel for the trade unions. Many difference were favoring the presence of the representatives of the trade union UGT. This project was connected with other laws, such as the law for contracts and work, and also the law for workers' associations that was passed in 1932. Both laws dealt with this topic. It was a project that was inside a broader reform project. It was not an isolated law for participation where I don't have too many time, but if you allow me, well, the CNT opposed to this project and also the Employers Association, but some sectors of the press accepted very well. And there were many debates, mainly the conservative newspapers talked about it. The project was passed to the Commission of Work. There were a lot of discussions. It took more time than expected. Some reforms and amendments were presented. They wanted to stop the project. There were some votes that came from, one of them came from Cara Campoamor. And well, the project was not approved, despite there was enough majority to make this a project to progress. And how things were seen, I need to speed up because time flies. Only 1 minute, minute and a half. Come on, more than I expected. Okay, I'll try to do my best. Anyway, this codetermination is an ideology. When we think about codetermination, okay, between brackets, we can see that it was kind of a revolutionary work. In Franco times, it comes from Catholicism. Vicente Muntadas in 1950 published several ideas about codetermination, and in 1950 talked about co-management and codetermination. Also the Jesuits, the Catholic order, we do have Aspiazo and Brugarola, two Jesuitic members that talked about this codetermination in a moment where we can see that the law Montan in Germany was approved, and they talked about this idea from France. Also in Franco times, there was this discussion between the national movement and the others, and there are quite important names and people that fought for this kind of participation, of course, with a lot of exceptions and nuances. So the scientific doctrine knows very well this institution, the codetermination process. Since the beginning, they talked about it. There are many publications. The biggest names of the doctrine for labor, they fight for this codetermination. But from a legal perspective, it was very low, the experience level that we had in Spain. We do need to see much more specific treatment. But today we talked about it, and we are aware about the importance of codetermination, right? So that's why it's so important, the role that the Institute and Sarah, the role that Sarah that dealt with this issue. 30 seconds. Okay, access. Okay, good. I don't need the paper anymore. So thank you for the warning. We could talk about the model, and Spanish model, with all the experiences that we have. And if we are aware about the census of the companies in Spain that have more than 1,000 workers, and these codeterminations talk about 2,000, but if we take this 1,000, we do have in total 824 companies that will be part of this codetermination law. And if we have a threshold up to 500, we have more than 2,300 companies, which will cover more than 5 million workers. The Spanish model, what can I say? Well, it was a pioneering model because the Constitution in 1931 talked about this codetermination. Since 1919, we talked about this issue, but we are in an underdevelopment situation of this idea. We have very few experiences. There is a lack of political will. It is a very marginal model. And some specific companies, yes, they do it. It's very marginal as a model. It's not something that we can see in Germany since 1976. It is a trade union model, very few experiences. Well, the composition of the bodies. I know that I'm going beyond your patience, Javier. I'm sorry. But that's all. That's all from my side. And that's my conclusion. Thank you very much for for the additional time. Thank you. Don't worry, please don't worry, Alex, because you respect it all the times, and you also had the time, more time than expected. Gemma, now is your turn.
Bien, buenas tardes de nuevo.
Good afternoon. Well, I'd like to deal with something that has to do with research. So I'd like to share some ideas about the right of the companies, and I'm going to talk about different domains that made us to be here and to assess the workers' participation. First of all, I'd like to underline that from the legal perspective, there are two main topics, mainly two topics. We can see everything from the right of workers towards information, consultation, and participation. This is how we are assessing everything here, but from my domain of expertise, we can see it from the composition of the board of directors in the companies, right? So we do have another approach. In any case, we can see that there is a coincidence between the community legislation, the state legislation, and in many cases, the autonomous community legislation. About the composition of the board of directors, we have a rule of thumb, and usually they are the partners or the stakeholders which all together in the board, they pick all the members of the board of directors. They all together. This is the general rule in Spain. But there are some exceptions, whether in the institutional public sector, as we saw before, and also in the sector for social economy, and also in the sector for other kind of societies. We do have different exceptions. As for the public institutional sector, we said that there were some agreements that dated from the 80s. I also found agreements between the trade unions and the administration from the 70s. But there is a law, the law of the legal regime of the public sector, a law from 2015 that regulates, amongst many other things, the public institutions, also the state and the market, and also the autonomous, and also the foundations, the companies of the public sector as well. This law, in the article number 93, says that at the margin of the presence of the biggest responsibles and the CEOs, the directors and the managers should be made named depending on the responsibilities. Once we assess the law, we can see how the representatives of the workers will be elected in the bodies of administration and also the civil servant representatives. So we do have a law that will apply to all the public sector, institutional sector, that is saying how the workers' representatives, whether they are civil servants or private sector workers, will have a representation in the board of directors. As for social economy sector, such as the banks and different cooperatives, Sarah talked about the savings banks, and she said that there was a law, of the law of Cajas de Ahorros, the savings banks agencies that disappeared in 2019. It didn't exist, but because we have a new one from 2003, we only have two savings institutions in Spain that are not banks anymore. So 20% of jobs will be elected by the representatives of the workers. So we do have a law that talks about this idea, and we only have two savings banks or savings institutions. We do have a law for 1974. It is important to understand the cooperative. We always had cooperatives. The owners are the workers of the company, of the cooperative, so they have the same rights as shareholders and partners. But in 1974, there was a very important difference due to two reasons. Firstly, because we said all workers of any kind of cooperatives, not the ones that are for associated workers, they could be shareholders, and they create the idea of the working partner. We do have cooperatives, consumption cooperatives, and many other collaborators in different entities. And we do have another rule, and they say that all cooperatives that have 50 members, they should get representation in the board of directors. They should be represented in the board of directors. And there was also a national fund for protection that funded with loans workers for them to have access to capital of the cooperative. So this is kind of old, but in the end, it made the legislation to be updated. Also, the legislation from 1999 keeps this idea of the partner and anyone with an indefinite contract, or also when the institutes include it, they can be member of the board of directors, and it will be selected by the working committee and the works council, and also for those workers that have an indefinite contract. It says in the article 153 of the cooperative law. So we do have this model that includes not only the incorporation of workers as partners, but also we do have the workers that they need a representation in the board of directors of the cooperatives. We also have the European Cooperative Society. We talked about the European societies, but we do have also the European cooperative societies that they do have their European statutes and under the law of commitment of workers. So I talked about it before. This law, as you know, it is true that to me is very interesting. It is very important to have a clear idea in mind. The concept that the law gives about the commitment and also participation concept. To us, the law of the Institute of Workers talked about the right to information, right of consultation, and when we talk about participation, we can only see that we can delegate in an individual and through the works councils. But these directives that were included in a new law in Spain, when they talked about participation processes, they talked about the influence of the body of representation of workers and workers' representatives in a company through the right to select and to opt for different members of the board of directors, and the right to recommend or to oppose to one part or all the members of the board of directors. This concept of participation would be great once we see the Institute of Workers when talking about participation, which is very limited. There are European directives that say that workers' participation is something else. What about labor societies? Well, they come from these protection of jobs that I talked about it in the beginning, just to create cooperatives, just to have access as a partner to a cooperative thanks to the loans that were given. But in 1964, there was a new piece of law that created a new chapter related with access to property, offering loans to employed workers or unemployed workers to create a company under the association regime with total independence of the legal form. This order allowed to reform many companies that were acquired by workers thanks to the loans offered by the National Fund. We are suffering a crisis. 1970s, the oil crisis, 1979, for the first time, we talked about the labor societies, right? And it is the predecessor of the anonymous social labor parties, and also the limited responsibility labor association. It is an order from 1979. A month later, the Spanish Constitution was approved, and when the 129.2 article was about the public powers will promote different ways to participate in the company and so on and so forth. This is something that needs to be improved, something that we said before, to give a bigger coverage to the future law. They say that we will advise the creation of cooperatives and to set the means that will make access of workers to have a direct access to the property of the means. It was the former law for getting help for workers to be partners and members. So this sentence makes really sense by the time, as Rafael Calvo Ortega, Minister of Work, by the time, never talked about the Constitution of Labor Society because it didn't have a name by the time. They gave it a month later once it was approved. So I would prefer rather not to have a name, because now, this article of the Constitution offers more room for improvement today. Well, today, labor societies and participated societies are regulated under the law of 2015. It is interesting to remember here what's the idea of participatory labors, because in 2015 we also regulated these societies together with the Board of Societies, and it's a very ambiguous legislation. It says that there are societies that set mechanism for participation of workers in anonymous societies and limited societies that could be in the participation of profits or also in social bodies. There are some minimum requisites, but it didn't go beyond that, right? This law really lacks something, really lacks a new development. And let's talk about market societies, capital market societies. The law of the 1972, skip it in this law. It was said that they do not want to have a co-management law as the law said. And also in 1965, we can see that it will be only for companies that will have only 500 workers. So it was very difficult to implement it. In this law of societies, we do have a broader article. For you to be an administrator, you do not require to be a member as a general rule, but to be nominated as an administrator, you should be elected by the board of directors, with the exception of the ones that we can find in the law. And the only exception is the exception that we can see about the European societies. We talked about it later. We talked about it before. This society has a double-fold interest. On the one hand, it is something fundamental that has this dual possibility to select a dual or a single system, despite the problems that we witness in the practice, in the practical situation. As we said this morning, it's important to bear in mind this possibility as well. And what else? Something else that made us to modify the structure of things, the Royal Decree of 2023 that included these directives 2017 and 2019, makes a difference between the structural modifications, national mergers and cession, and the mergers between different companies, between different countries. Therefore, they were a little bit cautious to guarantee if one of the companies that are involved in the merger had a system where workers participated in the bodies, they had to keep it. I think Sarah talked about it before. It's kind of a conservative criteria. But this rule is protecting in the end, in equal terms, as the directive did it, when dealing with the implication of workers in the European cooperatives and also European companies. So the role is to protect workers. Well, I think that's in a nutshell what I wanted to say, but the final idea would be the next one. The final idea is, my humble opinion makes me say that our legislation offers a model which is a cooperative model. You have more than 50 workers, okay, you need to get a representative in the board of directors. This is something compulsory, you must. It's a compulsory mandatory for companies that have 50 workers. The other model would be, as we can take advantage of the legislation of the cooperatives in Europe and anonymous societies, we could get all the companies that would like to get a dual system for the administration. Well, it could be possible to open up to many companies with any kind of amount of workers. But this is a model that we do have already. It's good, it works. It's always great to use it what we have in our site and to get it up, not to create something weird from scratch. No, to have the ability to implement what already exists. And if it won't be compulsory and mandatory to get the participation of the workers, it is essential to complete it with the role of the sustainability report. Right now, it's mandatory for companies that have more than 500 workers or a conglomerate of companies, but I think that we should make this possible and to demand this to companies, and probably if it was not mandatory in the end, to set this condition to have access to public health and funds or to have access to public procurement, as it was said before here. So we have different ways. We can make this mandatory or to stimulate companies to get that done. This is something that we have already in the legislation because the law says that the companies have to present the sustainability report. It's limited only for big corporations, but it could be done for also small companies if you want access to public funds. In the social clauses, you will need to comply with the sustainability report for you to say what are the measures that you implemented for making workers in the board of directors, something that we have in the law and also the trade code. So we do have some tools in our site that will be very useful. That's all because maybe I talk too much. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Gemma. Y bueno, y además yo creo que...
Thank you so much, Gemma. And you finished with one thing that was actually cross-cutting for all presentation, which was the importance of the way to the past. One may think that things start today, but every presentation has placed focus on the long-lasting trajectory to come close to what we're talking about. So you met your times. You truly stuck to the time you were given. So 10 plus minus 2. So those of you who are now going to participate, please try to mimic what they did, which was to stick to the times. It would be very good to finish with the final contributions by the people here in at the table with me. So whenever you wish, we can start. Sorry.
You don't like Italians, I know. So thank you very much. I have a question for each one of the presenter. So first of all, I will start from the German. I will speak in English, then I will speak in Spanish. Sophie, when you were talking about the German model, I was thinking about my experience. As a chair of the European Works Council of my company, I was visiting many countries. And when I arrived for the first time in Germany, I was visiting some branches, but the colleagues from Germany, they had special branches, only for the Betriebsrat. So they were not working with the colleagues in the offices, but they had the special places. And for me, it was just like, why they are not sitting with the other colleagues? No, because they have an unlimited credit time to work for the Betriebsrat, and they are not living with the colleagues. So my impression was just like they are living in a parallel world, and the impression that I get is, okay, if we apply this model in Italy, they will think they are like privileged people. They want to get this position to not work anymore. And this is a risk. And at the same time, I saw that many colleagues were competing among the same union to get those places because we want to be free from the job place. So I asked them, but what is your function to be out from the workplace? And they say, honestly, when we sit in the board, we don't understand many of the points, but we are focused mostly to defend the job places when there are redundancies. In this place, we are very strong. So I was thinking, so what is the function to have all these privileges? So this is just a question for you. For Sophia. Yes, I have a question for each. For Sophia, when you say that this is a provocative question, when you were mentioning the best way to defend the democracy is by practicing. So what do you think when there are some cases when the democracy bring us some results that we don't like? We have to accept it. And sometimes it happens that the trade unions don't like the result of the election for the Works Council. And in this case, it happened in my experience that we were fighting among some unions because they want to ratify the result of the election. And then we did it again, it was the same result. So this is democracy for me, even you don't like. Ahora para los españoles.
So now for Spanish speakers, very brief. Alex, when you were talking about the history of codetermination, as well as the Works Council. I remember that back in the time when I studied, this model after World War II was to defend ourselves from Soviets. If we're no longer going to do this, the world will communism will also reach Eastern Europe. So now that we no longer have this type of enemies, we have other different type of enemies. They could come from one side of the Atlantic or the other side of Europe. What could be the motivation to push parliaments to have legislation that is more effective for workers from this historical profile or perspective? And just to finish with Gemma, I don't like to have the public sector only. It should be for all sectors, for all industries. And in that way, perhaps workers may think, oh, public sector, that's for the privileged ones. And, trade unions are only for the public sector. Thank you so much. And apologies for asking too many questions. Apologies, but his microphone is off, I believe. Oh, in next contributions. Hello, I'm Stuart Anderson from the State Federation of Comisiones Obreras.
Well, first of all, to comment on the fact of workers in the Betriebsrat being liberado, basically, I'm in that situation where I'm liberado por acumulación de horas del comité.
I've been freed because of accumulation of hours.
Every time I go into work, I have to justify myself that I'm making good use of the hours that are given to me. I think anyone who is seated hours has to demonstrate that they're using those hours for the worker. But coming back to, I wanted to ask about the German model. Several times during the day, it's come up the potential conflict between what the trade union wants and what the Comité de Empresa Betriebsrat or the workers want, and the potential conflict. My understanding is, if I'm correct, that sort of board level representation in Germany can sometimes be split, sometimes appointed by the workers and sometimes appointed by the trade union. It's how does that conflict or confluence work play out in the German context, where you've got an explicit separation, whereas in somewhere like Spain, where kind of the comités de empresa and the sindicatos end up being the same organization.
Yes, my question is for Gemma. It resonates, what you said resonates because it's also regarding to trading companies. Spain has a great opportunity because there's the common interest companies, big societies or companies. It is not a new type of company, but it is sort of a mold any company can adapt to. And Spain, why does it have the opportunity now? Because it can be regulated and big societies can focus on environmental, social, or corporate governance items. Regulation of these companies focused on democracy at work or participation or the dualist model could be a model to drive these changes that are needed. It has a brief problem, which is corporate governance, and we need to work on the responsibility of administrators or managers. But within that legislation scope, I would not forget about big societies or companies, because it's a good way of exporting this to Europe and other models that are required. Thank you so much. Okay, so as you wish. Sophie, perhaps? In the same order as we had the presentations.
A question about the full-time exemption of work for German Works Council members. Maybe, we could do, I think, a whole seminar on this topic, and I think it's, of course, linked to the very special institutional setting in each country to understand where does it come from, why do we have it, how does it function in practice, and it might seem a little bit strange if you are visiting from another country, and it's at first, it does not make much sense, maybe to you, but I think it does make much sense within the system from the perspective of German Works Council members. However, it is also important to note that not all members of Works Councils in Germany are exempted full-time of their regular working duties. So it is linked to the size of the establishment, how many members of the Works Councils can get into this status. And the Works Council committee has to decide who is going to take over this kind of role. And I think it's also, although it is linked to the establishment level, it is also linked to the multi-level system of Works Council codetermination in Germany, that usually the persons do not have a role within the local Works Council, but also within the central and group Works Council. And this adds up to a lot of workload. And I think to have some free time to concentrate on your duties as an employee representative, it does make sense to have enough time to do it. And interestingly, if you are looking at the current situation of finding people in the company who are willing to run for a Works Council, interestingly, younger members often state in interviews, well, we're not really interested in becoming a full-time Works Council member because we want to keep up our professional careers within the company. We don't want to rely on running for the Works Council for our whole career. So I think it is also maybe an ongoing discussion about this issue, but maybe this is just something I can, briefly say regarding to this topic.
Well, first of all, thank you very much to both of your questions. To provoke right back, I mean, democracy is never about everyone's happy with everything. That just simply doesn't work. But then again, you just stressed a very critical point, and that it's especially a very critical point in German codetermination and in how it has been perceived in other countries. Because if you talk about the Works Councils, they are, and Sophie explained that earlier on, they are not a traditional union body, and they are parallel to non-organized workers. This means people who are not union members, who are not organized, are as likely to be voted into the Works Councils as any other person who was a member of the company. Of course, there are some restrictions who can be voted in and who not, but overall, this means literally that anti-democratic people with anti-democratic opinions, or who would just simply want to be there to be exempted for fun, can also be voted in, of course, and that is a problem, and that's a problem that many other trade unions and countries discussing some sort of implementation of Works Councils also have bear in mind. But I think if unions really want to stick to the idea that was set up in the WEB's idea of industrial democracy already, you cannot only promote democracy at the workplace, but also have to stick to internal union democracy, and that is, that's democracy. What shall I say? Oh, that's part of the democratic process. So that is, I don't have a better answer for this than that. And briefly coming to your question, thank you very much for this. Conflict between unions and Betriebsrat, or like Works Councils, especially also on the boards. I don't see that conflict that as drastically as you described, but maybe that's also lack of my experience. But there is on boards of companies there are seats reserved for unionists, and also Works Councils in Germany, other than in the Scandinavian countries, as Maria says this morning, can be members of the unions. They are not restricted to not have a union membership and not be Works Councils. So I feel like that's I don't see the huge conflict here, but also but I see a conflict in the measure that many times the basis, if you want to call the workers in the companies, then the basis often feels like unions lose touch on what happens inside the plants, and that is due to a lack oftentimes of communication between Works Councils and unions. And that is also something when we talk about information, about exchange of what's happening and transparency. We always look at these flows between employers and employees, or employers and workers, but it's also a very important and integral part of the organization of the collective representation system we have. But yeah, these are my thoughts on that. Thank you very much.
Bien, con respecto a la pregunta.
Regarding the question of how to justify nowadays a greater democracy in the company, when the situation used to be a Soviet Union that threatened the liberal states or liberal democracies of the time, I would say that with new and old arguments. The truth is that this type of participation was presented as an alternative, but then as a prior element as well. Each labor relationship model is not pure. It has different doses of different things. There's doses of conflict and doses of participation. And in a context in which the trade union movement is questioned from society and is undergoing a certain degree of crisis known by us all, or a fragmentation of the working class, or an increase of companies that are even more powerful than states or sub-states. So there's a need to go in deeper into this democracy in the company as a reference entity, as a reference space where workers are still citizens is very much necessary. The discussion is still alive and is still defended and dealt with from sociology, law, political philosophy, analytical philosophy as well. And in the face of this crisis and erosion of, the lack of solidarity, the right to striking, collective bargaining that is more and more fragmented, well, we once again need to claim an institutionalization, a stronger institutionalization of trade unions, precisely where the power is actually fought for, which is in companies. I am going to be, apologies, I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to be very brief with your question, Domenico. I am not thinking about workers' participation only in public companies. Not at all. I've spoken about three different systems. The public entity, which is, I was saying, there is a law. I was talking about social economy, and the sector of trading companies, so capital companies mainly. I have not said that this is only for the public sector. Okay, yes, no. Of course, I was in fact complaining about the fact that, participants in the morning had a very wide experience, but they all came from public companies. But anyway, as for the big company or society, yes, I do know them, yes. But it's rather complicated because this is just a label, it's a tag they want to claim as their own. Not only big companies are the ones creating social and environmental value. Many different companies should create that. This is just a label that they want to have to get funds. But what we need to achieve needs to be for all companies. What we need to claim, what we want to claim, has to be for every company, as well as social responsibility that needs to be demanded from all companies. Well, that's the very least, isn't it? They should all contribute, and those polluting should be sanctioned, those violating human rights. It's social responsibility for all, and worker participation, well, we need to have legislation to apply to all companies. And if we incentivize participation, it should be incentivized for all companies, not just creating one figure. I think it would be quite damaging, only for big companies. We need to have general legislation for all companies. That's what I believe. Thank you so much. Now, Sara Lafuente. Oh, sorry. Round of applause. Sara, you, I believe, are going to be closing the session and bidding us farewell and thanking us all. Thank you. Okay, so this is the closing moments. We will be brief because there's not many of us here. If you're still here, I believe you found this meeting very interesting. We are in the face of a very passionate topic and very difficult to discuss because we were saying that devil is in the details, and we've been looking and seeing the different perspectives. And then at the same time, we're touching upon the very heart of this relationship and power, the concept of democracy itself as well. So topics that are very unapproachable, but then at the same time, we need to go to the detail to know whether the different actions are going to be efficient and what impact they have for workers. I personally feel very satisfied with today and also with the different contributions and presentations with participation. I believe that, well, firstly, we've been able to tackle, we've heard from different political parties, left-wing political parties in Catalonia speaking perhaps with trade unions as well. Perhaps having opposing voices would have been good, but the fact that we have them in a single panel is quite exceptional. So I think it's the first time I see them debating or discussing this, and I think it's progress. We're also taking away some ideas for the expert committee to see how we can move forward in legislative terms. There's been things coming out, things we need to work on. Well, resources, for instance, and what resources are going to go for participation so that it can become effective, tackling the concept of company and business, the duty of loyalty, which is something that has also been brought to the discussion. So thinking about these duties of loyalty to companies to have effective participation, and the more specific issues on how to articulate this participation and embed it in the company, not just making it isolated for boards of directors, but also how to articulate it in other spaces, things such as co-responsibility and training and the problems this means for the different representatives, confidentiality. We have touched upon very specific items, and I'm taking them away with me to subsequently discuss whatever we do with this draft bill. There's been also different proposals for trade unions. I've taken good note of some comments that have risen throughout today, stressing the idea that this participation should be based on collective dynamics or actions that have the trade union support. We still have our colleague here, Mariano. I'm seeing you spoke about this regarding Renfe. And we've also heard some ideas aimed at research. We have had a representation that doesn't really cover all the different possibilities or contributions, but we've heard from company law, commercial law, and the historical perspective. We've been able to go over the different places where participation is deployed in Spain, but also historically, and how, well, we have reconnected to that track record and history. And with that European comparison, which I believe has meant a lot. It's meant a lot to have an idea of the codetermination model in Germany, which is used a lot here in Spain as well. So it's very, very interesting to hear the Belgian perspective, Finland perspective, and so on and so forth. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and the awareness that what is happening in Spain, the fact that we're tackling this topic is something exceptional, and we are currently moving in, difficult context regarding this proposal. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. We need to continue inviting more opposing voices and political parties who are not here today, different business associations and different spaces. I hope we can continue making progress. But at any rate, regarding 2018, which it's the last seminar that we organized into TUI in Spain to tackle this codetermination topic. Well, we've brought together people who have lots of knowledge and who are very interested in these matters, and I do believe we are making progress. So that's my main idea. And once again, I would like to thank Javier. He's been here up until the end, and also the platform for the platform collaborating in this, Angelique, who's been here as well with all of us. So big round of applause for her. She's been with the organization, also the simultanea team, the interpreters for their patience and the work during the day today, and the technical team, Alex, who's there at the back and who has been with us today. And anyway, all the cooperation that we have had with the catering and people from Comisiones, Merches, has helped a lot as well. So thank you. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, and we'll see you next time.
Y perdón, se me ha olvidado insistir en, por favor, si alguien no firma.
I would like to insist, please, if you have not yet signed the list of attendees, please do so and return your interpretation devices, please. Your headsets. Thank you.